Chapter 23 of the Ralstons by Francis Marion Crawford. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 23 Love, Mrs. Lauderdale had said in her absent-minded way, was not at all like other passions. The words remained in Katharine's memory, and pleased her and comforted her in a manner which would have surprised the elder woman, had she guessed that she had unintentionally drawn music from a human soul with one of those dull and stereotyped phrases which people fall back upon when they cannot or will not explain themselves. But that was precisely what Katharine wished to believe, that love was not at all like other passions, but that it bore not the slightest resemblance in its nature to those which she had seen asserting themselves so strongly around her, and of which she was beginning to understand something by proxy, as it were. For though she had said that her love for John Ralston was like her father's love of money, she did not in the least wish to believe it. She attached to love the highest interpretation of which it was capable. She attributed to it the purest and most disinterested motives. She gave it in her thoughts the strongest and best qualities which anything can have. She had a right to do so, and though she sought an explanation of her right, she was not disturbed because she found none. She dreamed of theories vague, but as beautiful as they were untenable, as men of ancient times imagined impossible but deeply poetic interpretations of nature and her doings. Her soul, and the soul of the man she loved, had elected one another of old from amongst myriads. Neither could give light without the other, nor could either live without the other's life. Together they were one immortal, separate they must perish. The good of each was the triumphant enemy of evil in the other, and the evil in both was gradually to be driven out and forgotten in the perfection of the whole. All that was contemplative in her nature was entranced before the exquisite beauty of her imagined deity. Little by little, as other attachments were rudely shaken, broken, and destroyed, the one of all others which she most valued grew stronger and fairer in the wreck of the rest. The one passion which she saw was good towered in her soul's field as an archangel among devils, spotless, severe, and invincible. The angel was not John Ralston, nor were the devils those persons with whom her life had to do. They all had other features, immortal natures, and transcendent reasoning. At that time there was in her the foundation of a great mythology of ideals, good and bad, personified and almost named, among which love was king over all the rest. Endowed with divine attributes, with knowledge of the human soul, and power to move the human heart, knowing all motives and divining all impulses, a being to whom a prayer might be said in trouble, and whose beneficent hand would be swift and strong to help. Love, in her theory of the world, was the prime cause, the intelligent director, and at the same time the ultimate end. She and her husband were under his immediate and especial protection. If they were faithful to him, he would shield them from harm, and make them immortal with himself beyond the stars. If they denied him, that is, if they ceased to love one another, his face would grow dark, his right hand would be full of semi-biblical terrors, and he would abandon them to the wicked will of the devils, which were the bad passions the girl saw in others, to be tormented until they themselves should be extinguished in eternal night. Practically, Katharine had constructed a religion for herself out of the most human thing in her nature, since she had lost the bearings of anything higher in the storms through which she had passed. It was by no means an unassailable religion, nor a very logical one, being derived altogether from the exaltation of the most human of all passions, and having its details deduced from the one-sided experience of an innocent child. But that very innocence, that very impossibility of conceiving that there should be anything not good in love, that was true, gave it an enormous force against the powers which were evidently evil. There was an appearance of inexorably sound reason, too, in the conclusion that all human motive was passion of one kind or another, and that all passions but love were bad and self-destructive in the end, having their foundation in selfishness, and not in the other self that fills love-dreams. Since passion and motive were one and the same, thought Catherine, there could be no question as to which of them all was the best, since true love such as hers was the only passion that had no one of the 7 capital sins attached to it. Such an argument was manifestly unanswerable when it came from her, and she rejoiced in the security of knowing herself to be right in the midst of many wrongs, which is one of the highest satisfactions of human vanity for the young or the old. Day by day, through the changing events of the past year, the conviction had grown until it was now the dominant cause and mover of her being, and was assuming superhuman proportions in her estimated values of things transcendent. Paul Griggs, with his vaguely expressed explanations of things which meant much, and meant it clearly, to himself, had unconsciously helped Catherine to deify love at the expense, and to the ruin, of any form of religious belief to which she might have been inclined. He was assuredly not one of those men who seem to make it their business to destroy the convictions of others, and to give them nothing in exchange for what was consolation, if not salvation. He was, at least, a man who believed in belief, so to say, and who, perhaps, believed many things, which must have seemed utterly incredible to ordinary beings of ordinary experience. But he was fond of stating the results he had reached in a careless way, which seemed less than half serious, without giving the smallest hints as to the means by which he had obtained them. The statements themselves were fragmentary, here a hand, there a head, now a foot, and next a bit of the shoulders. He was not conscious of his fault. To him the image was always present and complete. It seemed to him that he was but calling attention to one point or other of the visible whole, when it seemed to others as though he were offering them broken bits, often unrecognizable as belonging to any possible image whatsoever. Others sometimes put the bits together in their own way. He was not in any sense an ordinary being, nor one to be judged by ordinary standards, though he rarely claimed the right to be treated as an exception. The difference between him and the average man lay not in any very unusual gifts, and many might have been found who, knowing him well, would have denied that there was any radical difference at all. He would certainly have taken little pains to persuade these of the contrary. Outwardly he was a man of letters, who had met with considerable success in his career, about as much as justifies good-natured people in making a lion of an author or an artist, but no more. He had written many books, and had learned his business in the bitter struggles which attend the commencement of an average literary man's life, when the fight for bare existence forces the slender talent to bear burdens too heavy for its narrow shoulders, along paths not easy to tread for those most sure of foot. He had some valuable gifts, however, which had stood him in good stead. He possessed almost incredible physical strength in certain ways, without the heavy, sanguine temperament which requires regular exercise and perpetual nourishment. His endurance was beyond all comparison greater than that of men usually considered very strong, and he had been able to bear the strain of excessive labour which would have killed or paralyzed most people. That was one of the secrets of his success. Secondly, he had acquired an unusual mechanical facility in the handling of language and the arrangement of the matter he produced, so as to give it the most favourable appearance possible. His imagination was not abundant, but he did the best he could with it under all circumstances, and answered all critics with the unassailable statement that he wrote for a living and did the best he could, and sincerely regretted that he was not Walter Scott, nor Goethe, nor Thackeray, nor any of the great ones. That was his misfortune, and not his fault. People flattered him, he said, by telling him that he could do better if he tried. It was not true. He could not do better. But in all these points he did not differ very widely from the average man who attains a certain permanent and generally admitted success by driving his faculties to their utmost in the struggle for a living. The chief difference between him and other men had been produced by an experience of life under varying circumstances, such as an ordinary individual rarely gets, and possibly by the long-continued action of unusual emotions with which this study or history of Catherine Lauderdale can have nothing to do, and which did not directly concern his literary career nor his relations with the world at large, though the outward result was to make unthinking people say that there was something mysterious about him, which either attracted them or repelled them, according to their temperaments and tastes. At all events, his life had tended to the creation of a form of belief and a mode of judgment which seemed very simple to himself, and perfectly incomprehensible to almost every one else. He showed other people fragments and bits of it when he was in the humour, and sometimes seemed surprised that those who heard him should not also understand him. One of his fundamental articles of faith seemed to be that life as a possession was of no value whatsoever, a doctrine which attracted very few. But those who knew him and watched him were sure that there was no affectation in that part of his creed, though they might hesitate in finding reasons for his belief in it. It was strongly contrasted with his immovable faith, not in a life to come, for he despised the expression, but in the present fact of immortality. The mere fact that he laughed at the idea of past and future in their relation to the soul sufficiently confused most of those who had heard him talk of such things. Catherine Lauderdale had neither the man's experience to help her in following him, nor any superior genius of insight to lead her to his conclusions by what one might call the shorthand of reason, intuition. She was simply attracted without understanding, as so many people are nowadays, by everything which promises a glimpse at the unknown, if not a knowledge of the unknowable. She took the longing for the power of comprehension, the fragments for the whole, and the crumbs for the bread of life. It was not unnatural, considering the tendencies of modern culture, but it was unfortunate. She halved her soul and gave John Ralston his share of it, though he had a very good one of his own. She elaborated a theory of interchangeable and interdependent selves for herself and him, which momentarily satisfied all her wants. She took his self with her own into the temple of love, and bade it bow down and worship with her the glorious deification of human passion, which she had set up there. And his imaginary self, being really but that part of her own being which she called his, consented and obeyed, and did as she did. And the incense rose before the shrine, and the love angels chanted love's litany of praise, while Love himself smiled down upon her, and told her that he was immortal, and would make her deathless for her belief in him. The temple was beautiful beyond compare. The deity was spotless, fair in form and noble of feature. The heart that worshipped was fresh, unsullied, and sincere. There had never been anything more perfect than it all was in Katharine's imagination, and there could never, in all the long life that was before her, be anything so perfect again. John Ralston, single-hearted and deeply loving as he was, could never have any conception of the divinity his maiden wife adored in secret. Her instinct told her that though he was with her, the manliness in him looked at the world from another point of view, and in all their many exchanges of thought she never spoke of her visions of blessedness. The fact that she kept them to herself gave them more strength, and preserved their intact beauty in all its splendid strength and all its infinite delicacy. In a certain way she owed to Paul Griggs some of her sweetest and most exquisite thoughts, of which the memory must be with her all her life, long after the humanity of truth supplanted the dignity of the ideal. Not that he had taught her anything of what he believed and thought what he knew. She, like the rest, had received only fragments of his meaning, but out of them she had constructed a whole which was beautiful in itself, if nothing else, as lovers of art have dreamed an unbroken ideal of perfection upon bits of marble unearthed from the grave of a great thing destroyed, moulding theories upon it, and satisfying their tastes through it, each in his own way, though perhaps all very far from what was once the truth. But on the other hand, Griggs was partly responsible for the eclipse of what, in her nature, as in all, was essentially necessary. She did not at the present time feel the loss, if it were really a loss, and not a mere temporary shutting off of all higher possibilities from her mental sight. She did not, perhaps, fully realize the distance to which she had gone in unbelief in substituting one ideal for another, and she would have been profoundly shocked had any one told her that she had at the present time wholly abandoned anything approaching to a form of Christianity. She would have reasoned that she said prayers, as she supposed other people did, but she would have found it hard to say what she thought when she said them. 9/10 of them were for John Ralston, and were in reality addressed to the divinity in the love temple. The remaining ones were mere words, and said in a perfunctory way, with a sort of sincerity of manner, but with no devotion whatever, and no attempt to strengthen them with a belief that they might be answered. She had been taught to say them, and continued to say them with the conscientiousness which is born of habit, before there can be any thought connected with the thing done. Griggs and his talk had only contributed to this result. The quick and noiseless destruction of Katharine's beliefs had been chiefly brought about by the actions of the persons with whom she had to do, and by the collapse of their principles in the face of difficulties, temptations, and tests. It was natural that she should ask herself of what use her father's blind faith and rigid practice could be, when neither the one nor the other could diminish his avarice, nor check his cruelty when anything or any one stood between him and money. She was not to be blamed if she doubted the efficacy of the true faith, when she saw her religious mother half mad with envy of her own daughter's youth and beauty. And for the rest of them all, they did not pretend to be religious people. Their misdeeds killed her faith in human nature, which is, perhaps, the ordinary key to that state of mind which believes in God, though it is by no means the only one. Had she been able to discern and analyze what was going on in her own heart, she would have seen that her difficulty was the old one. The existence of evil in the world disproved to her the existence of a supreme power, which was all good. But she neither analyzed nor discerned. It was sufficient for her that the earthly evil facts existed to assure her that the heavenly transcendent power was an impossibility. She never made the statement to herself, but she unconsciously took it for granted in substituting one divinity for the other. John Ralston said that he believed in things, and did, vaguely. but she had never found it possible to bring him to any concise statement of what his beliefs were. And yet he was, in her loving opinion, by far the morally best of all the men and women she had ever known. He did not go to church every Sunday, as her father did. She believed that he never went to church at all, in fact. But there was no denying the superiority of a man who had bravely overcome such temptation as John Ralston had formerly had to deal with, over one who, like her father, believed, trembled, and nevertheless gave himself up wholly to his evil passion. So she had lost her belief in human nature. But as she could not afford to lose her belief in the man she loved, she had taken him out of the rest of humanity, and made him the half of herself, so that they two stood quite alone in the world, and had their temple to themselves, and their little god to themselves, and their faith and belief and religious practice altogether to themselves, though John Ralston was quite ignorant of the fact. But that made no difference to Katharine. He was in her earthly paradise, though he did not know it, and was as sincere a worshipper of the divinity as she herself. In this way she accepted both him and her from common humanity, and was sure that she had found the true path which leads to the fields of the blessed. Love was the centre of hope and the circumference of life. It was the air she breathed, the thoughts she thought, and the actions she performed. There was nothing else. And since eternity was the present, as Griggs said, there was no hereafter, and so there could never be anything but love, even after men ceased to count time. In the midst of the prosaic surroundings of a society life, as in the midst of the great and evil passions, which do devilish deeds just below the calm, luxurious, and dull surface, there was one true idealist, one maiden soul that dreamed of love's immortality, and placed hers in love's heart of hearts. Chapter 24 of the Ralstons by Francis Marion Crawford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. The letter Alexander Lauderdale Jr. had written to Ralston will have given some idea of what he was willing to sacrifice for the sake of having the will annulled. A moral degeneration had begun in him, which might go far in the end. The passion he had so long tried to conceal, with considerable success, and which had fed for many years on a small object, was stirred up and set at large by the enormous wealth now at stake. The man's pride shrank away before it, and even his rigid principles wavered. He began to make those compromises with his conscience which circumstances suggested, and he forced his religious habits to help in doing the dirty work of his greed. In a lower walk of life, perhaps, such a man, in such a situation, would have committed crimes to obtain the money. Alexander Junior robbed his own soul, and murdered his own conscience. We shall know some day what difference there is between that and the murder in the first degree. It was not an affair of a few days. Such a character could not change easily nor quickly, either for better or for worse. For years the thought of his uncle's money had been constantly present with him, and for many years he had dreamt the miser's dream of endless gold. There was nothing new in it, nor of itself had it ever disturbed the equanimity of his well-practised righteousness. It had never even occurred to him that in not spending his hoarded income he was wronging any one. He had regarded his wife's painting and selling her miniatures as a wholesome occupation, and as what certain persons call a moral discipline. The principles of economy which he forced his household to practice were agreeable to the ascetic disposition, which in a greater or less degree showed itself in the Scotch blood of the Lauderdales. Economy was a means of feeling that he was better than other people, and, axiomatically, it cost nothing, and helped to satisfy his main passion. Only his sense of social importance, which was strong and hereditary, had hindered him from actually reducing his establishment to a condition of positive penury. But that would have been impossible, because it would have been impossible to conceal it. He preserved the limits so carefully that, while every one said that the Lauderdales lived very quietly, no one ever thought of saying that they lived poorly. Then, too, Mrs. Lauderdale was herself an excellent manager, and had long been deceived by her husband's assurance that he was poor and wholly dependent upon the salary he received from the Trust Company, in which he held no interest, as he could always easily prove. As a matter of fact, though he practically directed the affairs of the company himself, he considered United States bonds as a safer investment. He did not consider that he was deceiving his wife, either. In his own opinion, he was poor. What was $1,000,000? There were some who had nearly 200 millions. Scores, perhaps hundreds, in the country had more than 50 millions. What was $1,000,000? Was not a man poor who had but $1 when his neighbor had 200? It was no business of his wife's, nor of any one else, if he had something put away. It had always been possible, within the limits of the law, that his uncle might leave him nothing. So he had practised economy, and grown rich secretly. But all his hardly hoarded savings were but as a drop to the sea of gold which surged upon the horizon of his hopes when he thought of Robert Lauderdale's death, and which rushed forward all at once to his very feet as soon as the old man was really dead. It washed away his elaborately drawn pattern of morality, as the tide obliterates the figures a child has drawn upon the sand. It rose by quick degrees and flowed higher than the rigid landmarks which he had driven like stakes into the flat expanses of his soul. It boiled up and sucked back the earth from beneath the very foundations of the chapel of ease he had built for his conscience, over his own little spring of wealth, when all the shore had been dry and arid, and the golden ocean very far off. The long-cherished hope had prepared the circumstances for the reality. He meant now to have at least half the fortune, or perish in the attempt to get it. That is, he was ready to spend even what he had saved in order to get possession of the greater sum. And he was far more ready to spend other things, such as his pride and his manliness. He was ready and willing to lay the shears to his garment of righteousness, and to clip and cut it to the very limits of moral decency, leaving but enough to cover the nakedness of his miserly soul. Therefore he had written that letter to John Ralston, and one something like it to John's mother, believing it probable that she had been told by her son of much that had taken place. His lawyer had told him that if the will were probated, and if it became necessary to attack it on other grounds, it would be of the highest importance that the next of kin should act in concert against the distant relations who had been so highly favoured. It became his business, therefore, to make sure of having the Ralstons on his side. He distrusted them, after what had happened. He knew that they cared little for money, and much for a certain kind of sentiment which was quite foreign to him, and he believed them capable of opposing him, merely in order that the dead man's wishes might be carried out. The situation in which he found himself was an unexpected one, too. He had been taken by surprise and obliged to act at short notice, and he was no diplomatist. He merely took the first means which offered for carrying out his lawyer's idea. The will itself was of an unusual character. He had expected that his uncle would either divide the fortune between the next of kin in trusts for their children, with a legacy to the Brights, or that he would make something like an equal distribution amongst all the living members of the family. He had long cherished, however, the secret hope that as his own branch of the family was the most numerous, and as he himself had such an unassailable character for uprightness and economy, the largest share might be placed in his hands for administration, if not actually as his own property. He had been disappointed, and he considered the will a piece of flagrant injustice. Many outsiders shared his opinion, and asked one another why the Brights should have so much, and Alexander Junior had the satisfaction of feeling that his action would be approved by a large number of hard–headed business men amongst his acquaintances. His lawyer, too, was encouraged by this fact, and looked forward confidently to pocketing an enormous fee. He was a man as hard–hearted, as upright, and as spotless in reputation as his client, and the high morality of their united forces was imposing. If Alexander had conceived it possible that Mrs. Ralston and her son could agree to have no opinion in the matter, but to abide by their lawyer's judgment, and let him act as he thought best, he might have spared himself the trouble and humiliation of writing the letter to John. He would have known that Mr. Henry Brett was not the man to advise his clients against taking their rights without any regard to sentiment, and Alexander's joy was great when he found that Brett was with him, a much younger man than his own lawyer, but keen, businesslike, and of excellent standing. Brett had married the widow of a notorious forger and defaulter, John Darche, and had diminished neither his popularity nor his credit by so doing. Alexander reproached himself in a way that would have surprised his former virtue, for having so bitterly opposed Katharine's marriage with John Ralston. He really could not conceive how he could ever have attached so much importance to the young fellow's youthful follies. It was the most natural thing in the world, as it seemed to him now, that with the prospect of boundless wealth the boy should have idled away his time and amused himself as other boys did. His mind was full of excuses for Ralston. What he could not pardon, he allowed to be swamped by the gold flood as soon as it presented itself. That one unpardonable thing was the blow he had received. When he could not help thinking of it, and when it stung his manliness, for he was a brave man, he took pains to recollect that he had at once got John by the throat, and would probably have broken some of his bones for him, if Katharine's hurt had not interrupted the struggle. It was not as though he had received a blow tamely, without retaliation. His blood had been up, and Ralston must have got the worst of it if circumstances had not obliged him to pause in his vengeance. Nothing can equal the unconscious sophistry of a man whose main passion requires that he shall not feel that he has been insulted. And so matters proceeded. The Brights' lawyer did his best to force the will to probate. The Lauderdales and Ralstons' legal advisers created delays, and as they were in possession of the will, they were able to prolong the situation and prepare for action. Old Robert Lauderdale's lawyer, Mr. Allen, was moreover their ally. He did not believe that the will was good, and resented the way in which his deceased client had surreptitiously employed a young fellow like Russell, before mentioned, to draw it up, after he, Allen, had drawn up one which had been irreproachable. The first point that arose was in connection with one of the witnesses, who was unluckily not forthcoming. The signature was that of one John Simons. In the list of servants who were to receive annuities appeared the name of one J. Simmons, a groom, who, strange to say, was not to be found either. The Lauderdale lawyers maintained that the witness and the servant were the same person, and that there had been a mistake in spelling the name in the list, a fact which would have debarred the will from probate, as no legatee can be a witness. This forced the Bright lawyers to ask time in order to find either the witness or the groom, or both, and meanwhile the other side looked into the will itself in search of irregularities connected with the suspension of the power of alienation, and the like. Mr. George W. Russell, who had drawn up the will, looked on with his hands in his pockets, and was interested in the show, from a purely artistic point of view. The parties began to rage furiously together. Alexander Junior did not hesitate to say that he remembered the groom Simmons, and that his name was John. He assuredly believed that he did remember the fact, or he would not have said so. But Hamilton Bright remembered with equal certainty that the man had more than once gone with him when he had been consulted, as an authority, about the buying of horses for old Robert, and that his name was James. He had called him James, and the man had answered to his name. That was proof positive. The servants of the accused did not know anything about it. The man had always been called Persimmons, because he lisped a little. He had been badly kicked by a horse during Mr. Lauderdale's last days, and had been sent to St. Luke's Hospital. At the hospital it was ascertained that he had been discharged in a few days. He had not come back to Mr. Lauderdale's. He probably had some good reason for not coming back. It had been one of his duties to buy certain things for the stables. Possibly he had been dishonest and feared discovery. Mr. Russell, privately questioned, said that the man who had signed the will as a witness might have been a servant, and added, a few seconds later, that as he had not been present when the will was signed, he did not know. He was young enough to laugh to himself at his own pretended hesitation. He had drawn up the will. When or where it had been signed and witnessed was beyond his knowledge. The other witnesses said that from his appearance the man might have been a respectable servant. He was clean-shaven, and might have been a groom. They had not heard him speak, so that they did not know whether he lisped or not. They had never seen him before, and he had been in the room when they had been called in. They had seen him write his name, and were prepared to swear to it. They should also recognize him if they saw him. Mr. Russell, privately questioned, said that he had copied the name J. Simmons with a list of names given him by Mr. Lauderdale for the purpose. It had not struck him that it was informal to insert only the initial, since there was no other Simmons, a servant, in the house at the time. He was told severely by the Brights' lawyer that it was. He said he regretted the fact, and put his hands into his pockets and looked on again. Crowdie, who never swore, anathematized Alexander Junior in the dialect of the Paris studios, a language which Alexander could not have understood. Bright, who had driven cattle in the Nacimiento Valley, spoke differently. Aunt Maggie's charity suddenly ceased to be universal, and excluded both Lauderdales and Ralstons from its benefits. From Washington, Charlotte Slayback wrote an unusually affectionate letter to her sister, Katharine, in which she playfully compared the fair-haired Aunt Maggie and Hamilton Bright to a lioness and her whelp, and all the tribe of Lauderdales to poor little innocent lambs, with blue ribbons round their necks. Benjamin Slayback of Nevada, member of Congress, said nothing. He was a singular man, having mines of silver of his own, and his solitary pleasure was in giving his wife much money, because she had none of her own. He reflected that if she were suddenly made rich in her own right, his pleasure would be greatly diminished. But on the whole, he believed in respecting dead men's wishes, in spite of legal formalities. He had known wills made by word of mouth, by men who had bullets in them, before witnesses who had put the bullets there, but who were scrupulous in carrying out the instructions of the departed. He was a lawyer himself, however, and took an interest in the case. He talked of running up to New York from Friday to Monday, to have a look at things, and a guess at which way the cat would jump. Then Leek, the butler, who was anxious about his annuity, found Persimmons, the groom, in a down-town stable, and showed him how important it was for both of them that he should at once go and swear that he was not the John Simmons who had signed the will, which he immediately did. But on being confronted with the other witnesses, they said that the signer had been clean-shaven, and about of the same height, that the room had been dimly lighted, and that they were not prepared to swear that Persimmons was not the signer. Then Persimmons, being indignant, and having 2 goes of whiskey with Leek, lifted up his voice and swore to his own identity, and gave an account of himself, and declared that his name was not and never had been John Simons, nor J. Simmons, nor Persimmons, because it was not a Simmons at all, but one James Thwaite, and had changed his name when he left England because he had been unjustly disqualified as a jockey for roping Mr. Cranston's mare in the 1,000 guineas. All of which further complicated matters, while the other witnesses grew more and more conscientiously sure that he was the man who had signed with them, and wished to see him in a brown jacket. Persimmons owned that he possessed such a garment, but refused to put it on to play Punch and Judy for a couple of noodles, which almost produced a free fight in Mr. Brett's private office, and did not improve things at all, for the two witnesses promptly swore that this was the same Persimmons who had signed with them, and they should have liked to know whether a disqualified jockey were a proper person to sign with respectable persons like themselves. They should like to know that, once for all. And they departed, much ruffled. Privately questioned, Mr. Russell said that he had given Mr. Lauderdale no advice as to the selection of his witnesses. He supposed that Mr. Lauderdale, who had made at least 2 other wills in the course of his life, might have been expected to understand what was required of witnesses. But Bright's legal adviser told him that it was the duty of a lawyer to tell his client how to make the signatures on a will legal. Mr. Russell thrust his hands into his pockets and looked on, but the Brights' lawyer began to think that things looked queer, and that he might not get the will through probate after all. He had not expected such a check at the outset. He had anticipated a fight over much more complicated questions. The Brights tried to ascertain whether the court would admit the will to probate on the testimony of the 2 reliable witnesses. It seemed pretty clear that the court would not hear of it. There had been a recent case, argued the Brights, in which the testimony of one witness had been held to be sufficient to establish the signatures of the others, though at least one of the others was living at the time in a remote part of the world. They were told that this was all very well, but that in the case quoted there had been no question of any one of the witnesses being a legatee, still less of that one having given an assumed name and not being an American citizen, and that, furthermore, in that case, there had been no prospect of any litigation arising between the heirs, because there had been only one heir, and excepting 2 small legacies, he would have got the fortune just as surely if the deceased had died intestate. And finally, that the Brights had better not come into court with any such trumped-up case, which was unkind to the Brights, because the will was in their favour, and they were not trumping up a case, but defending one. Then Persimmons, finding that 80 millions of money depended upon his having signed or not signed the will, and that no one had as yet offered him so much as a drink, save Leek, the butler, went privately to Alexander Lauderdale Jr., and made certain propositions, which immediately resulted in his being kicked into the middle of Broad Street by an unfeeling person in brass buttons, who answered to the name of Donald McCracken, having red hair, large bones, and a Scotch accent. Very terrible. On the advice of friends, Persimmons attempted to recover damages for indignities and bruises received on the premises of the Trust Company, and the popular feeling in the stables was with him. But he got nothing but the promise of more kicks, payable at sight, by Donald McCracken, and the hexecrations of Mr. Leek, who perceived that his annuity was vanishing before his very highs. And now no lawyer would make bold to say in his heart whether Persimmons had signed or had not signed, and the war raged furiously, and the Lauderdales, being in possession of the will, swore that they would bring it to probate without delay, and that the Brights ought to be very much pleased at this, as they had been so anxious to get the will probated without delay. But the Brights were less anxious to do so now than they had been a few days earlier, and looked about them for means of strengthening testimony. Also, the whole story was well ventilated in the newspapers. Then came a man privately to Hamilton Bright and said that he was John Simons, who spelled his name in the right way, and had been the witness of the will. He was in difficulties and was obliged to hide from his creditors, but if a small sum of money were forthcoming, and so forth. Bright looked at him, and he was clean-shaven and of average height, and wore a brown jacket. Bright hesitated, and then called the other witnesses, who unhesitatingly swore that the man who had signed was Persimmons, and not this Simons, and nothing more was heard of the man in the brown jacket to this day. But another clean-shaven man of average height, with another sort of brown jacket, appeared the next morning, and many more after him, very much alike. But the departure of them from the office was much more precipitate than that of the first, and this also was in the morning and evening papers, and still the will was unprobated, and lay in Mr. Allen's safe. After that the lawyers on each side began to accuse one another of causing delay, and while they were quarrelling about it, the delay continued, and the public jeered, and the actors at Harrigan and Hart's introduced jokes about the Lauderdale will, which brought the house down, until Teddy Van De Water, chancing to be in the audience, took friendly action, and requested that the name should not be introduced in future. At this the public of the theatre took offence, and called all the Lauderdales gilt-edged galoots, and by other similar epithets commonly applied to the 400, by a godless population which has not the fear of millions before its eyes, but rather a desire for the same. About this time the quality of the cigars smoked by Alexander Lauderdale Senior suddenly improved at a wonderful and miraculous rate, so that in a few days he was brought by successive stages of delight from the old Virginia cheroot at 10 cents for a package of 5, to the refinements of Havanas at 30 cents apiece, after which of his own accord he returned to what are known as Eden bouquets from Park and Tilford's. He smoked in silent surprise, not unmixed with an old man's cunning curiosity, and not without much internal amusement. Reporters also came often to see him, ostensibly to make inquiries about the vast charities in which he was chiefly interested, but in reality they came cynically to have a look at him, and to tell the public what probabilities of life remained to him, in which to enjoy his half of the Lauderdale fortune. Most of them came to the conclusion that he might live many years longer. In the Lauderdale household there was peace during these days. Katharine had returned, and had been received by her father with reticent affection, and nothing more had been said about her offering an apology for her hasty speeches. From time to time the Ralstons were spoken of in connection with the family affairs, and then Alexander suggested to his wife that they might be asked to dinner. It would, in his favourite phrase, tend to cement the union between the two branches of the family, which stood together in the great contention, pitted against the Brights and the Crowdies. They came, and their coming was an event. Even the servants took an interest in it. Ralston and Lauderdale shook hands rather spasmodically, and each looked at Katharine's arm a moment later, recalling the words they had exchanged when they had last met, and the blow and the struggle after it, and many other things of a similar nature. The Ralstons were very quiet, but behaved naturally and made conversation, avoiding the subject of the will as much as possible. After dinner, John and Katharine sat in a corner for nearly half an hour, as they used to do long ago in the early days of their love-making, and Alexander Junior seemed well satisfied, and resolutely turned his back on them and talked with Mrs. Ralston. John remembered having told his mother, when Katharine was still at the Brights', that the next time Katharine entered her father's house she should go as his wife, but fate had managed matters otherwise. Until the question of the fortune was settled, it would be as well to keep the marriage a secret. It could only be a question of days now, That was clear enough from Alexander's face, which expressed his certainty of triumph as clearly as his cold features could express anything. His electric smile flashed more frequently than it had done for many years, and his steely eyes glittered in the light. But he had grown thin of late, for it was hard to wait so long before realizing the miser's dream. In the night, when he lay awake, he had a wild idea which haunted him in the dark hours, though it never crossed his brain during the daylight. He thought of realizing a whole million in gold coin, and of revelling in the delight of pouring it from one hand to another. He had 1,000,000 of his own, in a very realizable shape, but somehow he would not have risked that, so long as he had not a second. Some one might rob him. One could never tell. He should like to be alone with the gold in his own room for 1 hour, and then know that it was safe. He considered whether the gaslight in his dressing-room were strong enough to make the metal glitter. Electric light would be better. It was a childish thought, and in the daytime he paid no attention to it, but at night it came upon him like hunger or thirst, drying his lips and driving away sleep. Then, in order to quiet his brain, he had to promise himself that he would really do the thing he longed to do as soon as it lay in his power. But in the morning, when he stood before his shaving-glass and looked into his own hard eyes, he laughed scornfully. So things went on for a few days more. Then Alexander arose and said that there should be no more delay, but that the will should be brought to probate at the next session of the court, which does not sit every day. And then the excitement grew more intense, and the Brights and the Lauderdales avoided one another in the street. Ralston still went regularly to the bank and saw Hamilton Bright every day, but though they were friends still, and there had been no unfriendly word spoken between them, they met as little as possible and merely nodded quickly when a meeting was unavoidable. But Ralston was displeased by the notice he attracted whenever he got up from his seat or sat down again. Occasionally an acquaintance of one of the numerous young gentlemen in the bank came in, and it was rarely that, after exchanging a few words with his friend, the stranger did not turn and glance at John, where he sat. Ralston did not like it, but he could do nothing against it. Then came the day of judgment. Without warning, the Brights produced a man whom they believed to be the real John Simons, and who swore that he had signed the will in the presence of the testators and in the presence of the other witnesses. This was a terrible blow to the Lauderdale side, but the other witnesses had previously sworn to and signed a statement, extracted from them by the Lauderdales, to the effect that Persimmons was the man who had signed with them, and whether the John Simons now present, who was a genuine John Simons of some kind, were the right one or not, they had no intention of laying themselves open to a possible action for perjury, and stuck to their original testimony, regardless of the fact that the witness now confronted with them, being also clean-shaven, of average height, and possibly the possessor of a brown jacket, was a perfectly respectable citizen of New York. At this the legal advisers of the Brights were thunderstruck, and the court was surprised. But with the fear of prosecution by the Lauderdales before their eyes, the other two would not budge, though the real John Simons, whether he had signed or not, immediately threatened to prosecute them for perjury on his own account. But he did not look imposing enough, and they preferred that risk to the other. In the face of such conflicting evidence, the court ruled that, the witnesses not agreeing, the will could not be admitted to probate, and there was clearly nothing to be done but to give judgment that the deceased had died intestate, and that administrators must dispose of the property between the next of kin, Alexander Lauderdale Sr. and Catherine Lauderdale, widow of the late Admiral Ralston, of the United States Navy. When Alexander Junior heard the judgment, he laughed hysterically and showed his brilliant teeth. Hamilton Bright said nothing, But he, who generally reddened under emotion, turned white to his neck and under his ears. "That's all very well," said Mr. Allen to Mr. Henry Brett, as they walked away together, "but if he didn't happen to destroy the will I made for him, there may be trouble yet. I wonder where it is." But nobody seemed to know. Chapter 25 of the Ralstons by Francis Marion Crawford. Chapter 25. It is not very easy to conceive of the disappointment felt by persons to whom a gigantic fortune has been left, by a will, which is then entirely set aside, so that they receive absolutely nothing. It would be useless to attempt an analysis of the state of mind which prevailed in the households of the Brights and the Crowdies, after judgment had been given against them in the court of probate. The blow was sudden and stunning. Though they were all very well to do, even rich, in the ordinary acceptation of that word, their joint imagination had of late so completely outrun their present circumstances that they felt impoverished when the hope of millions was removed beyond their reach. They could not realize that the will was absolutely valueless, and they still felt sure that something might be done. Unfortunately for them, the matter had been finally settled. In the presence of witnesses who denied one another's identity, and threatened one another reciprocally with actions for perjury, the court could hardly have done otherwise than it had done. To this day it is still doubtful, from a legal point of view, which of the John Simonses signed as a witness, though everything goes to show that the last one produced was the right one, in spite of the fact that the others denied having known him. Persimmons had, from the first, denied having had anything to do with the matter, but he had subsequently sworn to all manner of statements. The confusion was complete. There was no doubt that the respectable John Simons who appeared last was a tenant of one of the Lauderdale houses in MacDougall Street, and he said that he had found himself at Robert Lauderdale's house, having gone to complain of a leak in his roof to old Robert himself, after having vainly laid his grievance before the agent a number of times. The story was probably true, but the other witnesses remained firm in their assertion that he was not the man. They were, perhaps, telling the truth to the best of their ability. Neither Persimmons nor John Simons were men who had anything unusual about them to impress itself upon their memory. They themselves, somewhat awed by the presence of the great millionaire, had looked at him much more than at their insignificant fellow witness. The room had not been light, for the signing had taken place late in the afternoon, as all agreed in stating, and they had not remained in one another's presence more than 3 minutes altogether. Simons, said the other two, had stayed behind, whereas they had left the room immediately. It was not surprising that their memory of the man's face should be indistinct. The Brights, however, threw the whole blame upon the Lauderdales and their legal advisers. The latter had not the right, they said, to make the two witnesses sign an affidavit beforehand, to the effect that they recognized the third. The Lauderdales answered that there was no law to hinder them from requesting any individual with whom they had to do, to swear to any statement he made. The two need not have signed unless they pleased. There had been no pressure brought to bear upon them. They had said that they recognized Persimmons. The Lauderdale lawyers wished to make sure that they did, so as to avoid any subsequent trouble, because Persimmons denied that he was the man, and might disappear before the hearing. What was more natural than that, out of pure caution, they should have wished to file an affidavit of the man's identity? The Brights, amongst themselves, were obliged to admit that they did not really know who had signed, and that the only person who could have settled the dispute was dead, so that they could not blame the court for its decision. After the judgment, John Simons quarrelled with the other two, who turned upon him in defence of their own reputations. They swore out warrants against one another which were not served, and they pottered amongst shysters and legal small fry, until they had spent most of their money, and disappeared from the horizon with their quarrel. The private opinion of the judge who had settled the question was that there had been an unfortunate mistake, and that all three had originally intended to be perfectly honest, but he also thought it far more just that the fortune should go to the next of kin, in spite of Robert Lauderdale's wishes. Alexander Lauderdale did his best to conceal his delight in his triumph. It had been a far more easy victory than he had expected, and it was practically complete. The only drawback was that the fortune had come into his old father's hands instead of into his own, but he anticipated no difficulty in ruling the old gentleman according to his own judgment, nor in getting control of the whole estate. He intended to treat it as he had treated his own comparatively small possessions, and he had hopes of seeing it doubled in his lifetime. He could make it double itself in 20 years at the utmost, and he was but 50 years of age, or thereabouts. He should live as long as that, with his iron constitution and careful habits. His father received the news with an old man's chuckle of pleasure, and one heavy hand fell into the other with a loud slap of satisfaction. He had but one idea, which was to extend the scope and efficiency of his charitable institutions, and he saw at last that he had boundless power to do so. "I always knew I should live to build that other asylum myself," he cried, referring to one of his favourite schemes. "It will only cost $1 million or so, and another $1 million as a foundation will run it. I'll send for the architects at once." Alexander Junior smiled, for he believed that he was quite able to prevent any such extravagance by getting himself appointed his father's guardian, on the ground that the old gentleman would squander everything in senseless charities. But in the meanwhile it would take some time to make the division of the property, which was almost wholly in real estate, as has been seen, and could not be so readily apportioned as though it had been held in bond and mortgage. Of course the administrators would allow either of the heirs to draw a large amount on credit before the settling, if they desired to do so. Alexander Senior said that he meant to live in Clinton Place for the rest of his life, and his son considered this a very wise decision. The people who lived opposite began to watch the old gentleman, who had inherited over 40 millions, when he went out on foot in his shabby coat for his airing on fine days. They wondered why he did not buy a new one, as they did, when their overcoats were worn out. Mrs. Lauderdale was indignant at the idea of continuing to inhabit the old house. In her mind it was associated with a quarter of a century of penurious economy, and she longed at last for the luxury she enjoyed so thoroughly in the houses of others. "It's perfectly absurd," she said to Katharine indignantly. "I've stood it all these years because I had to, but I won't stand it any longer. If ever I paint another miniature, but I'd made up my mind that I wouldn't do that, even if we didn't get all the money." "I should think so," laughed Katharine. "Put away your paints and your brushes, mother, and say that you'll never use them any more. You'll be at it again as hard as ever in a week, because you really like it, you know." "I suppose so," and Mrs. Lauderdale laughed too. "Let's go out, child. Let's take a long drive, somewhere. I suppose we can drive as much as we like now." "From morning till night," answered Katharine. "Why don't we use the horses and carriages? They're all there, you know, and all the grooms and coachmen and everything, just as though nothing had happened." "Do you think we could just go there and order a carriage?" asked Mrs. Lauderdale, rather doubtfully. "Why, of course! Whose are they all, if they're not ours and the Ralstons'? We have a perfect right." "Yes, but if we were to meet people, don't you know?" "Well, they're our carriages, not theirs." Katharine laughed again. "The only question is whether they'll belong to the Ralstons or to us. I suppose they'll all be sold, and we shall buy new ones." "I don't see why," answered Mrs. Lauderdale. "They're perfectly good carriages, and there are some splendid horses." 25 years of rigid economy were not to be forgotten in a day, and Alexander Junior saw with satisfaction that his wife showed no signs of developing any very reprehensible extravagance. But she enjoyed that first drive, lying back in the luxurious carriage with her daughter by her side, and feeling that it all belonged to her, or, at least, that she was privileged to consider that it did, as much as though she had inherited the fortune herself. Aunt Maggie Bright saw the two in the park and bent her head rather stiffly. She recognized the carriage, and spoke of the meeting to her son that evening. "They've a right to do as they please," answered Hamilton gravely. "As for the carriages and all the personal belongings, they'd have had them anyway. I should like to know where that other will is, though. If he didn't destroy it, it's good now. If it's in existence, it will turn up amongst the papers one of these days." "Unless Alexander gets them, then it won't," said Bright, savagely. "Perhaps that isn't quite just, Ham. I don't think Alexander's capable of destroying such a thing." "Oh, isn't he? You don't know him, mother. If you think anything would stand in the way of his defending his millions, you're very much mistaken. There's been something very queer about the whole affair. That affidavit wasn't straight." They argued the case and talked over it, as they had done many times already, without coming to any conclusion, except that they should have had the money and Alexander should not. They always considered that he had got the property, though it was really his father's, but they both knew how futile discussion was, and they abandoned it at last, as they always did, with a hopeless conviction that the truth could never be known. Katharine, on her side, was much disturbed by what she knew of the previous will, and she took counsel with John Ralston as to how she should act. There was not much to be done, since the will itself had not been found up to the present date, though the administrators had been already some time engaged in examining the papers. Of these there was no end, though the agent of the estate was acquainted with most of them. They consisted chiefly of title deeds and leases. By this time Alexander had practically admitted that Katharine was engaged to be married to Ralston, but like every one else concerned, he thought it better to wait until the summer before announcing the fact. To do so now would look as though the family had only waited for Robert Lauderdale's death. Moreover, though it is so little the custom to wear mourning for any but the very nearest nowadays, the inheritance of wealth requires a corresponding show of grief on the part of the heirs. There is a sort of tacit understanding about that. When an uncle leaves a fortune, the particular nephew who gets it must acknowledge the fact and propitiate the shade of the dear departed with a decently broad hat-band. The position of the Brights caused some amusement. They had worn something approaching to mourning after old Lauderdale's death, but they did not think it necessary to continue to do so after the court had set aside the will. The Lauderdales and the Ralstons wore half-mourning. As has been said, Katharine's engagement was accepted as a fact in the family, and she had no difficulty in seeing Ralston as often as she pleased, when he was free from his work. He had told Mr. Beman that he should prefer to stay in the bank for a time and learn something about business, and Beman had been delighted. Chapter 26 of The Ralstons by Francis Marion Crawford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. In the late spring John and Katharine often walked together of an afternoon, between 5:30 and sunset. It was during one of these walks that Katharine consulted him seriously. They went about together in unfrequented places, as a rule, not caring to meet acquaintances at every turn. Neither of them had any social duties to perform, and they were as free to do as they pleased as though they had not represented the rising generation of Lauderdales. The spring had fairly come at last. It had rained, and the pavement dried in white patches, the willow trees in the square were a blur of green, and the Virginia creeper on the houses here and there was all rough with little stubby brown buds. It had come with a rush. The hyacinths were sticking their green curved beaks up through the park beds, and the little cock sparrows were scraping their wings along the ground. There was a bright youthfulness in everything, in the air, in the sky, in the old houses, in the faces of the people in the streets. The Italians, with their fruit carts, sunned themselves, and turned up their dark, rough faces to the warmth. The lame boy who lived in the house at the corner of Clinton Place was out on the pavement, with a single roller skate on his better foot, pushing himself along with his crutch, and laughing all to himself, pale but happy. The old woman in grey, who hangs about that region and begs, had at last taken the dilapidated woollen shawl from her head, and had replaced it by a very, very poor apology for a hat, with a crumpled paper cherry and a green leaf in it, and only one string. The other woman, who wants her car fare to Harlem, seemed more anxious to get there than ever. Moreover, the organ-grinders expressed great joy, and the children danced together to the cheerful discords in Washington Square, under the blur of the green willows. Slim American children, who talked through their noses, and funny little French children with ribbons in their hair, from South Fifth Avenue, and bright-eyed darky children, with one baby amongst them, and they took turns in holding it while the others danced. Now also the patriotic Italians took occasion to bury a dead comrade or two, and a whole platoon of them, who had been riflemen in their own army at home, turned out in their smart theatrical uniforms of green and red, with plumes of gleaming cock's feathers lying over one side of their flat waterproof hats, and they had a band of their own, which played a funeral march, as their little legs moved with doll-like slowness to the solemn measure. But Katharine and John Ralston followed less frequented paths, crossing Broadway from Clinton Place east, and striking past Astor Place and Lafayette Place, where the Crowdies lived, by Stuyvesant Street eastwards towards Avenue A and Tompkins Square. And there, too, the spring was busy, blurring everything with green. Men were getting the benches out of the kiosk on the north side, where they are stacked away all winter, and others were repairing the bandstand, with its shabby white dome. And everywhere there were children, rising, as it were, from the earth to meet the soft air, rising as the sparkling little air-bubbles rise in champagne, to be free at last, hundreds of children, perhaps 1,000, in the vast area which many a New Yorker has not seen twice in his life, out to play in the light of the westering sun. They stared innocently as Katharine and Ralston passed through their midst, and held their breath a moment at the sight of a real lady and gentleman. All the little girls over 10 years old looked at Katharine's clothes and approved of them, and all the boys looked at John Ralston's face, to see whether he would be the right sort of young person to whom to address an ironical remark, but decided that he was not. "There goes the son of a gambolier," observed one small chap on roller skates, as he looked after John. "He's fly." "You bet! And his girl, she knows it," replied his companion, sharing in his admiration. "Your dad's new coat's that shape," said the first, "but 'tain't made that way.
Fifth Avenue, that is. Bet?" "Lemme be," retorted the other, "botherin' me 'bout dad's coat. Mine's better'n yours, anyhow. Take a reef in your lip, Johnny, or I'll sit on it." Thereupon they fought without the slightest hesitation. But Katharine and John Ralston went on, and crossed the great square, and left it by the southeast corner, from which a quiet street leads across the remaining lettered avenues to an enormous timber yard at the water's edge, a bad neighbourhood at night, and the haunt of the class generically termed dock rats, a place of murder and sudden death by no means unfrequently, but by day as quiet and safe as any one could wish. "I don't know what to do, Jack," Katharine said, as they walked along. "The idea of that other will haunts me, and I lie awake thinking of it at night." "Don't do that," laughed Ralston. "It isn't worth while. Besides, it wouldn't make so much difference if it were found. The Brights would get their share, as much as they ought to expect, instead of getting nothing. That's the principal thing. But papa wouldn't like it at all. As things are now, he'll probably have all grandpapa's share when grandpapa dies. I suppose he'll have the management of it as it is. But if the old will were found, and were legal, you know, why then papa never could possibly have anything but the income of half my share. He wouldn't like that." "What in the world does he want with so much?" asked Ralston, impatiently. "I do think you Lauderdales are the strangest people. If the will—" "Don't you say 'you Lauderdales' to me like that, Jack," interrupted Katharine, with a little laugh. "You're every bit as much one as I am, you know." "Well, yes. I didn't want to say disagreeable things about your father. So you jumbled us all up together. That's logical, at all events. Well, don't." She laughed again. "No, I won't. So I'll say that your father is the strangest person I ever heard of. As it is now, he's practically got half the fortune. If the old will turned up and were proved, he and your mother would get 2/3 of the income." "No, they wouldn't, Jack. The 2/3 would be divided equally between them and Charlotte and me." "Oh, I see. Then they'd only get 1/3 between them. Well, what difference does it make, after all? There's such a lot of money, anyhow." "You don't understand papa, Jack." "I'm not sure that I do, quite. But I think what he wants is not the income, for he'll never spend it. I believe if he had the whole 82 millions locked up in the safe deposit, he'd be quite happy, and would prefer to go on living in Clinton Place on 10,000 or 11,000 a year, or whatever it costs, just as he's always lived. It's the money he wants, I think, not the income of it. That's the reason why I'm sure he wouldn't like the other will. He'd fight it just as he fought this one. For my part, I never could understand what made uncle Robert change his mind at the last minute, just after he'd spoken to me." "He did, anyhow. That's the main point." "Yes. You know, he was very much troubled in his mind about the money. I believe he's been thinking for years how to divide it fairly. I could see, when he spoke to me, that he wasn't satisfied with what he'd done. It was worrying him still. But now about this other will, ought I to say anything? I mean, is it my duty to tell papa what was in it?" "No, indeed. How could it be your duty? Everybody knows that uncle Robert had made a previous will. Mr. Allen drew it up, though of course he's bound to say nothing about what was in it. It is always taken for granted that when a man makes a new will he burns his old one. That's probably what uncle Robert did, like a sensible man. What's the use of telling anybody about it? Besides, frankly, I wouldn't trust your father if he knew what was in it. He'd go out of his mind and do something foolish." "What, for instance? What could he do?" "Well, it might fall into his hands by accident. One never knows. And he might say nothing about it. Of course, I don't mean to say exactly that he would." "No, dear, please don't say it. He's my father, you know, and I don't think you understand him as I do. He never would do anything like that, never. I don't think it's quite fair even to suggest such a thing." "I'm sorry I spoke," answered Ralston, in a contrite voice. for he saw that she was really hurt. "You know what I mean." "Yes," she replied in a doubtful tone. "But you don't understand him quite. It's the view of right and wrong. It isn't the real right and wrong. He's violent, and he's been cruelly unkind to me, and he loves money. I can't deny it." "Hardly!" exclaimed Ralston, feeling that she was justifying him with every word. "No, it's much too clear. Nobody could deny it. But you're very much mistaken if you think that papa would do anything which he knew to be dishonest. With all his faults, he's got that good point. He's honest in the letter, and I think he means to be in the spirit." "How awfully charitable women are!" Ralston laughed rather scornfully. "No," answered Katharine, "I don't go in for being charitable. I'm not telling you that I love him, nor that I can ever forgive some of the things he's said and done. I suppose I ought to, but I'm just as human as other people. I can't turn the other cheek, and that sort of thing, you know. I never mean to give him another chance of hurting me if I can help it, because I don't know what he might do. We're very different, he and I, though we're so much alike in some ways. But all the same, I say that papa's not a bad man, and I won't let any one else say it, not even you. He's very limited. He's fond of money. He's got a cruel streak. I believe it's his New England blood, for none of the other Lauderdales have it." "Except Hester Crowdie," observed Ralston. "I'm sure she's cruel." "Hester!" exclaimed Katharine in surprise. "How absurd! She's the kindest woman living." "I may be mistaken. I judge from her face, that's all, and from her eyes when she sees Crowdie talking to any other woman." "Oh, she's infatuated about him," laughed Katharine. "She's mad on that point, but as they love each other so tremendously, I think it's rather nice of them both, don't you?" "Oh, yes," answered Ralston indifferently. "Go on with what you were saying. You were talking about your father." "Yes. He has a cruel streak. In a small way, Charlotte has it too. She can say the most horrid things sometimes that give pain, and she seems to enjoy it. But you're wrong about Hester. She's kind-hearted. As for papa, it's just that. His religion and his love of money are always fighting in him. His religion gets the better of it whenever he's tempted to do anything that's plainly wrong, but his love of money drives him up to the very edge of what's fair. Now, for instance, he's always told us that he was poor, and yet uncle Robert knew that he had $1 million put away somewhere. That's $50,000 a year, isn't it? Yes, I've heard him say so. Yet I'm quite sure that he really considered that very little, much too little to have divided it between us girls. So he made us live on a quarter of it all our lives. He felt poor, and he said he was. Those things are relative, Jack. Uncle Robert would have felt as poor as a church mouse with only $1 million to dispose of. As papa looked at it, it was true, though it didn't seem so to us. Do you see what I mean?" "Dear, if you wish to defend your father, defend him as much as you please, but let's differ in our opinion of some of his peculiarities. It's better to agree about differing, you know. We've both got the most awful tempers, you and I, and unless we label the disagreeable things, we shall quarrel over them. That's one of them, your father. Put him away and lock up the idea. It's safer." "But you and I wouldn't really quarrel, even about him, Jack," said Katharine, with sudden earnestness. "Well, I don't know. Not for long, of course." "Not for 1 minute," said Katharine, in a tone of absolute certainty. "When have we quarrelled, Jack? Except last winter, over that wretched misunderstanding, and that was all my fault. You don't think I'm angry about what you said of papa, do you? I'm not, and I'm sorry if you thought I was. But how could two people love each other as we do and quarrel? You didn't mean what you said, dear, or you don't understand by quarrelling what I understand by it. Perhaps that's it. I've grown up in an atmosphere of perpetual fighting, and I hate it. You've not. You don't understand, as I said. You've never quarrelled with your mother, have you?" "Never but once, at the same time, you know, when they were all against me. It didn't last long." "Exactly. You've had your fights with men, I suppose, and all that. It's quite different. But I've lived all my life in the most especial garden of our family tempers. 4 of us, grandpapa, papa, Charlotte, and I, and my mother as the only peacemaker, with her Kentucky blood. But she's always done her best, and we love each other dearly, she and I, though we've been tearing each other's hair out for the last 4 months, until the other day. Now we're friends again, Jack. She's been splendid, you know, or rather, you don't half know." "And what happened the other day to save your remaining locks?" asked Ralston, with a smile. "Oh, I can't tell you. Perhaps she will, some day. But as I was saying, you can't imagine what my life at home has been all these years. I'm not sure whether it has been worse since Charlotte was married. You know what we are. We're so awfully polite when we fight. Ham Bright's the only one who gets rough when he's excited. That's California and Nevada, I suppose. But we quarrel with all solemnity. A family of undertakers couldn't do it more gravely. It always seems to me that papa ought to have a band on his hat and black gloves when he begins. Yes, it's funny to talk about, but it's not pleasant to live in the middle of it. We're all used to being on the defensive. Charlotte didn't mind what she said to papa, but she used to pick her words and arrange her phrases, like knives all stuck up in a neat row for him to fall upon. And he generally fell, and hurt himself badly. Poor papa! He's not very clever, though he's so precise about what he knows. And every now and then mother would strike out with one of her dashing Southern sentiments, and then I'd say something, and when nobody thought that grandpapa had heard a word of the conversation, he'd suddenly make a remark, a regular Lauderdale remark that set everybody by the ears again. But it's only since you and papa had that awful scene, you know, when you first wanted to marry me, it's only since then that he's got into the habit of raising his voice and being angry, and—" She stopped short. "And generally behaving like a fiend incarnate," suggested Ralston, by way of ending the sentence. "Oh, well, let's leave him alone, dear," answered Katharine. "It's all going to be different now. I only wanted to explain to you what I meant by quarrelling, that's all. I want to forget about it, and live with you for ever and ever and ever, and be perfectly peaceful and happy, as we shall be. Look at the sunset." "That's so much better than talking about those horrid old times, isn't it?" They stood by the edge of the river, on the road that runs along from pier to pier. Katharine laid her hand upon Ralston's arm and felt how it drew her gently close to him, and glancing at his face, she loved it better than ever in the red evening light. The sun was going down between 2 clouds, the one above him, the other below, grey and golden, behind Brooklyn Bridge, and behind the close-crossing pencil masts and needle-yards of many vessels. From the river rose the white plumes of 20 little puffing tugs and ferry-boats far down in the distance. Between the sun's great flattened disk and the lover's eyes passed a great 3-masted schooner, her vast main and mizzen set, her foresail and jib hauled down, being towed outward. It was very still, for the dock hands had gone home. "I love you, dear," said Katharine, softly. But Ralston answered nothing.
Chapter 27 of The Ralstons by Francis Marion Crawford. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 27. Katharine had been intimate with Hester Crowdie from the time when they had both been children, though Hester was several years older than she. Possibly the friendship had been one of Katharine's mistakes. For his part, Ralston, as has been seen, did not place great confidence in the married woman's nature, and if he did not tell Katharine exactly what he thought, it was not from lack of conviction, but because he felt that the conviction itself
was intuitive rather than logical. Men, as well as women, have intuitions which they cannot explain, but they are much more inclined to conceal them than women are, because they have been taught not to trust to them. They judge others, and especially they judge women, from small facts which they are often ashamed of seeming to value so highly. At least, when they analyze their feelings about any given woman, it often happens that their reasoning leads up to some detail which, standing alone, must and does appear altogether insignificant. It is not easy to decide whether such very small causes among the realities actually produce the whole consequence which affects the mind, or whether man's view of woman and woman's view of man, as distinguished from the judgment each forms upon his or her own sex, is not dependent upon a very subtle sense of truth, acting by paths shorter than logical deduction. In illustration, and as an example, it may be noticed that the eyes of the majority of persons convey the consciousness of numbers precisely up to a certain point without any operation of counting. Most people can say at a glance of any small group of objects that there are 2, 3, 4, or even 7. With almost all individuals, counting, and counting from the beginning, becomes necessary when there are 8 or more objects together. For though the eye embraces 7 as 7, it cannot embrace 7 out of 8, and count one more to make up the number. If there is any counting, it must be done from the beginning. Similarly, in reading rapidly, there are many who do not read every word. Their eyes and intelligence seize upon and comprehend blocks of words and even of lines, by a series of spasmodic leaps, as it were, after each one of which there is a pause of very short and hardly perceptible duration. Those who have been obliged to read very quickly, such as readers of manuscripts, and especially professional critics of second-class literature, are perfectly well aware of this faculty. Such men often read through and judge several volumes in a day, a fact which would not be possible if they had to read each word of every sentence. It is not well done, as Dr. Johnson would have said, but we are surprised to see it done at all. The result, in the modern phrase, is not judgment, but tasting. But it is a result all the same. By force of a habit which cannot by any means be acquired by everyone, words, and even blocks of words to a great number, have become to such a reader as symbols, which convey to his mind an idea all at once. There is no doubt but that by easy stages real symbols could, in our ordinary books, take the place of long sentences, and convey meaning without words at all. All forms of religion have made use of such symbols, and there is no reason why they could not be used in printing, though there may be excellent reasons why they should not be adopted. But in reading, as in counting, when the meaning of a whole sentence is not understood at a glance, it becomes necessary to read it from the beginning, word by word, or in shorter blocks of words, just as it is necessary to spell out a single word, such as a name, if it is not familiar at first sight, and is not made up of familiar syllables. And in this way, perhaps, the mind of one individual judges the whole personality of another, without going through any form of analysis or any enumeration of qualities and defects. The instinctive attraction of opposite sexes for one another sharpens the faculties of all living creatures, and hence it may possibly be that men generally understand women better than men, and the converse, that women are better judges of men than they are of other women. It is often true that the combined judgment passed by a man and woman in consultation upon any individual is vague and worthless, though in rare cases where a profound and wide-reaching sympathy really exists, such joint judgment is the best in the world. This may be a mere theory, or it may be the truth, but at all events it seems simpler to believe that what we call intuition is founded upon some such appreciation of each individual as a symbol representing a set of thoughts, than to suppose that it is a sort of sixth sense, sometimes amounting to second sight. Every one may judge of that out of his own experience. Ralston, who was familiar enough with the character of his family in all its branches, thought that he saw in Hester Crowdie a sort of modification of the same love of possession which made a miser of Alexander Junior, and which, if opposed, would be as ruthless and as dangerous. He might have been willing to admit that he had a share of the same peculiarity, quality, or defect himself. The tenacity of his love for Katharine proved that he had it. But as he disliked Crowdie so sincerely, Hester's passion for her husband seemed abnormal in his eyes. He fancied that if it were crossed or thwarted, she would be capable of going to any extremity for its sake. Her friendship for Katharine, in his opinion, might be turned to hatred at a moment's notice. The friendship of a passionate woman who seeks an outlet for the confidences of her overflowing nature, rather than the companionship and mutual respect which friendship means, if it means anything, is always selfish and generally dangerous. It has no elements of stability in it. When she has no more confidences to make, she is silent, not companionable. When she has exhausted sympathy by the often repeated tale of her own minor experiences, or of her woes, real or imaginary, and when the response of the worn-out listener grows more dull or slow, she believes that she has exhausted also her friend's heart, that it is shallow and arid, and she turns away in disgust and disappointment, seeking a kindred soul. And that is the end of many friendships between women. As often as not, they are founded upon the irresistible desire to make confidences, experienced by one or both of the fancied friends, and they come to an end when confidence no longer elicits sympathy. There is neither the simple delight in companionship, which requires no emotion, nor the active intellectual principle on both sides which finds pleasure in the free trade of thought without subjection to the exigent tariff, which exacts the duty of pity or admiration, and unhesitatingly excludes those who have neither to pay from intellectual commerce. The less impulsive, the less passionate woman of the two, she who receives all this outpouring of the shallow but easily agitated soul, is the one who is imposed upon. Until she has had experience, she believes in sufferings and joys commensurate with the words which express both, and even greater. Her pity is really excited, her admiration is genuine, she sheds tears sympathetic, and glows with pride vicarious. Her slow nature is roused, and its activity continues after the truth begins to dawn upon her. Then, all at once, she finds out that truth, and suffers the rude shock which a less stable being would scarcely feel. She is the one who suffers. The other merely wonders why her confidences no longer interest her friend, and lets them boil over in a new direction. Not knowing what real friendship means, she who loses it loses nothing. What she misses is the pity and also the admiration which helped her to pity and admire herself, and she can get both elsewhere. But the stronger, more silent woman broods over her disenchantment and loses her belief in human nature, which is the key to human happiness, as faith in God is the key to heaven. She will not easily be drawn into such friendship again, and is quick to scoff at it in others. For the disenchantment of broken friendship is less violent, but more deep-reaching, than the disenchantment of broken love-faith. Love is for the one, friendship is, or may be, for the many. There is no natural reason why any man or woman whom we meet should never become our friend. To lose faith in human nature may sometimes render love impossible. But though one woman have betrayed us, and though we say in our heart that men and women are faithless in love, yet we have not therefore said that all humanity is faithless in all that which makes up friendship. Friendship is more composite than love, and becomes more and more so with advancing years, as the whole life, which made such a hugely noble impression upon our young sight, is dissected, bit by bit, before the weary eyes that have seen it too long, and before the tribunal of a heart that has known bitterness. Friendship, like charity, covers a multitude of sins. The rending of it shows them as they are, and they are not beautiful. Catherine had of late gone through events which had tended to destroy the whole-heartedness of her view of the world and its people. Within the past 6 months her character had developed, if it had not changed, and she was more in earnest about her realities. She was harder in judging her imaginings and in testing anything in the nature of an ideal which presented itself to her moral vision. She would have made a firmer friend now than formerly, but her friendship was also much harder to obtain. She was, doubtless, quite truthful to herself in what she thought of her own mother, for instance. They were altogether reconciled for the present, and outwardly their intercourse was what it had been before Mrs. Lauderdale's unreasoning envy had almost brought about a permanent estrangement. But the fact remained that the estrangement had come, though it had also gone again, and Catherine felt that it might possibly some day return. The childlike faith, the belief that her mother could do nothing wrong, which is one of childhood's happiest tenets, was destroyed for ever. Her mother, henceforth, was as other women were in her eyes, nearer to her by the natural bonds that bound the two together, and by the necessary intercourse of daily life, but not in heart nor in real sympathy. Catherine asked herself coldly what an affection could be worth which could hate its object out of pure vanity, and the answer was that it could not be worth much. But she had never underrated its true value in the newly discovered proof of its fallibility. Evidently she was going far, too far perhaps, for justice and certainly too far for happiness, and she applied her conclusion not only to her own mother, but to all handsome mothers who had pretty daughters. The first breath of envy would poison any mother's love, she thought, and the memories of her own childhood were poisoned retrospectively by the bitterness of the present. She was at that stage of growth when generalities have a force which they have never acquired before, and which they soon lose, as life's hailstorm of exceptions batters them out of shape. Out of isolated facts she made them, and made of them rules, and of rules laws. As for her father's conduct, it had been less unexpected, though it had hurt her even more, because it had crossed her own path so much more rudely and directly. But it had helped to destroy other illusions, and in a way to undermine something which was not an illusion at all. She had always believed in his courage and manliness, and both had, in her opinion, broken down. No man could be brave, she felt, who treated any woman as her father had treated her, and the mere thought of the past scenes of violence sent a thrill of pain to her injured arm. No man could be manly who could wish to sacrifice his daughter as she considered that he had wished to sacrifice her, to sell her, as she said in her anger. There was injustice in this. Archibald Wingfield was one of the most desirable and desired young men in New York. Having made up his mind that Catherine should not marry Ralston, Alexander Junior could hardly have done better for her than he did in trying to bring about a match with Wingfield. But there Catherine was influenced by her love for John, which made her look upon the mere suggestion of a rival as an insult hardly to be forgiven. The deeper and less apparent wound in her belief was the more dangerous, though she did not know it. Alexander Junior had always professed to act upon the most rigid religious principles, and though Catherine did not sympathize with the form of worship in which she had been brought up, and had at one time been strongly inclined to become a Roman Catholic, as her mother was, she had nevertheless accorded a certain degree of admiration to her father's unbending and uncompromising consistency. There was no gentleness and no consolation in such religion, she thought, but she could not help admiring its strength and directness. She had said, too, that her father was faithful in his love for her mother, a fact which seemed suddenly to have lost its weight in her eyes at present. But of late he had done many things which Catherine was sure could not be justified by any religion whatsoever, and had shown tendencies which, if his religion had ever been real, should, in her view, have been stamped out or wholly destroyed long ago. His avarice was one of them, his cruelty to herself another, his attempt to injure John Ralston, in Mr. Beman's opinion, was a third. And all these tendencies were as strong as himself, and could not be easily hidden nor charitably overlooked. Not knowing the real strength of any great passion, she could not realize that there might have been a conflict in her father's heart. To children, real sin seems as monstrous as real virtue seems to those who have sinned often, and in respect of real sin, Catherine was yet but a child. She saw a man doing wrong, who said that he acted in accordance with the principles of his religion. She overlooked his temptations, she ignored his struggles, she said that he was bad, and called his religion a fiction. The direct consequence was that such convictions as she had herself were undermined and shaken and almost ruined, and the moral disturbance affected her in all the relations of life, except, perhaps, in her love for John Ralston, which grew stronger as other things failed. With regard to her friendship for
Chapter 28 of the Ralstons by Francis Marion Crawford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 28. Catherine and Hester had seen but little of one another during the battle of the will, and a certain awkwardness and reticence had appeared between them, which Catherine attributed altogether to the question of the fortune. As has been seen, however, it had another source on Hester's side, and one much more likely to produce results that might hurt one or the other, or both of them. As for Catherine, it was characteristic of her that she attempted to return to the former cordiality of their relations as soon as the matter of the inheritance had been settled. She found Hester cold and unsympathetic, but she excused her on the ground of the family dispute, and of the very great disappointment the Crowdies must have suffered from the decision of the court. The conversation turned upon indifferent matters, and languished as they sat together in the pretty little room at the front of the house. It was late in the afternoon, and the smell of the spring came in through the open windows. "It's getting very dull in New York," said Hester, after a long pause. "I think we shall go out of town soon this year." She suppressed a yawn with her diaphanous hand, as she leaned back in her corner of the sofa, staring vacantly at an etching which hung on the opposite wall, and wishing that Catherine would go. Then she rang the bell, having thought of tea as a possible antidote to dulness. "I suppose we shall go away, too," said Catherine, wondering what the summer was to be like. The servant came and got his orders, and went out, and Hester almost yawned again. "I don't know what's the matter with me," she said, half apologetically. "I'm so sleepy." "You'll be all right after you've had some tea," answered Catherine, trying to think of something pleasant to say, and finding nothing.
"I hope so," observed the elder woman. "This is awful. I'm conscious of being dreadfully dull." "It's probably the reaction," suggested Katharine. There was another long pause. The sound of a carriage passing along the street came in through the windows, but scarcely seemed to break the silence. Presently the servant returned, a highly respectable elderly butler with very white hair, answering to the name of Fletcher. He set down the tea and departed noiselessly and with dignity. He had formerly been butler at the Ralstons for a number of years, but Mrs. Ralston had reduced her establishment after her husband's death. "What reaction did you mean?" asked Hester idly as she made the tea. "Oh, I meant the natural reaction after the tremendous excitement we've all been living in for so long." "Oh!" ejaculated her companion rather coldly. "I see!" she continued after a pause, during which she had made a busy little clatter with the tea things. "You mean because we hoped to get the money and didn't. Therefore I'm sleepy. That doesn't sound very sensible." "Well, not as you put it," answered Katharine with a short laugh of embarrassment. She had determined to attack the subject boldly, so as to break the ice once and for always. Hester's aggressive answer put her out. "How would you put it?" answered the latter, leaning back again and waiting for the tea to draw. "Explain. I'm awfully dull to-day." "Don't you think it's natural?" asked Katharine. "It's of no use to deny that we've all been tremendously excited during the last fortnight, and now the excitement has stopped. One's nerves run down, that sort of thing, you know. And then one's tired and feels depressed." "The depression's natural, in our case," answered Hester, lifting the cover and looking into the teapot in a futile way, as though she would see whether the tea were strong enough. "Yes," said Katharine thoughtfully. "Do you know, dear, it seems to me as though you were thinking that it was my fault, in a way." "What, that I'm depressed? Don't be silly. Do you like it strong? I've forgotten. It's about right now, I should think." "A little water, please. No cream. 1 lump of sugar. Thanks." "No," she continued a little impatiently. "You know perfectly well what I mean. If you'll only understand. I suppose that's rather Irish." She laughed again. "It's Greek to me," replied Hester smartly, as she poured out her own cup of tea. "You're trying to say something. Why don't you say it?" It began to be clear to Katharine that there were more difficulties in the way of what she was attempting to do than she had dreamt of. She had expected that Hester would be quite ready to meet her half-way, instead of entrenching herself behind an absurd and pretended misunderstanding, as she was doing. The best way seemed to be to enter into an explanation at once. She sipped her tea thoughtfully, and then began again. "I'll tell you exactly what I mean," she said, "so that you'll see it as I do. I'm afraid that this question of money has come between you and me, and if it has, I'm very sorry, because I'm very fond of you, Hester." "Well, I'm fond of you," answered Hester in a matter-of-fact tone. "I don't see why the money should make any difference." "I hope it doesn't. Only I'm afraid it does, in spite of what you say. I don't feel as though we could ever be again exactly what we've always been until now. But it's not fair, Hester. It's not just. You know very well that if I could have done anything to make the will good, I would have done it. I couldn't. What could I do? It's simply a misfortune that we were on opposite sides of the fight, or our people were. I'm not exactly what you'd call gushing, I suppose. Indeed, I know I'm not. But it hurts me to think that we're to be like strangers because 3 men couldn't agree about a signature. It's unnatural. It's not right. I came here to-day meaning to say so, and I'm glad I've had the courage to say it without waiting any longer. But if we're only to know each other in a general way like distant cousins, Why, it's better to acknowledge it at once. It shan't come from me, that's all. But I'd rather be prepared for it, you know." "So far as I'm concerned, I don't want to fight," said Hester, coolly. "I don't see any reason why we should. Of course we don't throw ourselves into each other's arms and cry with delight every time we meet, like schoolgirls. We've outgrown that. But as for my quarrelling with you because your father's inherited a fortune when I ought to have had part of it, it's too ridiculous. You would have had a share, too, under the will. Then you ought to quarrel with your own father much more than with me. Isn't that common sense?" "Yes, I suppose it is. But you don't say it exactly as though—" Katharine stopped short. She was afraid of seeming impulsive, as many people of self-contained natures are. She knew that she was not herself very expansive, as a rule, in her expressions of affection, but Hester was, and the change from her former manner to her present coldness was startling. One may miss in others what one would not have in oneself, and one may resent another's refusal to give it. The regret of missing anything is not measured by its value, but by the strength of the habit its presence has created. Men liberated after years of captivity have missed their chains. The Irishwoman in the typical story complained that her husband no longer beat her. She missed it. "I'll say it in any way you like," answered Hester, hardly. "It seems to me that we're just as good friends as ever. I see no difference." "I do," answered Katharine, "and there's always going to be a difference now," she added regretfully. She was conscious that in some unaccountable way the positions had been reversed with regard to her character and her friends. It should naturally have been the more passionate, expansive, sensitive woman who should be almost begging that the old friendship might not be forgotten, and Katharine herself, the colder of the two, the one by far less easily carried away by passing emotions, should have been giving the assurance that nothing was changed. It was incomprehensible to her, as well it might be, since there was a cause for Hester's behaviour which lay very far from the question of money, though the coldness which the latter had caused was helping to make matters worse. "I suppose we're outgrowing each other," suggested Hester, who was more or less anxious to account for the change, since Katharine was laying such great stress upon it. "You know that's the way of the world," she added tritely. "People are ever so fond of each other for a long time, and then all at once they find out that they're not what they were, you know, and that they don't really care." "Oh, do you look at it in that way?" Katharine's voice and manner changed, for she was hurt. "But don't you think this outgrowing, as you call it, has been rather sudden? It's only about 3 weeks since we were talking quite differently. It can't be more, I'm sure." "Isn't it?" asked Hester indifferently. "Really, it seems ever so long since we sat here and told each other things." There is a beautiful vagueness about the language of a woman when she wishes to have something forgotten. "It seems long to me, too, in another way," answered Katharine. "It's far off, like a good many things that happened then." Hester made no answer to this remark, but leaned back against her cushion and meditatively nibbled the edge of a ginger-snap. "Of course," said Katharine, "if you want it all to end here, I'm not going to cry and behave like the schoolgirl you talked about." "No," interrupted Hester, munching her biscuit audibly, "it isn't worth it." "Once upon a time we should both have thought it was," answered the young girl. "But when a thing like friendship's gone, it's gone, that's all, and there's nothing more to be said about it." "I wish you wouldn't be so silly, my dear," exclaimed Hester, who, having swallowed the remains of the ginger-snap, suddenly realized that she might at least bury her intimacy with a protest to the effect that it was not dead. "You really go on as though we were lovers and I had betrayed you. In the first place, it doesn't follow because we're grown up and not exactly what we used to be, that there's no friendship between us. We can go on just the same as ever, even if we talk differently and gush less, and we can see just as much of each other as we always did. You've got some idea or other into your head about my being cold because I'm sleepy and dull to-day. Probably the next time we meet it will be just the opposite, and you'll think me too gushing." So long as Hester had made no serious pretence of anything more than she felt, confining herself more or less to generalities, and vaguely saying that she desired no break, Katharine had remained calm, but something in the last speech seemed to ring outrageously false, and the blood slowly rose to her throat and ebbed again without reaching her cheeks. "Don't pretend," she exclaimed. "We've got to get to the truth to-day, if we're ever to get at it at all." Hester raised her beautiful eyebrows, as delicately and finely marked as though they had been drawn with pen and ink. "My dear child," she answered, with real or affected surprise, "don't fly into little pink rages like that." "I'm not in a rage," protested Katharine, "and if I were, I shouldn't be pink. I never am. But I don't want you to pretend things you don't feel. We've never pretended much with each other, and I don't want to begin now. It's over and done for. Let's make up our minds to it and be sensible. I don't see that there's anything else to be done. But don't let's pretend things. I hate that." "Not half so much as I do, my dear," said Hester airily, as though to close the discussion. "I don't see the slightest good in talking about it any more. You've got it into your head that I've changed. If you believe it, you know it. For Mr. Griggs says that—" "Do leave Mr. Griggs alone," cried Katharine irritably. "It isn't a mere idea, either. You said we'd outgrown each other. I'm not conscious of having grown a head taller in the last 3 weeks, but so far as talking about it goes, you're quite right. Only—" her voice changed again and took a gentler tone. "Let's part friends, Hester, for the sake of all that has been." "Why, of course!" exclaimed Hester with insincere frankness. "That is, if you insist upon parting, as you call it. But I declare, we might just as well be a pair of lovers, quarrelling, you know. It's just about as sensible on the whole." "I suppose things mean more to me than they do to you," answered Katharine with sudden coldness. "Friendship, like everything else, like—" she was going to say like love, but checked herself. In that, at least, she felt that she must have been mistaken. Whatever else she might think of Hester, she knew that she was almost insanely in love with her husband. At the very moment when the words were on her lips, the thought flashed through her mind that with Hester it might be the half-desperate, all-absorbing passion which was draining her of all capacity for any other attachment. Katharine thought of herself and of her love for Ralston, and felt more real sympathy for her friend just then than she had felt for many a day. As she ceased speaking, she heard the hall door opened and shut again, just outside the sitting-room, and a moment later she heard Crowdie's soft voice, low and sweet, humming to himself as he began to ascend the stairs. As she turned to Hester, as though to continue speaking, she saw how the pale face had changed in a moment. Every faculty was strained to catch the faint echo of the melody, the deep eyes gleamed. There was colour in the transparent cheeks. The dewy lips were just parted. Chapter 29 of the Ralstons by Francis Marion Crawford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Katharine could not keep the expression of curiosity out of her eyes as she watched Hester Crowdie. The woman's whole manner had changed in an instant, and she seemed to be another person. She seemed trying to hold her breath, to catch the distant and ever-retreating sound of her husband's voice. The colour in her pale cheeks heightened and paled and heightened again in visible variations. Her slender throat fluttered with quick pulsations like that of a singing bird or a chameleon, and her deep eyes were filled with light. Katharine even fancied that the little ringlets of soft brown hair trembled and waved like the leaves of a sensitive plant, impossible as it was. Hester's whole being was all at once intensely alive, intensely sensitive, intensely brilliant. A few minutes earlier she had been leaning back against her cushion, suppressing a yawn from time to time, saying cold and disagreeable things, pale, cool, diaphanous. Katharine moved slightly, and the white hand was upon hers instantly, with a light touch of warning, as though to silence her, lest a single faint echo of Crowdie's voice should fail to reach Hester's ears. The young girl wondered whether she herself ever behaved so strangely when John Ralston was near, and whether anyone sitting beside her could see his presence reflected in her eyes. She did not know, though she believed herself, as she really was, colder and less quick to show what she felt. The last note died away as Crowdie ascended the staircase and got out of hearing, and Hester sank back against her cushion again. The colour faded from her cheek, the light died in her eyes, and her throat was quiet. The bloodless hands just met on her knees, and the tips of the slight fingers tapped one another nervously 2 or 3 times, and then lay quite still. There had been something in the quickly succeeding changes which struck Katharine as not exactly human, though she could have found no other word with which to describe better the phases of the passing sensitiveness she had witnessed. But it had been more like the infinitive sensitiveness of nature than the ordinary responses of an impressionable woman. Katharine had thought of the sensitive plant, for she had seen many in hothouses, and had often played with them, softly stroking the fern-like plumes made by the 2 rows of tiny oval leaves, and delighting to see how they rose and waved, and tried to find and follow her finger. And she thought, too, of stories she had heard about the behaviour of animals before an earthquake, a great storm, or any terrible convulsion of nature. She had never before quite understood that, but it was clear to her now. At the same time she felt a strong sympathy for Hester, and for the love which was so unmistakable and real. It was impossible for her to comprehend how such love could exist for such a man as Crowdie, whom she herself thought so strangely repulsive, though she could find nothing to say against him. It could only be explained on the ground of an elective affinity, mysterious in its source, but most manifest in its results. She had never been allowed to read Goethe's great book, but the title of it had always meant something to her, and represented a set of ideas, which she used in order to explain the inexplicable. It was true also, so far as she could see, that between Hester and Crowdie the affinity was mutual and almost equally strong, and Katharine thought with an unpleasant sensation of the way Crowdie sometimes smiled at his wife. Of course, she thought, if one did not object to a certain amount of womanliness in a man's looks and manner, nor to a pale, pear-shaped face with intensely red lips, nor to a figure which altogether lacked masculine dignity, if one could forget all those things, and consider what Crowdie must seem to a blind woman, for instance, and if one could forgive a certain insolent softness of speech which now and then was his, why, then, Crowdie was one of the most charming of men. There was no word but that one. Take him in all, his remarkable power as a portrait painter, developed by study and real industry, his exquisite voice and perfect taste in singing, so perfect that there was not a trace of that art which it is art's mission to conceal. His conversation, which was often brilliant and almost always interesting, taking him all in all, thought Katharine, and quite apart from his appearance, he was a marvellously gifted man. She had never known a man like him. Paul Griggs was not to be despised as a judge of men, for he had seen and known many who were worth knowing, and Paul Griggs liked Crowdie, and was intimate with him. It was true that no other man of Katharine's acquaintance liked him, but Griggs's opinion might outweigh that of many just men. But when she thought of Crowdie's appearance, she marvelled how any woman could love him. There was something about it which thrilled her painfully, like a strong bad taste, yet not so as to hinder her from feeling sympathy for Hester, in spite of all the latter had said during the past half-hour. "How you love him!" she exclaimed, when the voice had died away, and Hester leaned back again in her seat. The words were spoken impulsively and half unconsciously, the natural expression of the young girl's wonder. But Hester's eyes turned quickly, with a suspicious glance which Katharine did not see and could not have understood. "Well, is there any harm in my loving my husband?" asked Hester, in a tone of unmistakable resentment. Katharine turned and looked at her in surprise, not realizing that she could possibly have given offence. "Harm? Why, no. No more harm than there is in my saying so, nor than I meant when I spoke. Why, are you angry?" "I'm not angry. Why did you say it, though, and just then? I want to know." She fixed her eyes on Katharine, and a little colour came back suddenly to her cheeks, just where it had been when Crowdie was singing, as a transparent glass that has been heated red in the flame and has cooled, flushes where it had flushed before, almost as soon as it is brought to the fire. "Why did I say it?" repeated Katharine, surprised. "I don't know, I'm sure. It was a very natural remark. Everybody knows that you love your husband very much. I suppose it struck me particularly at that moment. How strange of you to take offence." "I'm not offended. I only want to know why you said it just then." "Did I change colour, or what?" "A little colour came into your face, yes. It's very becoming," added Katharine, by way of propitiation. "Yes, I know. You needn't tell me that I'm generally too pale. Were my eyes different from usual?" "They were very bright, with a far-away look at the same time, as though you saw him through the wall." "Do you think any one would have noticed how I look? I mean, any one sitting near me as you are?" "I should think so, yes," answered Katharine, without much hesitation. "I only said what any one would have thought who happened to see you just then. I don't think there was any harm in it. I shall certainly never say it again, since you're displeased." "Oh, it doesn't matter," exclaimed Hester, with a scornful laugh. "As we're not to be friends any more, you can displease me as much as you like now. It doesn't matter in the least." "How strange you are, Hester," Katharine said thoughtfully. "I don't in the least understand you." "We never really understood each other," replied Hester. "We only thought we did. But, as I say, since we're not to be friends any more, it's of no consequence." "You can't say that we never understood each other," said Katharine. "It's not true." "Oh, yes, it is. We never understood, never, what I mean by understanding. So I blush and stare and behave like a schoolgirl when Walter comes in singing. I didn't know it. I am glad you've told me, for I don't like to do foolish things in public." "I don't think it's always foolish to show what one feels. It's better to feel something and show it, than to feel nothing at all." "I should think so!" Hester laughed rather contemptuously again, and glanced at Katharine's face. The young girl moved as though she were about to rise, the little preliminary movement which most women make as a clock gives warning 5 minutes before it strikes. It is often a tentative measure, and there is some expectation on the part of her who moves that her friend will make at least a show of detaining her. When she does not mean to do so, she herself generally moves a little, which precipitates matters. If men could understand this, they would more often be able to understand whether they are wanted any longer or not. But instead, they rarely give warning, but seize their hats, in countries where it is manners to carry them, and rise with one movement, giving the lady no choice about detaining them or not. On the present occasion, as soon as Catherine moved, Hester did likewise, sitting up straight and pushing the small tea-table a little away from her, in order to make room for herself to rise. Catherine did not fail to notice this fact, and got up at once. "I'm sorry we can't make it up, Hester," she said regretfully. "I'm sorry if we're both changed so much in such a short time. I shouldn't have thought it possible." "The world's full of surprises," observed Hester, rising and slipping out from behind the tea-table. "Oh, really, Hester!" exclaimed Catherine impatiently. "You needn't make it worse by saying such things as that, you know." "What things? Isn't it true, my dear? I'm sure I've found the world a very surprising place to live in. Haven't you?" Catherine said nothing, but turned her face away a little, and made haste over her gloves, which she had forgotten to put on before rising, in her sudden haste to get away. Hester looked down at the tea-table, and absently took up a teaspoon, and moved a little leaf that lay in the bottom of the empty cup. Catherine was only just beginning to use her right hand a little, and had difficulty in buttoning the glove on her left hand. She tried once or twice, and then turned to Hester. "I wish you'd button it for me," she said. "I can't do anything with my right hand. It's so weak." She held out her left, and Hester bent over it. But before she had fastened 2 buttons, she started and looked at the door. Her quick ear had caught her husband's footfall as he came downstairs again, doubtless in search of her. She paused and held her breath, listening, though he was not singing now. The footsteps came nearer. The handle of the door turned, and Crowdie entered the room. "Oh, Miss Lauderdale!" he exclaimed. Then he smiled at Hester, who held out her hand, and he touched it with his lips in a foreign fashion. "You're not going away?" he asked, turning to Catherine again. "Just as I've come in. Do sit down again. Now, please give me a cup of tea, Hester. I'm tired and thirsty, and I've been awfully bored. Do sit down, Miss Lauderdale. Just a minute, to please me." "Well, I would," answered Catherine, affecting a hesitation she did not feel, in order not to seem ungracious. "I would, but I really must be going. I've been here ever so long already." "Yes, but you've got another welcome to wear out. Mine," he said, letting his voice soften and dwell on the last word. "I really think Catherine's in a hurry," said Hester, who was pale. Catherine glanced at her in some surprise. She had never in her life been so plainly told to go away, and she was inclined to resent the rudeness. She might never enter the house again, but she did not choose to be turned out of it by a woman who a few weeks earlier had professed with protestations that she was her dearest and closest friend. "You can't be in such a hurry as all that," objected Crowdie, who supposed that Catherine had really said that she was pressed for time. "Besides, I've got something to show you." "Have you?" asked Catherine, suddenly glad of an excuse for staying a few moments, in spite of Hester's anxiety to get rid of her. Hester looked at her husband in surprise, and her finely chiselled lips moved and almost trembled. "What do you mean, Walter?" she asked in an uncertain tone. "Oh, don't you know? That head of poor uncle Robert I did last night. I want to show it to Miss Lauderdale. She knew his face better than any of us." Katharine tried to detect a shade of irony in the words, but they were spoken quite naturally, without the least underthought. "I should like to see it," she answered quietly, after an instant's silence. "I'll get it," said Crowdie, "if you don't mind waiting a minute. It's in your dressing-room, isn't it, Hester?" he asked, turning to his wife. "You were looking at it last night, just before you went to bed. I did it late in the evening," he added, explaining to Katharine. "Certainly," she replied. "I'll wait while you get it. I should really like to see it." Crowdie left the room, and her eyes followed him, and she disliked the undulating, feminine swing of his walk. He was badly made, having low, sloping shoulders, and being heavy about the waist, though he was not stout. He left the door open, and the two women waited in silence, not looking at one another. A moment later they heard Crowdie moving about overhead, where Hester's dressing-room was situated, corresponding with the sitting-room in which they were. Hester listened intently, her eyes turned upwards towards the ceiling, as though they could help her to hear. "He can't find it," she said. "I'd better go and help him. He'll never find it alone." She made a step towards the door, paused, and listened again. The wrathful instinct grew stronger in Katharine. She imagined that Hester had thought of going upstairs in order to escape from the unpleasantness of being alone with her a little longer. "If you'd finish buttoning my glove," she said calmly, "I'll go without waiting. I'm very sorry, but I can't do it myself." Hester's eyebrows twitched irritably, but she bent over the outstretched hand, for she could not do otherwise. A moment later Crowdie's footstep was heard on the stairs again, and he came in through the open door. "I've hunted everywhere," he exclaimed. "I can't think where you've put it. I wish you'd go and find it for me, dear. It's awfully stupid of me, I know." "Oh, I know just where it is," answered Hester. "You must have seen it. Why, I set it up on the toilet table, on one side of the looking-glass, turned to the light." "Well, it's not there now," said Crowdie, "because I've just looked." "I'm sure it's there," replied Hester, going towards the door. "Nobody could have moved it." "Go and see, darling. I assure you I've looked everywhere for it, and I don't believe it's in the room at all." It was one of those absurd little discussions which occur between two people, the one who has seen, and the other who believes. Hester left the room rather impetuously, being absolutely sure that she was right. She also left the door open behind her. "Can't I button your glove for you?" asked Crowdie. "I saw that Hester was doing it when I came in." Crowdie's touch was intensely disagreeable to Katharine, but she held out her hand to him in spite of the fact. Just then she felt that she should almost prefer to let him do it, rather than let Hester help her. She was standing in the middle of the room, half turned away from the door. "I thought you would like to see the sketch," said Crowdie, fastening the button nearest to her wrist with his deft, pointed fingers, skilful as any woman's. "I did it on a board last night, just a crayon thing from memory, with an old photograph to help me. Hester thought it was very like. If you approve of it, I'll paint a picture from it." "I wish you would," answered Katharine. "There never was anything good of him. I should like to have something—" She checked herself, having momentarily forgotten that Crowdie had been a very heavy loser, through his wife, by the decision in the case of the will, and that he could hardly be expected to make a present to one of her family, under the circumstances. "Why do you hesitate?" he asked, pausing at the last button and looking into her face. "Oh, because—I don't know." She was a little embarrassed. "I was afraid I'd spoken as though I meant to ask for the sketch." "You didn't," laughed Crowdie, softly. "You're going to have it anyway. I made it for you." "I don't believe that," answered Katharine quickly, but smiling. "You're only trying to help me out of my rudeness. But it's very generous of you to think of giving me anything after all that's happened." "Why? Do you mean about the will? Really, Miss Lauderdale, if you think I'm that sort of person—" He stopped and laughed again, so naturally and easily that she hardly doubted his sincerity. His womanish eyes looked innocently into hers. He held her left wrist in both his hands, just as he had paused in the act of buttoning the glove. Overhead, Hester's light footstep was audible in the short silence that followed, as she moved about the room, searching for the sketch, which had evidently not been in the place where she had left it. "Besides," added Crowdie, after a short pause, "you're not your father, and if you were," he continued lightly, "that wouldn't be a reason for being horrid. The law decided it, and I suppose the law was right. Mr. Lauderdale didn't make the law, and it gave him his rights. Hester and I shall get along just as well on what we've always had. I don't complain. Of course it would be nice to buy Greek islands and play with marble palaces and Oriental luxury. But after all, I'm a painter. I suppose it's an assumption, or a boast, or something. But I don't care, before you. I like painting, and I should always paint, and I should always want to sell my pictures if I had 100 millions. What could Hester and I do with 500,000 or 600,000 a year? That would have been about our share. I shouldn't feel like myself if I didn't earn money by what I do. I suppose you can't understand that, can you?" "Oh, yes, I can," answered Katharine quickly. "I understand it, and I like it in you. It's because you're not an amateur that you feel like that." "I'm not exactly an amateur," said Crowdie, with a smile. "As for the sketch, or the picture, if I paint it, they're yours. You were the old gentleman's favourite, and it's right that you should have a portrait of him, that is, if you'll accept it." "Thank you very much. I don't know about taking it exactly. It's much too generous of you." She knew what Crowdie's work was worth, for he was a very successful man at portrait painting, and he had never seemed to care much for any other variety of the art. He was more or less of a specialist in his own department, but so far as he went, he brought an amount of experience and a richness of conception to bear upon what he did, which had carried him beyond most rivals. Possibly he had not in him the stuff which makes the greatest artists, the manly, ascetic, devoted nature which has in it a touch of the fanatic, the absolute concentration of all faculties upon a single but many-sided task. He was, in a way, the product of the age, an artist and a good one, but a specialist, an expert in the painting of portraits. All his gifts favoured and strengthened the tendency. "I don't see anything generous in offering you one of my daubs," he laughed, in answer to what Katharine had said last. "Hester can't find it. I knew it wasn't where she said it was," he added, after a short pause, during which he listened for his wife's footstep. "Please button the last button, too," said Katharine, who had listened also, but had heard nothing. "You're so awfully clever at it." "Am I?" he asked, still smiling. "This is evidently my day of grace and favour in your royal eyes." His beautiful voice had an inflection of something like tenderness in it, which displeased Katharine. She pushed his hands lightly with hers as he held it, to remind him of what he was doing. "Please button it," she said, a little imperiously, and looking at the button in question as she spoke, but quite conscious of his eyes. He inclined his head dutifully, after gazing at her an instant longer, and then bent over the hand again and quietly slipped the button through the buttonhole, touching it very delicately, and in evident fear of tightening the glove so as to pinch her arm. Gloves with buttons chanced to be the fashion just then, in an interval between two fits of the Biarritz gauntlet. When he had performed the little operation, he glanced at each of the others in turn, touching each with his finger, while Katharine watched him carelessly. Then, before she could withdraw her hand, he bent his head a little more and lightly kissed the button at her wrist, releasing it instantly. Katharine drew it back almost before he had let it go, with a quick movement of displeasure. "Don't do that!" she cried, in a low voice. but as he raised his head Crowdie turned ashy pale. Even his lips lost some of their over-brilliant colour, and his eyes lost their light. Hester had descended the stairs noiselessly and stood in the open door, her face whiter than his. As their glances met, she dropped the sheet of pasteboard she held in one hand by her side, and steadied herself against the door-post. Katharine turned quickly and saw her. It did not strike the young girl that such agitation could be due to having seen what Crowdie had done. Katharine herself had been annoyed, but, after all, it was an innocent offence, she thought, especially for a man who had lived long abroad, and could not be supposed to attach much importance to the act of touching a glove with his lips, when he had been long familiar with the custom of kissing a lady's hand instead of shaking it at meeting and parting, if the hand were offered to him. "Why, Hester!" she exclaimed. "What's the matter? Are you ill?" "No, it's nothing," answered Hester, twisting her lips to form the words. "Here's the drawing. I'm out of breath." She held it out as she spoke, and Crowdie took it from her mechanically. His hand trembled as he did so, for he was a coward. Hester turned from them both and went to the open window. She lifted one hand and rested it on the sash at the level of her head. They could not see that the other was pressed to her heart, for she kept the elbow close to her side. Crowdie was still pale and trembling, and he glanced uneasily towards her as he held up the drawing to Katharine to look at. "Give it to me," said the young girl, unconsciously speaking in a low voice. "Your hand shakes." She began to wonder exactly what had taken place, and could find no explanation except Crowdie's small offence. Instantly she understood that Hester was desperately jealous of her. It sometimes takes longer to understand such things in real life, when they are very far from one's thoughts, than to guess them from the most meagre description of what has taken place. Katharine almost laughed when she realized the truth. She looked intently at the drawing. "It's wonderfully like!" she exclaimed, feeling that matters would be worse if she did not express some admiration of the work, though she found it hard to concentrate her attention upon the familiar features. "Especially the—" She did not know what she was saying. "The beard," she added, completing her sentence. "Ah, yes, the beard, as you say," responded Crowdie in a rather tremulous tone, and glancing at his wife's figure. Then he laughed very nervously. "Yes, the beard's like, isn't it?" he said. "Oh, very!" answered Katharine, looking quickly at Hester, and then intently at the pasteboard again. "Every hair—" "Yes," said Crowdie. "Yes," and Crowdie tried to laugh again, as though it would help him. "There are hairs in the pasteboard, too, sticking up here and there. It helps the illusion, doesn't it?" "Why, so there are!" Katharine looked at the drawing in silence for a moment and collected herself. "The expression's very good," she said. "I like a picture when the eyes look right at you." She raised her own mechanically as she spoke, and she realized how white he was. She held out the drawing to him. "Thanks so much," she said. "I'm glad to have seen it. It was very good of you. I really must be going now. It's getting late." He took the drawing and laid it carefully upon the table, with the instinctive forethought of the artist for the safety of his work. "Good-bye, Hester," said Katharine, moving a step towards the window. Hester turned abruptly. There were deep shadows under her eyes, and there was a bright colour in her face now, but not like that which had come to it when her husband had passed the door, singing. As she stood with her back against the bright light of the window, however, Katharine could hardly distinguish her features. "Oh, good-bye," said Hester in a strange, cold voice, not moving and not holding out her hand. But Katharine extended her own, for she entirely refused to be treated as though she had injured her friend, just as a little while earlier she had chosen to stay a few minutes rather than to take a hint so broad that it sounded like an order to go. She went nearer to the window. "Good-bye, Hester," she repeated, holding out her hand in such a way that Hester could not refuse to take it. And Hester took it, but dropped it again instantly. Katharine nodded quietly, turned, nodded again to Crowdie in exactly the same way, and passed out through the open door, calmly and proudly, being quite sure that she had done nothing to be ashamed of. She knew, at the moment, that all hope of ever renewing their friendship was gone, at least for the present, and she regretted the fact to the last minute, and was willing to show that she did. Hester's behaviour had been incomprehensible from the first, and it was still a mystery to Katharine when she left the house. One thing only was clear, and that was the woman's uncontrollable jealousy during the little scene which had taken place. The idea of connecting that jealousy with former events never crossed the young girl's mind, and of finding an original cause for it in the fact of Crowdie's having sung at Mrs. Bright's on a certain evening 3 weeks earlier, still less could she have guessed that it had begun long ago, during the preceding winter, when she had sat for her portrait in Crowdie's studio, while Hester lay extended upon the divan, where she could watch her husband's face and note every passing look of admiration that crossed it, as he of necessity studied the features of his model. Such an idea was altogether too far removed from Katharine in her ignorance of human nature, as far as Hester's passion for her husband, which went beyond the limits of what the young girl had ever dreamed of in its excessive sensitiveness. Katharine closed the front door behind her and went out into the street. As she descended the neat white stone steps, she was close to the open windows of the little sitting-room, and could have heard anything which might have been said within. But no sound of voices reached her. She could not help glancing over her shoulder towards the window as she turned away, and she could see that Hester was still standing with her back to it, as she had stood when Katharine had insisted upon taking leave of her. She walked slowly homewards, wondering what was taking place since she had left the two together, and going over in her mind the details of the scene. She remembered Crowdie's face very distinctly. She was not sure that she had ever in her life seen a man badly frightened before, but it had produced a very vivid impression upon her at the time. And she recalled the picture of Hester standing in the doorway, the pasteboard at her feet, and her hand raised to support herself against the doorway. She had heard of domestic tragedies, as they are called in the newspapers, and she wondered whether they ever began in that way.
Chapter 30 of the Ralstons by Francis Marion Crawford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 30. Hester Crowdie heard Katharine's footfall outside, and did not move from her position at the window until she had listened to the last retreating echo of the young girl's light step upon the pavement. It was very still after that, for Lafayette Place is an unfrequented corner, a quiet island, as it were, round which the great rivers of traffic flow in all directions. Only now and then a lumbering van thunders through it, to draw up at the great printing establishment at the south-east corner, or a private carriage rolls along and stops, with a discreet clatter, at the bishop's house on the west side, almost opposite the Crowdies' dwelling. But as Hester stood in silence with her back to the window, her eyes rested with a fixed look on her husband's face. He was pale, and his own beautiful eyes had lost their self-possessed calm. He looked at her, but his glance shifted quickly from one point to another, from her throat to her shoulder, from her hair to the window behind her, in a frightened and anxious way, avoiding her steady gaze. What he had done was harmless enough, if not altogether innocent in itself.
That there had been something not exactly right about it, or about the way in which he had done it, was indirectly proved by Katharine's own quick displeasure. But he knew, himself, how much it had meant to Hester, over, above, and beyond any commonly simple interpretation which might be put upon it. His face and manner showed that he knew it, long before she spoke the first word of what was to come. "Walter!" She uttered his name in a low tone that quivered with the pain she felt, full of suffering and reproach and disappointment. Instantly his eyes fell before hers, but he answered nothing. He looked at his own white hand as it rested on the back of a chair. "Look at me," she said almost sharply, with a rising intonation. He looked up timidly, and a slight flush appeared on his pale forehead, but not in his cheeks. "I don't know why you make such a fuss about nothing," he said, in the colourless voice of a frightened boy, caught in mischief before he has had time to invent an excuse. "Don't use such absurd words," cried Hester, with sudden energy. "It's bad enough as it is. You love her. Say so. Be a man. Be done with it." "I certainly won't say that," answered Crowdie, regaining a little self-possession under the exaggerated accusation. "It wouldn't be true." "I've seen. I know." She turned from him again, and rested her forehead on her hands against the raised sash of the window. He gained courage when he no longer felt her eyes upon him, and he found words. "You've no right to say that I love Katharine Lauderdale," he said. "You saw what I did, and all I did. Well, what harm was there in kissing her hand? Not her hand, her glove, when I had fastened it." "What harm?" she repeated in a low voice, without turning to him, and moving her head a little against her hands. "Yes, what harm was there, I ask? Wasn't it a perfectly natural thing to do? Haven't you seen me—" "Natural!" Hester turned again very quickly, and came forward 2 steps into the room. "Natural!" she repeated. "Yes, that's it. It was natural. Oh, too natural. What else could you do? Buttoning her glove, her hand in yours, and you loving her. You kissed it. Ah, yes, I know how natural it was. And you tell me there was no harm in it. What's harm, then? What does the word mean to you? Nothing? Is there no harm in hurting me?" "But Hester, love—" "And as though you did not know it, as though you had not turned white when you saw me at the door there, looking at you. If there were no harm, you needn't have been afraid of me. You'd have smiled instead of getting pale. You'd have held her hand still instead of dropping it, and you'd have kissed it again to show me how little it meant. No harm, indeed." "Your face was enough to scare anyone, sweetheart. I thought you were ill and were going to faint." He spoke softly now, in his golden voice, and threw more persuasion into the thin excuse than its words held. "Don't, she cried. "You're tearing love to pieces with every word you say, if you know what you're saying. I tell you I've seen, and I know. This is the end, not the beginning. I saw it beginning long ago, last winter, when she sat to you day after day, and I lay in my corner and watched you watching her, and your eyes lighting up, and that smile of yours that was only for me. But I was painting her portrait. I had to look at her." "Not like that. Oh, no, not like that. There's no reason, there never was any reason why you should look at any woman like that as you've looked at me. What a fool I was to let it go on, to trust myself, to believe that I could be the only woman in the world for you. And then the other day, when you sang to her before all those people, do you remember what you once promised me? Do you remember at all that you swore to me by all you held sacred that you'd never, never sing unless I were there to hear you? How you told me that your voice was mine and only for me, and no one else, because that at least you could keep for me, though you couldn't keep your art and make that all mine, too. And then you sang to her. I know, for they told me. You sang my song, the one I loved, from Lohengrin. Why did you do that?" "Why, I told you the other day. We talked of it, don't you remember? Why do you go back to it now, dear?" "Because it's part of it all," she cried passionately. "Because it was only one of so many things that have all led up to this that you've done now. I told you how I hated her the other day, and I made you say that you hated her too, though you didn't want to say it, but you did, and you meant it for a little minute, just while it lasted. But you can't hate her when she's here. You can't, because you love her, and one can't hate and love at the same time, though I do, but that's different. You love her, Walter. You love her. You love her." "You're beside yourself, darling," said Crowdie, softly. "Don't talk like this. Be reasonable. Listen to me, sweet." He knelt down beside her as she threw herself into a low chair, and he tried to take her hands, but she drew them away, wringing them as though to shake something from her fingers, and turning her face from him as she clasped the back of the chair on the opposite side. "No, no!" she cried, quivering all over. "I'm not mad. I know what I'm saying. God knows I wish I didn't." Her voice sank to a whisper, and her head fell against her hands. Crowdie laid one of his upon her arm, and she quivered again, like a nervous thoroughbred. Crowdie's own voice was full of soft pleading as he spoke to her. "My sweet, my precious, listen to me, love. Don't think I don't love you, not even for one instant, nor that I ever loved you even a little less. Hester, look at me, darling. Don't turn your face away as though you were always going to be angry. It's all a wretched mistake, dear. Won't you try and believe me?" But Hester would not turn to him. "What has she got that I haven't?" she asked in a low, monotonous tone, as though speaking to herself. "Nothing, beloved. Not half of all you have, not a quarter, nor 100th part." "Yes, she's more beautiful, I suppose," continued Hester, speaking into the chair as she buried her face. "But surely that's all. Oh, what is it? What else is it that she has, and that I haven't, and that you love in her?" "But I don't love her. I don't care for her. I don't even like her. I hate her since she's come between you and me, dear." "No, you love her. I've seen it in your eyes. You can't hide it in your eyes. You do. You love her," she cried, suddenly raising her face and turning upon him for a moment, then looking away again almost instantly. "Oh, what has she got that I haven't? What's her secret? Oh, what is it?" Crowdie bent over her shoulder and kissed the stuff of her frock softly. "Darling, don't make so much of so very little," he whispered, close to her ear. "I tell you I love you, sweet. You must believe me. You shall believe me. I'll kiss you till you do." "No!" she exclaimed, almost fiercely. "You shan't kiss me!" And she rose with a spring, and left him kneeling beside the empty chair. He struggled to his feet, cut by the ridicule of his own attitude, but he could not move easily and swiftly as she could, being badly made. She stood back, looking at him over the chair, and her eyes flashed angrily. He moved towards her, but she drew further back. "Don't come near me," she cried. "I won't let you touch me." "Hester!" His voice trembled as he uttered her name. "No, I know what you can do with your voice. I don't believe you any longer. You've spoken to her just like that. You've called her Catherine, just as you call me Hester. Oh, no, no, it's all false. It doesn't ring true any more. Go. I don't want to see you. I don't want to know you're here." But still he tried to get nearer to her with pleading eyes that were beginning to light up as he moved, making his feet slide upon the carpet, rather than walking.
"Don't!" she cried. "Don't come near me. If you touch me, I'll kill you." Her hands went out to resist him, and her low, passionate cry of warning vibrated in the little room. Crowdie was startled, even then, and he paused, checking as though cold water had been thrown in his face. Then, very much discomfited, he turned and, thrusting his hand into the pockets of his jacket, began to walk up and down, passing and repassing her as she stood back against the fireplace. Her eyes followed him fiercely, and she breathed audibly with a quick, sob-like breath, with parted lips between her teeth. "I don't know what to say to you," he said, in a tone of a man who is at his wits' end and is debating with himself. "Say nothing. Go. What could you say?" "I could say a great many things," he answered, growing calm again in the attempt to argue the case. "In the first place, it's all a piece of the most extraordinary exaggeration on your part. The whole thing. Pretending that a man can't kiss a girl's glove without being in love with her. As though there had been any secret about it. Why, the door was wide open. Of course you might have come in at any moment, just as you did. And then, the way you talk. You couldn't be more angry if I'd run away with the girl. Besides, she can't abide me. I only did it to tease her, and she didn't like it a bit. Upon my word, you're making a crime out of the merest chaff. It's not like you to be so unreasonable." He stopped in his walk and stood opposite to her, near the chair in which she had sat. "I'm not unreasonable," she answered, "and you know I'm not. You know what you meant." "I meant nothing," cried Crowdie, with sudden energy. "You've got an absolutely wrong idea of the whole thing from beginning to end. You began by saying that I stared at her last winter, when I was painting her. Of course I did. Do you expect me to turn my back on my sitter and imagine a face I can't see? It's perfectly absurd. I looked at her, and stared at her, just as you've seen me stare at Mrs. Brett, who's young and quite as handsome as your cousin, and at Mrs. Traherne, who's old and hideous. You're out of your mind, I tell you. You're ill or something. How in the world am I to paint people if I don't look at them? As for having sung the other night, I couldn't help it. It was Aunt Maggie's fault, and Catherine told me not to, when she heard I'd made a promise." "I know, the little snake!" exclaimed Hester. "She knew well enough that was the best way." "She didn't know anything of the kind. She spoke perfectly naturally, and merely didn't want me to displease you." "Then why did you do it?" asked Hester fiercely. "It wasn't to delight poor dear old mamma, nor to charm 4 or 5 men, most of whom you hate, was it? Then it was for Catherine, and for no one else." "It was not for Catherine," answered Crowdie, with emphasis. "It wasn't for any one of them. I sang to please myself, because I didn't choose to have them laugh at me, as though I were a boy out of school." "You mean that you didn't choose to let them think that you cared enough for me to give such a promise, to keep your voice for me, instead of singing about in other people's houses like a mere amateur who pays for his supper with a song. You were afraid they'd laugh at you if you said you cared for me, and for what I'd asked of you. You were really afraid because you didn't care. Oh, I know now. I see it all, and I know. You can't deceive me any longer." "I tell you, you're utterly and entirely mistaken," cried Crowdie, angrily. "You're making a mountain out of a molehill. You're losing your temper over it, and working yourself into a passion, till you don't know what's true and what isn't. It's madness in you, and it isn't fair to me. When have I ever looked at another woman? It had to begin sometime, and so it's begun now, in the worst way it could begin, with Katharine Lauderdale." "I hate Katharine Lauderdale, her and the sound of her name. How often must I say it before you believe me?" "Oh, saying it won't make it true. Do you think I didn't see your face just now?" "I don't know what you thought you saw, but I know what there was to be seen, and if you weren't beside yourself with jealousy, you wouldn't have thought twice about it. I never knew what jealousy meant before." And you don't now. I'm not jealous of her. I hate her. I despise her for trying to steal you from me. But since she's got you, since you love her so that you'll lie for her, and be a coward for her, and be angry for her, just as it suits you, oh, no, indeed, I'm not jealous of Catherine. That's quite another thing. Jealous, and you reproach me and cast it in my teeth because I say I hate her, when she's taken everything I cared for in this earth, everything I had. I could kill her, but I'm not jealous. One must care for oneself to be jealous. One must be wounded, hurt, insulted, to be jealous. Do you think I want you if you don't want me? How little you've ever understood me." She drew herself up, leaning back against the shelf of the mantelpiece, and her lips curled scornfully, though they trembled a little, and she fixed her eyes upon his face with a strange, frightened fierceness, like that of a delicate wild animal driven to bay, but determined to resist. Crowdie met her glance steadily now, leaning with both hands upon the back of the chair between them, bending his body a little in the attitude of a man who means to speak very earnestly. "I don't think any one could understand you now," he began in a quiet but determined tone. "I can't, I confess, but I know you're not yourself, and you don't know what you're saying. I'm not going to argue as to whether you're jealous of Katharine Lauderdale or not. It's too absurd. You've no right to be, at all events." "No right!" cried Hester, with a half-hysterical laugh. "If ever a woman had a right to be jealous of another—" "No, you've not. Not the shadow of a right. You know how I've loved you for years. Well, you know how, and what sort of love there's been between us. You're mad to think that anything I've done— That's all your argument. That's I'm mad. You say it again and again, as though it comforted you. Yes, I am mad in one way. I'm mad not to hate you 10,000 times more than I do, and I do hate you, for what you've done. You've torn up my heart by the roots and thrown it to that wretched girl. You've twisted and wrenched and broken everything that was tender in me, everything that was for you and was yours, and it won't grow again. You've taken everything. Have I ever refused you anything? You've taken it all, and I thought that you'd never had it before, and that for its sake you loved me because I loved you so, and you'd wear me in your heart and carry me in your hands and love me all your life. And for that girl, that creature with her grey eyes— Oh, what is it? What has she got that I haven't, and that makes you love her? What? What?" She covered her eyes with a desperate gesture, and her voice almost broke as she repeated the last word. Below her hand her lips trembled, and Crowdie watched them. Then, before she looked at him again, he had passed the chair and was trying to take her in his arms. For an instant she struggled with him, holding her face back from him and thrusting him away, but his small white hands had more strength in them than hers. "Walter, don't!" she cried, pushing against him with all her might. "Don't! Don't!" she repeated. But in spite of her, he got near to her face and kissed her on the cheek. She started violently, and then wrenched herself free. "How dare you!" she exclaimed angrily, retreating half across the room with the rush of the effort she had made. Crowdie laughed, not naturally and not at all musically. There was a curious hoarseness in the tone, and his eyes glittered. "And how dare you laugh at me?" she asked, moving still further back towards the door as he advanced. "Have you no heart, no feeling, no sense? Can't you understand how it hurts when you touch me?" "I don't want to understand anything so foolish," answered Crowdie, suddenly growing coldly angry again. "If you're afraid of me, well, I won't go near you until you see how silly you are. There's no other word. It's silly." "Silly? When it's all my life?" Her voice shook. "Oh, Walter, Walter, you're breaking my heart!" A passionate sob struggled with the words, and she fell into a chair by the door, covering her face with her hands again.
Then came another sob, and the convulsion of her strength, as she tried to choke it down, and it broke the barrier and burst out with a wild storm of scalding tears. Crowdie was a very sensitively organized man in one direction, but singularly hard to move in another. So long as the passions of others appealed to his own, the response was ready and impulsive, but in him mere sympathy was not easily roused. Once freed from self, his faculties were critical, comparative, quick to seek causes and explain their connection with effects. Hester's words wakened his love, roused his anger, called out his powers of opposition, and touched him to the quick by turns, but her tears said nothing to him at first, except that she was suffering. He was only with her in happiness, never in unhappiness. He stood still for a moment, watching her, and asking himself with considerable calmness what was best to be done. It is not always easy to judge and decide exactly how far a woman could control herself if she thought it wise to do so, and for that reason the genuineness of her tears often seemed doubtful. It would be as fair to doubt that a tortured man suffers if he does not groan in his agony, or because he does. But although at that moment he felt no sympathy with her, though he loved her in his own way, yet his instinct and experience of women told him that with the tears there must come a change of mood. He went slowly to her side, and though she did not look up, he knew that she felt his presence and would not drive him from her again just then. He bent over her, laying his arm upon her shoulders, and looking at the hands that covered her eyes. He did not speak at once, but waited for her to look up. She was sobbing as though her heart would really break. At last, between the sobs, words began to come at last. "Oh, Walter, Walter!" she wailed, repeating his name. "Yes, sweetheart. Look at me, dear," he answered, pressing her to him. Her head rested against him as she sobbed. Then one hand left her eyes and sought his hand, but was instantly withdrawn again. He found it and brought it, resisting but a little, to his lips. In all such actions he had the gentleness, almost boyish, which some women love so well, and which is so kingly in the very strong. For they say that it is sweeter to be caressed by the hand that could kill than by one that at its worst and strongest could only scratch. Presently she uncovered her eyes and looked up to his face, and the sobbing almost stopped. Her cheeks were flushed through their whiteness and were wet, and her eyes were dark and shadowy, but the light in them was not hard. The tide of anger had ebbed as the tears flowed, and its wave was far off. "Tell me you really love me, dear," she said, still tearfully. "Ah, sweet, you know I do. I love you. So, is that right? Does it ring true now?" He laughed softly, looking into her face. "When did I ever sing false?" A shade of returning annoyance passed over her features, as her brow contracted at the allusion to his singing, and though she still allowed her head to rest against his side, her face was turned away once more. "Don't speak of singing, dear," she said, trying to smile, though he could not see whether she did or not. "No, darling, forgive me. I'll never speak of it again. I'll never sing again as long as I live, if you don't want me to." "I didn't mean that," she answered. "It's only now, till I forget. And, Walter dear, I don't want you to promise it any more. I'd rather not, really." Still she turned away, but he bent over, drawing her closer to him, and he lifted her face with his hand under her chin. The eyelids drooped as he suffered her head to fall back over his arm, and she shut out the sight of his eyes from her own. He murmured soft words in his low voice, in golden tones. "Darling, precious, sweet one." And he repeated the words and others, as her features softened and her parted lips smiled at his, and still he pressed her to him, and spoke to her, and looked at her with burning eyes, so they might have been reconciled then and there, had fate willed it. But fate was there, with her little creeping hand full of the tiny mischief that decides between life and death when no one knows. Fate willed that at that moment Crowdie should be irritated by something in his throat. Just as he was speaking so softly, so sweetly that the exquisite sound almost lulled her to sleep, while the passionate tears still wet her cheek, just as his face was near hers, he felt it coming, insignificant in itself, ridiculous by reason of the moment at which it came, yet irresistible in its littleness. He struggled against it, and grew conscious of what he was saying, and his voice lost its passionate tenderness. He strove to fight it down, that horrible little tickling spasm just in the vocal cords, for he knew how much it might mean both to her and to him that her forgiving mood should carry them both to the kiss of peace. But fate was there, irresistible and little, as surely as though she had stalked gigantic, sword in hand, through the door, to smite them both. In the midst of the very sweetest word of all, it came. The word rang false. He turned his face away and coughed to clear his throat, but the false note had rung. Hester sprang to her feet and thrust him from her. To her it had all been false, the words, the tone, the caresses. How could a man in the earnestness of passion, midway in love's eloquence, wish to stop and cough? She did not think nor reason as she turned upon him in the anguish of her disappointment. "How could I believe you, even for a moment?" she cried, standing back from him. "Oh, what an actor you are!" But he had not been acting, save that he had done what his instinct had at first told him was wisest, in beginning to speak to her when she had burst into tears. With the first word, the first caress, with the touch of her, and the sweet unscented living air of her, the passion that had truly ruled his faultful life for years took hold of him with strength and main, and rang the leading changes of his being. And then she broke it short. As he stood up before her, he shook with emotion stronger than hers, such as women rarely feel, and such as even strong men dread. Unconsciously he held out his hands towards her and uttered a half-articulate cry, trying once more to catch her in his arms. "Kiss me! Love me! Oh, Hester!" But he met her angry eyes, for she had lost the hand of reality in the labyrinth of her own imaginings and disappointments and jealousies, and she knew no longer the good from the evil, nor the truth from the acted lie. "No, you're acting," she answered cruelly, trying to be as cruel as the hurt she felt. And she stared hardly at him, but even as she looked, a deep purple flush rose in his white cheeks and overspread his face, even to his forehead, and darkened all his features, and his eyes turned upward in their sockets as he fell towards her with wet, twisted lips and limp limbs, a hideous sight for woman or man to look upon. She uttered a low, broken cry as she caught him in her arms, and he dragged her down to the floor by his weight. There he lay, almost black in the face, contorted and stiffened, yet not quite motionless, but far more repulsive by the spasmodic and writhing motion of his body than if he had lain stiff and stark as a dead body. She had seen him thus once before now, on a winter's night upstairs in the studio. She did not know that it was epilepsy. She knelt beside him, horror-struck now for a few moments. It seemed worse in the evening glow than it had looked to her before under the soft artificial light in the great room. She only hesitated a few seconds, then she got a cushion and thrust it under his head, using all her strength to lift him a little with one arm as she did so. But she knew by experience that the unconsciousness would last a long time, and she was glad that it had come at once. On the first occasion the convulsion that preceded it had been horrible. Her own face was drawn with the anguish of intense sympathy, and she felt all the horror of her last cruel words still ringing in her ears. She did not rise from her knees, but bent over him and looked at him, seeing himself, as she dreamed him, through the mask of his hideous face. She touched his hands and tried to draw them out of their contortion, but the inturned thumbs and stiffened joints were too rigid for her to move. But as she lifted his body again, straining her strength till she thought his weight must tear the slight sinews of her arms at the elbows, and she tried to turn his head to a comfortable position on the silken pillow, and stroked his silk-fine hair with gentle hands. As she did her best for him, her throat was parched, and she felt her dry lips cleaving to her teeth, and the sight of her eyes was almost failing, being burned out with horror, but no tears came to put out the fire. At last she rose to her feet, steadying herself against the chair in which she had last sat, for she was dizzy with pain and with bending down. She gazed at him an instant, then turned and went and closed the open windows, and pulled down the shades and drew the thick curtains together. After that, groping, she found matches and lit one candle, and set it so that the light should not fall upon his eyes, if by any chance their conscious sight returned. Then she looked at him once more and left the room, softly closing the door behind her, and turning the key with infinite pains, lest any servant in the house should hear the sound. She took the key with her and went upstairs. Chapter XXXI of the Ralstons by Francis Marion Crawford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter XXXI. Catherine was sincerely distressed by the result of her interview with Hester, and she walked slowly homeward, thinking it all over, and asking herself whether she had left undone anything which she ought to have done. But as she thought, it was always the last scene which rose before her eyes, and she saw distinctly before her Hester's white face staring at her through the open doorway. There was a great satisfaction in feeling sure that she had been wholly innocent in the matter of Crowdie's kissing her hand, yet felt that the resentment Hester had shown on re-entering the room had not been anything different in its essential nature from the coldness she had already shown when Catherine had spoken of renewing their friendship. But the young girl could not understand either, though the supposition that Hester must be jealous of her thrust itself upon her forcibly. Ralston helped her. He had asked for her at the house in Clinton Place, and having been told that she was still out, he had hung about the neighbourhood in the hope of meeting her, and had been at last rewarded by seeing her coming towards him from the other side of Fifth Avenue. In a moment they met. "Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Jack dear," she cried as she took his hand. "I've got such lots to tell you." "So have I," answered Ralston. "Where shall we go? Should you like to walk?" "Yes, in some quiet place where we can talk, and not meet people, and not be run over too often." "All right," answered John. "Let's go west. There are lots of quiet streets on that side, and it's awfully respectable. The worst that can happen to us will be to meet Teddy Van De Water looking after his tenants, or Russell Vanbrugh going to administer consolation to the relations of his favourite criminal. Something's happened, Catherine," he added suddenly, as they turned westward, and the strong evening light illuminated her features through her veil. "I can see it in your face." "Yes," answered Catherine, "I want to tell you. I've had such a time with Hester, you don't know." "Tell me all about it." They walked along, and Catherine told her story with all the details she could remember, doing her best to make clear to him what was by no means clear to herself. When she had finished, she looked at John interrogatively. "That fellow Crowdie's a brute!" he exclaimed with energy. "Well, I don't like him, you know. But was it so very bad? Tell me, Jack. You're my natural protector." She laughed happily. "It's your business to tell me what's right and what's wrong. Was it so very bad of him to kiss my glove after he'd buttoned it? I almost boxed his ears at the time, I was so angry. But I want to be fair. Was it exactly wrong? I wish you'd tell me." "Wrong? No, it wasn't exactly wrong." Ralston paused thoughtfully. "Kissing women's hands is one of those relative things," he continued. "It's right in one part of the world, it's indifferent in another, and it's positively the wrong thing to do somewhere else, whatever it's meant to mean. We don't do that sort of thing much over here. As he did it, I suppose it was simply the wrong thing to do. At least, I want to suppose so, but I can't. The man's half in love with you, you know." "Oh, nonsense, Jack. It's only because we dislike him so. If ever a man was in love with his wife, he is." "Yes, I know," answered Ralston, in the same thoughtful tone. "That's quite true. But it doesn't prevent him from being half in love with lots of other women at the same time. It's not the same thing. Oh, yes, he loves Hester. She's quite mad about him, of course. We all know that in the family. But Crowdie's peculiar, and it's not a nice peculiarity either. One sees it in his manner somehow, and in his eyes. I can't exactly explain it to you. He admires every woman who's beautiful, and it's a little more than admiration. He has a way with him which we men don't like. And when he does such things as he did to-day, there's always a suggestion of something disagreeable in his way of doing them, so that if they're not positively wrong, they're not positively innocent. They're on the ragged edge between the two, as Frank Miner says." "I think it's more in the way he looks at one than in anything else," said Katharine. "He has such a horrid mouth. But it's absurd to say that he's in love with me, Jack." "Oh, no, it's not. That night at Aunt Maggie's, when he sang, you know, it was for you and nobody else. What a queer evening that was, by the way. There were 5 of us men there, all in love with you in one way or another." "Jack, it's positively ridiculous. The idea of such a thing!" "Not at all. There was Ham in the first place. You admit that he's one, don't you?" "I suppose I must, since he proposed," answered Katharine reluctantly, and turning her face away. "And you're not going to deny Archie Wingfield?" Ralston tried to see her eyes. "I'm sure he's offered himself." Katharine said nothing, but John saw through her veil and was sure that a little colour rose in her face. "Of course," he said, "that's 2 of them. And Crowdie's 3. I count him. And you mustn't forget me. I'm what they call in love with you, I suppose. That's 4. Katharine smiled and glanced at him, looking away again immediately. "At least," she said, "you'll leave me dear old Mr. Griggs." "Griggs!" laughed Ralston. "He's the worst of the lot. He's madly, fearfully, desperately, fantastically in love with you." "Jack, what do you mean?" Katharine laughed, but her face expressed genuine surprise. "Not that I should mind," she added. "Dear old man, I'm so fond of him." "Well, he returns your fondness with interest. He makes no secret of it to anybody, because he's old, or says he is. But he's old like an old wolf. I like him too. He goes about saying that you're his ideal of beauty and cleverness and soul and good taste. Oh, Griggs!" he laughed again. "He's quite off his head about you. He'll put you into one of his books if you're not careful. I should like to see your father's expression if he did." "Don't be a goose, Jack," suggested Katharine, by way of good advice. "Of course, I understand what a dear old silly idiot you are, you know, but don't talk such nonsense to other people. They'll laugh at you." "No, I'm not going to. I let Griggs do the talking, and people laugh at him. But there's nothing silly in it, as a matter of fact. Everybody loves you, except some of the people who should, and I must say, with the exception of Crowdie, we were a very presentable lot the other night, and even Crowdie, well, he's a celebrity, if he's nothing else, and that counts for something with some women. I say, Katharine, are you and Hester going to quarrel for the rest of your lives?" "I'm afraid so. At least, we shan't quarrel exactly, but we can never be just as we were." "I'm rather glad," said Ralston. "I never believed much in that friendship between you two." "Oh, Jack, we loved each other so dearly, and it was so nice. We told each other everything, you know." "Yes, but you've outgrown each other." Katharine looked at him quickly, in surprise. "That's exactly what Hester said to-day," she answered. "It seemed to me to be such nonsense." "Well, you have, and she's quite right if she says so. That sort of school-girlish friendship doesn't amount to anything when you begin to grow up. I've seen lots of them in society. They always break up as soon as one of the two marries and has other things to think about. Besides, between you and Hester, there's Crowdie. It's perfectly clear from what you've told me that she's jealous. If you're not careful, she'll try and do you some mischief or other. She's jealous, and she has a streak of cruelty in her. She'll make you suffer somehow. Trust the ingenuity of a woman like that. She'll burn her most intimate friend at a slow fire for Crowdie any day." "Well, isn't she right?" asked Katharine. "I would for you, I'm sure, if it would do you any good." "It wouldn't," laughed Ralston. "Those cases don't arise nowadays. Sometimes one wishes they might. We've all got a lot of cruelty and romance in us somewhere. We all believe in the immutability of the affections, more or less." "Don't laugh, Jack," said Katharine. "Love has nothing to do with friendship. Besides, you and I aren't like other people. We're always going to care, just as we always have. We're faithful people, you and I." "Yes, I think we are." He spoke quietly, as though from a long and familiar conviction. A short silence followed, and they walked along side by side in the soft evening air, so close that their elbows touched as they kept step together, a mode of courtship not usually practised by their kind, and which they would have been ashamed of in a more frequented quarter of the city. They would probably have noticed it unfavourably in another couple, and would have set the pair down as a dry goods clerk and a shop girl. But when the stiff and proud 400 are very much in love, and when they are quite sure that none of the remaining 398 are looking, they behave precisely like human beings, which is really to their credit, though they would be so much ashamed to have it generally known. "But then we're married, you know," said Katharine, as though she had solved a difficult problem. Ralston glanced at the face he loved, and smiled happily. "There's a good deal besides that," he said. "There are a great many things that tie us together. You've made a man of me, that's one thing. But for you, I don't know where I should have been now. In a bad way, I fancy." "No, you wouldn't," protested Katharine. "A man who can do the things you've done doesn't come to grief." "It isn't anything I've done," Ralston answered. "It's what you've made me feel. If I've done anything at all, it's been for your sake. You know that as well as I do. And if there were big things to be done, it would be the same." "You've done the biggest thing that any man can do. You don't need to have me tell you that." "Oh, about my reforming ways, you mean?" He affected to laugh. "That wasn't anything. You made it nice and easy." "Especially when I didn't believe in you, and treated you like a brute," said Katharine, with an expression of pain at the recollection. "Don't talk about it, Jack. I've never forgiven myself. I never shall." "But it was so nice when it was over." This time the little laugh was genuine. I'd go through it all again just to see your face when you found out that you'd been mistaken. And afterwards, when we sat behind the piano at the Van de Waters', do you remember? Oh, yes, I'd like to have it all over again." "Jack, you're an angel, dear, but don't talk about that night. I suppose, though, that those things have helped to bind us together and make us more each other's. Yes, of course they have. And then, we're such good friends, you know. Doesn't that make a difference? I'm sure there are people who care very much, but who are never good friends. Look at papa and my mother. They're like that. They're not at all good friends. They never tell each other anything if they can help it. But they care all the same. We could never be like that together, could we? Jack, where does friendship end and love begin?" "What a beautiful question!" exclaimed Ralston, very much amused. "Of all the impossible ones to answer." "I know it is. I've often wondered about it. You know, I can't at all remember when I began to care for you in this way. Can you? It must have been ever so long ago, before we ever said anything, because when we did, it seemed quite natural, you know. And it always grows. It goes on growing like a thing that's planted in good earth, and that has lots of life in it, and is going to last for ever. But it really does grow. I know that I'm ever so much more glad to see you when we meet now than I was a month ago. If it goes on like this, I don't know where it's going to end. Hester and her husband won't be anywhere compared with us, will they?" "They're not, as it is. They're quite different. When they're old, they'll quarrel, if not sooner." "Oh, Jack, I don't believe it's quite fair to say that." "Well, wait and see. We're warranted to wear, you and I. They're not. There's no staying power in that sort of thing. Not but what they're in earnest. Even Crowdie is, though he's half in love with you at the same time." "I wish you wouldn't keep saying that," said Katharine. "It makes me feel so uncomfortable when we meet. Besides, it's absurd, as I told you. A man can't be madly in love with his wife and care for anyone else at the same time." "That depends on the man and the way of caring," answered Ralston. "Crowdie's a brute. I hate him. The only thing I can't understand about Griggs is his liking for the man. It's incomprehensible to me." "I don't think Mr. Griggs really likes him," said Katharine. "There's a mystery about it, but I'm almost sure he doesn't really like him. I believe he thinks he's responsible for Crowdie in some way. They knew each other long ago." "Nobody knows much about Crowdie's antecedents, anyway. I never could understand the match." "Oh, it's easily understood. They fell in love with each other. Of course, he would have been delighted to marry her if he hadn't cared a straw for her, for the sake of the social position and all that. Then he had a sister. At least people said so, but nobody ever saw her that I know of. Somewhere in New Jersey. She didn't come to the wedding, I know, for I was Hester's bridesmaid. Charlotte and I were the only two." "She didn't come to the wedding because she was dead," said Ralston. "That's an awfully good reason." "I didn't know. I've often wondered about her, but I didn't like to ask questions. One doesn't, you know, about people who don't turn up. They always are dead or something, and then one feels so uncomfortable." "Yes," answered Ralston, as though meditating on the fact. "At all events," he continued, "nobody ever knew much about Crowdie, nor where he came from, so I don't exactly see how Griggs could be responsible for him. But, as you say, there's a mystery about it all. So there is about Griggs, for that matter." "Oh, no, Mr. Griggs is all right. There's nothing mysterious about him. He was born abroad, that's all, and I believe he was awfully poor as a boy. A sort of orphan lying about loose on the world, you know. But he's got a lot of tremendously proper relations in Rhode Island. He goes to see some of them now and then. He's told me." "Well, it's very queer about Crowdie, anyhow," said Ralston, thoughtfully. "But there's something I wanted to talk to you about, dear," he continued after a little pause. It's about our marriage certificate. You know we're living in danger of an explosion at any moment. That thing is tucked away somewhere amongst poor Uncle Robert's papers. We've spoken of it once or twice, you know. They're going through everything, and sooner or later it's sure to turn up. It's just as well to be prepared beforehand. I don't know what will happen if we tell your father now, but he's got to be told, and it's my place to do it." "No, Jack," answered Catherine, "it's my place. I made you do it. I never made up my mind whether it was the wisest thing we could do, or whether it was a piece of egregious folly. Suppose that we had quarrelled after it was done. We should have been bound all our lives by a mere ceremony." "But we knew we shouldn't," protested Ralston. "Nobody knows anything," said Catherine wisely. "We know now because we know each other so much better, but I made you take a tremendous risk, and you didn't want to do it at all." "It wasn't on account of the risk." "No, of course it wasn't. But you're quite right now. That thing may turn up any day. I shall go to papa this very evening and tell him that we're married. It's the only sensible thing to do." "Indeed you shan't do that," cried Ralston, anxiously. "You know him—" "Shan't?" repeated Catherine, looking up into his face and smiling. "I will if I please," she said with a little laugh. "Will you?" asked John, meeting her eyes with an expression of determination, but smiling too, in spite of himself. "Of course," answered Catherine promptly, "especially as I think it's a matter of duty. Of course I'll do it. This very evening." "Don't," said Ralston. "There'll be a row." "Not half such a row as if you try to do it," observed Catherine. "You'll have each other by the throat in 5 minutes." "Oh, no, we shan't. We're very good friends now. I don't see why there should be any trouble at all. He wants us to marry. He said so in his letter, and he's taken a sort of paternal air of late, when I come to the house. Besides, haven't you noticed the way in which he turns his back on us when we sit down to talk? If that doesn't mean consent, well, he won't have the trouble of a wedding, that's all, nor the expense either. He ought to be glad, if he's logical." "I don't think he'd mind the expense so much now," said Catherine, with perfect gravity. "I think he's getting used to the idea of spending a little more, now that we're to be so rich. He was talking about having a butler last night. Fancy! But I do wish those administrators, or whatever you call them, would hurry up and give us something. We're awfully hard up, my mother and I. We've had to get such a lot of clothes, and I'm frightened to death about it. I'm sure the bills will come in before the estate's settled, and then papa will take the roof off, as you always say. He'll be so angry. But I don't think he'll make such a fuss about our marriage." "No, that's just what I say. That's why I want to tell him myself." "Jack!" cried Catherine reproachfully. "You just said there'd be a row if I went to him about it." "Well, I think I can manage him better," said Ralston. "You and he are used to fighting every day as a matter of habit, so that you're sure to go at one another on the smallest provocation. But with him and me it's been a sort of rare amusement, the kind of thing one keeps for Sundays, and we don't like it so much. Besides, since you say that he won't be so angry after all, why shouldn't I?" "Exactly, and I say, why shouldn't I? For the same reason. I shall just say that we got married because we were afraid we should never get his consent, but that since he's given it frankly, he did in that letter, we've agreed to tell. That's just what I should say," answered Ralston. "Those are the very words I had in my mind." "Of course they are. Don't we always think alike? But I want to tell him. I'd much rather." "So would I, much rather. It will end in our going together. That's probably the most sensible thing we can do. There'll be a certain grim surprise, and then the correct paternal blessing, and the luncheon or dinner, according to the time of day. "It will be dinner if we go home and do it now," said Katharine, thoughtfully. "Come on, let's go," answered Ralston. "There's no time like the present for doing this sort of thing. Where are we? Oh, South Fifth Avenue's over there to the left. That's the shortest way, round that corner and then straight up." They turned and walked in the direction he indicated, both silent for a while as they thought of what was before them, and the final telling of the secret they had kept so long. "You don't know how glad I shall be when everybody knows," said Katharine after a time, as they paused at a crossing to let a van pass by. "Not half so glad as I shall be," answered Ralston. "But it couldn't be helped. I know it's been hateful to have this secret, well, not exactly hanging over us, but to have it a part of us all this time. Still, I don't see when we could have announced it. There's been one thing after another to make it impossible, and somehow we've got used to it. They say there's nothing like having a secret in common to make two people fall in love with each other. It seems to me it's true." "We didn't need it, dear," said Katharine softly, as they began to cross the street. "No, not exactly." Ralston laughed. "But it hasn't made it any worse, at all events. But what moments we've had! Do you remember when they began to talk about secret marriages that night?" "Don't I?" laughed Katharine. "I thought I should have gone through the floor. How well you behaved, Jack! I expected that you'd break out every minute and fall upon poor cousin Ham. But you didn't. As for me, I got scarlet, and I don't often blush, do I? Dark people don't. Well, it's all over now. Not till we've had our talk out with your father. We can't be quite sure of what will happen till then." "No, but he can't unmarry us, can he? So what can he do? He can say that he'll disinherit us. That's the worst he could possibly do, and what difference would it make? You're going to be one of the rich, rich, rich men, Jack, with ever so many millions more than you can possibly spend on onions and honey, like the wayward old man of Kilkenny, you know. Besides, papa will not be angry at all. He'll simply dance with delight. I believe he's secretly afraid that we're cheating him, because we never speak of ever announcing our engagement. He thinks we're revenging ourselves now, and each means to marry somebody else, and he's in fits lest he should lose you for a son-in-law. Isn't it fun?" "Yes, your beloved father in fits, as you call it, and dancing with delight." "It doesn't lack the comic element, but it looks so simple now, just to go and tell him and be done with it. Why haven't we done it before?" "Oh, we couldn't. It wouldn't have been safe until the will was settled. He was really dreadfully nervous all that time. I never saw him in such a state before. I really wouldn't have been safe. No, this is our first chance. We might have spoken a day or two ago, of course, but not much sooner." "No, we couldn't," said Ralston. "But I'm glad, oh, tremendously glad, that it's coming at last." "And then, Jack," said Katharine, with some hesitation, "after we've spoken, you know, what are we going to do?" "You and I? Why, get married, of course. I mean, as if we were getting married. There won't be any people, nor any cake, nor any gorgeous dress for you, poor dear, but we shall have to pretend, I suppose. Go off with your mother and my mother, and as many more mothers as we can pick up, to make us perfectly respectable, and then we shall come back married, and choose a house to live in. That's the first thing, you know. My mother will never hear of our living with her, now that there's to be lots of money. She's much too wise for that. Relations in law are just bones for husband and wife to fight over. But of course my mother will come very often." "And my mother," said Katharine. "Yes, your mother too," assented Ralston. "Naturally, they'll both come. So long as they don't live with us, we shan't mind." "But you're very fond of your mother, Jack, aren't you?" asked Katharine. "Of course I am. We're more like brother and sister than anything else. You see, we've always been together so much." "And yet you'd rather not have her live with us?" "Certainly not, and she wouldn't wish to." "It's strange," said Katharine, thoughtfully. "I don't think I should mind having my mother with us. She'd be such a comfort when you were down town, you know." "Yes," answered Ralston in a doubtful tone. "I couldn't take my mother down town to comfort me at Beman's, could I?" "What an absurd idea! But, Jack, shall you still go to Beman's? You can't, you know. Everybody would laugh at you. A man with 40 millions or so doing clerk's work in a bank. It's ridiculous." "No doubt. But what am I to do with myself? What do people like that do? I can't hang about the clubs all day." "You can stay at home and talk to me," said Katharine. "We can tell each other how much nicer it is than when we had to meet in Washington Square in the early morning, when I had to put red ribbons in my window. Do you remember? It's only 3 or 4 weeks ago, but it seems years." "It does indeed. What tight places we've been through together since your father refused to hear of me as a son-in-law. Hullo! There goes Ham Bright. What in the world can he be doing down here at this time of day?" Bright was walking towards them as quickly as it was natural for him to walk, with his long, heavy stride. "It's of no use to run away. He's seen us," said Katharine. "He looks in a better humour than I've seen him lately," answered John in a low voice, as they approached Bright. They met and stood still a moment on the pavement. Even under his great disappointment, Hamilton Bright had never shown the least ill-temper, though he had avoided the Lauderdales and the Ralstons as much as possible, and had managed so that he scarcely ever saw John at the bank except from a distance. But he had been very gloomy of late. Now, however, as Ralston had said, he looked more cheerful. "Going down-town again?" asked John. "Not that I come from Boston, you know, Ham, but when one meets a man going down South Fifth Avenue at 5:30 in the afternoon, one's naturally curious. What's up?" "Oh, nothing. I was just going as far as Grand Street about a house I've bought there. Did you know they'd found the other will?" "Found the other will?" repeated Ralston in the utmost surprise. "Well, what sort of a will is it? Will it be good?" "I'm so glad!" exclaimed Katharine, thoughtlessly. Bright fixed his clear, blue eyes on her with considerable curiosity, and hesitated an instant before he spoke. "Of course," he exclaimed. "They always said you knew what was in it, cousin Katharine." "Did they? I don't know how they knew that I did," she answered, "but I'm glad it's found all the same." "Are you? Well, I hope it's all right. Of course, nobody knows what's in it. Allen wants to collect the family at your house to-morrow morning to hear it read. It seems to me it might have been managed to-night, but he said there wasn't time to send round. I think cousin Alexander objected too. He wants all the family. Will you tell your mother, Jack? 11 o'clock at Clinton Place. Write a note to Beman to say why you don't turn up at the bank." "All right," answered John, gravely. "I hope it will be all right, Ham, old man," he added, putting out his hand as Bright showed signs of being in a hurry. "Thank you, Jack," answered the latter, heartily. "Not that you and I shall ever quarrel about money. Good-bye, cousin Katharine." And he went on and left them to pursue their way in the opposite direction. They walked slowly and looked into one another's eyes. "I thought he'd burned it," said Ralston at last, in a tone of wonder. "So did I," answered Katharine. "Jack," she continued, after a slight pause, "it won't do to go and see papa now. Not till the will's been read to-morrow. You don't know what a state of mind he'll be in until he's heard it, and then I'm afraid it will be worse than ever. Yes, let me see. How was it? You and Charlotte and I are to have everything, and pay half the income to the parents. Isn't that it?" "That's it. And there's $1 million set aside for the Brights. But heaven only knows what that dreadful court will do this time. "I don't much care," answered Ralston. "But all the settling up will be suspended again for ever so long. You'll never get the money to pay for your new frock, dear, with all your millions." "Oh, Jack, really? I'm frightened to death about those bills." "I was only laughing at you," said John, laughing himself. "Besides, as I'm really your husband, I'm responsible for your dressmaker's bills in the eye of the law. But I confess I begin to wonder whether any of us will ever see any of that money." Chapter 32 of The Ralstons by Francis Marion Crawford. Chapter 32. Long after midnight, Hester Crowdie sat beside her sleeping husband, watching him with unwinking eyes. The soft coloured light was shaded so that no ray could fall upon his face to disturb his rest, as he lay back upon the yielding pillow, sleeping very soundly. The house was still, but the servants were not all gone to bed, for Hester was anxious. At any moment she might need to send for a doctor. But she sat watching the unconscious man alone. His eyes were closed, and his face was flushed. He breathed very heavily, though she did not quite realize it, for the sound of his breathing had increased very gradually during many hours, from having been at first quite inaudible, until it filled her ears with a steady, rhythmic roar, loud and regular as the noise of a blacksmith's bellows. But she was scarcely conscious of it because she had watched so long. Hour after hour she had sat beside him, hardly changing her position, and never leaving the room. To her the house seemed still, and only now and then the echo of the steam horns reached her ears, made musical by the distance as it floated from the far river across the dozing city. On a fine spring night New York is rarely asleep before 2 o'clock. It dozes, as it were, turning half awake from time to time, and speaking drowsily in its deep voice, like a strong man very tired but still conscious. It breathes, too, sometimes, as Crowdie was breathing, very heavily, especially in the nights that come after days of passion and struggling. And the breathing of a great city at night is not like any other sound on earth. Hester was conscious that all was not well with the man she loved, though he had slept so long. She rose and moved uneasily about the room. She was very pale, and there were dark shadows in her pallor, the shadows that fear's giant wraith casts upon the human face when death is stalking up and down, outside the door, waiting to see whether he may take the little life that falls as a crumb from the table of the master, or whether he must go away again to his own place out of sight. But Hester did not know that he was there as she rose and crossed the room and came back to stand at the foot of the bed, gazing at Crowdie's face. She was anxious and uneasy, though she had watched him once before in the same way, but at that first time she had not done what she had done now, with feverish haste, thinking only of helping him. All at once she shivered, and she turned to see whether the window were not open, but it was closely shut. It was as though something very cold had been laid upon her. She stared about nervously, and the pupils of her eyes grew very large, with a frightened look. She laid both hands upon the foot of the bedstead, and grasped it with all her strength, bending forwards and staring at Crowdie's face, and the chill thrilled very strangely across her shoulders and all through her, so that she felt it in her elbows and in her heels. She glanced over her shoulder into the softly shadowed corner farthest from the bed, for she was sure that something was there, in the room, a bodily presence which she must presently see. The chill ran through her again and again, cold as ice, but with a painful pricking. She looked at Crowdie again, and saw that his eyes were no longer tightly closed. The lids were a little raised, and she could see the edge of the dark iris, and the white below it, and on each side of it. He had moved a little, just as she had turned to look into the corner. He ought not to have moved, she thought, without reason. It was as though a dead man had moved, she thought. And again the chill came. She was sure that the window must be open, but she could not look round. Suddenly she remembered how, when she had been a little girl, she had been taken to be photographed, and the man had put a cold iron thing behind her head that seemed to hold her with two frozen fingers just behind her ears. She felt the frozen fingers now in the same places, and they were pressing her head down. For a moment everything swam with her, and then it all passed. The iron hand was gone, the window was shut, there was nothing in the corner. But instantly the terrible, stertorous breathing rent her ears. It had gone on for hours. The servants could hear it downstairs. The bedstead trembled with it under her hands. But she had not been conscious of it. The unnatural thing that had touched her, the thing that had come in through the window and that had stood in the corner, it had unsealed her hearing. She heard it now, and fearfully. With one slender arm under the pillow she raised him, for she thought that he might breathe more easily if his head were higher. His laboured breath deafened her, and she could feel it through her sleeve upon her other arm. Desperately she hastened to arrange the pillows, but the dreadful sound roared at her like the flames of a great fire. In sudden and overwhelming terror she left him as he was, half uncovered, and ran to the door, calling wildly for help, again and again, down into the dimly lighted staircase. Then she came back in a new terror, lest her screams should have waked him. But he slept on. In the movement of the pillow, as she had withdrawn her arm, his head had fallen on one side. His eyes were half open, and the breath was rough and choking. She had never known how heavy a man's head was. Her small bloodless hands made an effort to turn him. Then someone was with her, helping her, anxiously and clumsily. "Not so, not that way," she whispered, hoarsely, with drawn, dry lips, and her little hands touched the servant's rough ones with uncertain direction, in haste and fear. Then he breathed more easily, and she herself drew breath. But she had been terrified, and she sent for old Dr. Routh, and sat down in her old place to wait and watch until he should come. It was better now. The coming of the servant had broken the loneliness, and there was life in the air again instead of death. Her heart fluttered still, like a wild bird tired out with beating its wings against the bars. But there was no chill, and presently the heart rested. He was better. She was quite sure that he was better. The rough breathing would cease presently. He would sleep till morning, and then he would waken and be himself again, just as though nothing had happened. Now that the fear was gone, she rose and went to the window and let the shade run up so that she could see the stars. They had a soft and sleepy look, like children's eyes at bedtime. The musical echo of the horns came to her from the river. In the old colonnade house opposite, and to the right, a single window was lighted high up. Perhaps someone was ill up there, all alone. Then the city moved in its dozing rest with a subdued, thumping, rumbling noise that lasted a few seconds. Perhaps there was a fire far away, and the engines and the hook-and-ladder carts were racing away from the lumbering water-tank down one of the quiet eastern avenues. The light in the window of the colonnade house went out suddenly. No one was ill there. It had only been someone sitting up late. Hester missed the light, and the great long building looked black against the dim sky, and the stars blinked more sleepily. She drew the shade down again and turned back into the room. She started. Crowdie had seemed better when she had left his side for a moment. It had eased him to move his head. But now he was worse again, and the room almost shook with the noise of his breathing. It was as though he were inhaling water that choked him and gurgled in his throat and nostrils. She was frightened again and ran to his side. She took her little handkerchief, which lay on the small table at her elbow, and passed it delicately over his mouth. Her hand trembled as soon as she had done it, and the handkerchief fell upon the woollen blanket and gently unfolded itself a little after it had fallen. It caught the light and seemed to be alive, as though it had taken some of the sleeping man's life from him. She started again and seized it to crumple it and thrust it away, with something between fear and impatience in her movement, and she bent over her husband's face once more, and realized where her real fear was, as she tenderly smoothed his fair hair and softly touched his temples. There was nothing to be done but to wait, and she waited, not patiently. Sometimes the noise of his breathing hurt her, and she pressed her hand to her side, and hid her eyes for a moment. The dismal minutes that would not go by, nor make way for one another, dragged on through a long half-hour and more. Then there was a rumbling of wheels on the cobble-stones, and she was at the window in an instant, flattening her face against the glass as she tried to look northward, whence the sound should come. It was Ralph's carriage. That was a certainty, even before she caught sight of the yellow glare of the lamps, moving fan-like along the broad way. It was not likely that any other carriage should stray into the loneliness of Lafayette Place at that time of night. The carriage stopped. Hester saw a man get out, and heard the clap of the door on the brougham as it was sharply closed behind him. Immediately she was at the door, her hand on the handle, but her eyes turned anxiously upon Crowdie's face. The steps came up the stairs, and she looked out. It was Dr. Ralph himself, for she had sent a very urgent message. Without going upon the landing, she stretched out her hand and almost dragged him into the room, for somehow her terror increased to a frenzy as she saw him, and she felt that her heart could not go on beating long enough for him to speak. Her face was very grave, but she was only conscious of his deep violet-blue eyes that glanced at her keenly as he passed her. He had half guessed what was the matter, for the terrible breathing could be heard on the stairs. Without hesitation, he took the shade from the light and held the little lamp close to Crowdie's face. He raised first one eyelid and then the other. The pupils were enormously dilated. Then he felt the pulse, listened to the heart, and shook his head almost imperceptibly. A moment later he was scratching words hastily in his notebook. "Why didn't you send word that it was morphia?" he asked sharply, without looking up. "Send that by the carriage, and tell them to be quick." He thrust the note into her hands and almost pushed her from the room. "Make haste! I must have the things at once," he called after her as she flew downstairs. Then he tried such means as he had at hand, though he knew how useless they must be, doing everything possible to rouse the man from the poisoned sleep. He smiled grimly at his own folly, and laid the head upon the pillow again. Hester was in the room in a moment. "It's morphia," he said, "and he's had an overdose. How did he come to get it? Who gave it to him?" "I did," answered Hester in a clear voice, and her lips were white. "Will he die?" she whispered, with sudden horror. She almost sprang at Ralph as she asked the question, grasping his arm in both her hands. "I don't know," he answered slowly. "I'll try to bring him round. Control yourself, Mrs. Crowdie. This isn't the time for crying. Tell me what happened." She told him something, brokenly, her memory half gone from fear, how something had happened to distress him, and he had turned red and fallen, twisted and unconscious. She did not know what she told him. "Has it ever happened before?" asked Ralph, who was holding her hands to quiet her, while she moved her feet nervously. It had happened once, she told him, on a winter's evening when they had been alone. She could say that much, and then her eyes were drawn to Crowdie's face and to the horror of it, as a bent spring flies back to its own line when released. Ralph pressed her hand. "Look at me, please," he said authoritatively. "We can't do anything for him till my things come. Tell me why you gave him morphia." She had thought it was the right thing. Her husband had told her that he had formerly taken a great deal of it. He had suffered great pain, when he had been younger, from an accident, and had fallen into the habit that kills. But before they had been married he had given it up, for her sake. Her eyes turned to him again. She snatched her hands from Ralph's and pressed them desperately to her ears, to keep out the sound of his breathing. But Ralph drew her away and made her look at him again. And these attacks came from having given up morphia, she told him. Crowdie had said so. He had told her that of course a dose of the poison would stop one of them, but that he was determined not to begin taking it again. It would ruin his life and hers if he did. The attacks gave him no pain, he had said. He did not remember afterwards what had happened to him. But of course they were bad for him, and might come more frequently. He had been terribly distressed. It had seemed to be breaking his heart, because it must give her pain. He had made her promise never to give him morphia when he was unconscious. He was determined not to fall back into the habit of it. "Then why did you do it?" asked Ralph, scrutinizing her pale face and frightened eyes. She had imagined that it would save him pain, though he had told her that he recollected nothing of his sensations after the attack was past. "He was all stiff and twisted," she cried in broken tones. "His hands were all twisted, his eyes turned up." "But where did you get the morphia?" asked the physician, holding her before him, kindly, but so that she had to face him. "He had it," she said. "I made him show it to me once. He kept it in a drawer, with the little instrument for it. He showed me how to pinch the skin and prick it. It was so easy. There was the mixture in a bottle. The cork wouldn't come out. I did it with a hairpin." "How much did you give him?" inquired the doctor, bringing her back to her story, as her mind groped, terror-struck, amongst its details. "Why, the little syringeful. Wasn't that right?" She saw the despair of life in his eyes. "Oh, God! My God!" she shrieked, breaking from his hands. "I've killed him!" "I'm afraid you have," said Ralph under his breath, and she could not have heard him speak. She threw herself wildly upon her husband's breast, clutching him with her small white hands, lifting herself upon them, staring into his face, and then shrieking as she fell forwards again, her hands tearing at her own thick brown hair. Ralph knew that Crowdie could not be disturbed. He stood back from the bedside and watched her with far-seeing, dreaming eyes, while the first fever of despair burned itself out in a raving delirium. He had seen such sights many times in his life, but he remembered nothing more terrible than the grief of this woman who had killed her husband by a hideous mistake, thinking to save him pain, thinking it well to break a promise he had taken from her for his safety, and which she had believed had been only for his self-respect. Crowdie was past saving. Ralph did all that his science could do, trying in turn every known means of breaking the death-sleep, trying to hem in the life before it was quite gone out, that the very last breath of it might be imprisoned in the body, but it was of no use. The poison was in the veins, in the brain, the subtle spirit of the opium devil distilled to an invisible enemy. The little hand of fate that had been so small and noiseless a few hours earlier spread gigantic, and grasped science by the throat and shook her off. There was not anything to be done, and Hester twisted her hands and moaned and shrieked and beat her breast like a woman mad, as indeed she was. Ralph had understood. Crowdie was an epileptic. He had perhaps believed himself cured when he had married his wife, and had been horrified by the first attack. He loved her, and he would naturally wish to hide from her the secret of his life. The general feeling about epilepsy is not what is felt for any other human weakness. An epileptic is hardly regarded as a natural being, and the belief that the disease is hereditary brands it with an especial horror. It had been ingenious on Crowdie's part to invent the story about the morphia, and to carry it out and impress it on her by showing her the instrument and the bottle of poison. It was possible that there might have been some foundation of truth in the tale. He might have had the implements from a physician. But Routh, who had known him long, was convinced, for many reasons, that he had never been a victim to the habit of using the drug regularly. It had been very ingenious of the poor man. Hester could hardly have known anything of the after-effects of breaking off such a habit. Still less was it probable that she should know much about epilepsy, and trusting him as she did, it was natural that she should never have reported what he had told her to any one who might have explained the truth. The only mistake he had made had been in not throwing away the poison, and refilling the bottle with pure water. He had miscalculated the anxiety she would feel to relieve him if he ever had an attack again. The mistake had cost him his life. Towards morning the house in Lafayette Place was very still again, though there were lights in the windows, and the shadows of people moving about within passed and repassed upon the shades. Only the policeman on his beat, looking up eastward and seeing the dawn in the sky and glancing at the windows, knew that there had been trouble in the house during the night, and guessed that for a day or two the blinds would not be raised. But all the great city began to breathe again, turning in its sleep, and waking drowsily in the cool spring dawning to begin its daily life of work and play and passion, unconscious of such trials.
Chapter 33 of The Ralstons by Francis Marion Crawford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 33. It would have needed more imagination than Catherine Lauderdale possessed to suppose that the scene in which she acted a part during the afternoon could possibly lead to serious consequences. Had she been told how jealous Hester really was of her, she could not have realized what such jealousy meant. She had gone away much more hurt by Hester's coolness and by her refusal to return to the old terms of friendship than disturbed by the thought of the domestic quarrel she had left behind her. If Hester was jealous, foolishly, and if Crowdie had displeased both her and Catherine, the young girl considered it only fair that they should talk the matter over, and if Hester were angry, it might teach her husband to be more careful in future. What had really affected her was the disenchantment she had felt when she found that Hester had no intention of renewing the relations which had existed before the affair of the will had produced a temporary estrangement. It had been another blow to another ideal, and another possibility of life was wiped away from the future. Little by little her whole existence was being narrowed to one thought, one happiness, one belief, all centred in John Ralston. Of all the many people who had come into her young life, he alone had not brought her any permanent pain, nor any pain at all, save once, when she had been terribly mistaken about something he had done during the previous winter. More than once, indeed, and even within the past few weeks, they had been near to what would have made a disagreement between most lovers, but only near, no more. Just at that point when others might have taken offence foolishly, or spoken the hasty word that sets the whole fabric of love vibrating, and sometimes make it rock and topple over and fall. Just at that point one or the other of them had always yielded,
and the danger had been over in an instant, and as soon forgotten. It seemed as though they could never quarrel, and when they were weary, as they often had been of late, it rested them to be together, even for a few moments. So it happened on that day when Ralston had met Catherine as she was coming from the Crowdies, and they had walked together and made a plan which would have been put into execution at once but for the news Bright had given them, and which momentarily checked them when they were on the point of disclosing their long-kept secret. Then they had parted, judging it wiser that John should stay away from the house that evening and avoid the danger of irritating Alexander Junior's temper, which had most probably been more or less roused by the finding of another will. Catherine went into the library before going to her room, with a vague idea of ascertaining the state of the family humour, if anyone happened to be there. She was not disappointed, for her father and mother were together, Alexander sitting upright in Catherine's favourite chair, and Mrs. Lauderdale lying upon the sofa and staring at the ceiling. Catherine saw her first, and understood her mother's warning glance. It was clear that there had been a pause in the conversation. Alexander's face was cold and expressionless as he looked at his wife. "Well," he said, in a tone of repressed but righteous indignation, "have you heard the news, Catherine? They've found another will." "Yes," she answered, kissing her mother by force of habit rather than from any other motive. "I just met Hamilton Bright in the street. He told me." "Oh, yes, he knows all about it." Alexander spoke with profound resentment, as though Bright were personally responsible for a second will. "Catherine, my dear, I don't think you've kissed me to-day. I didn't see you this morning." Catherine looked at him in some surprise, smiled a little foolishly, as people do when they cannot understand exactly what is wanted of them, and then rose almost before she had sat down. She went to him and laid her cheek against his with precision, and both he and she kissed the air audibly and simultaneously. Alexander Junior had always detested anything like demonstration, but he insisted, on the other hand, upon the punctual execution of certain affectionate practices as a matter of household discipline. Early or late, the air must be kissed when the cheeks were in contact. "I thought I'd seen you," said Catherine, as she retired again to her seat. "No," answered Alexander meditatively. "No, I think not. My child," he continued in a tone unusually gentle for him, "do you think that without feeling that you are betraying my poor Uncle Robert's confidence, you could tell me what that will contains?" She fancied from the way in which he spoke that he had framed the question at his leisure before she had come home, so as neither to offend her nor to refer to his previous attempts to gain her confidence. She hesitated a moment before answering him, but he did not appear to be impatient. In her quick weighing of the case, she could see little or no reason for not satisfying his curiosity. "Recollect, my dear, that I only wish you to speak about it, if you feel that you can do so with a perfectly clear conscience," he said. "Oh, yes, of course," she answered, repressing a smile. "But I don't really see why you shouldn't know. I think while he was alive, well, that was different. But now I think it's quite fair. Of course, I don't know what will this is. He may have made several, for all we know, but the one he told me about was like this. His idea was to make 3 trusts, all equal. Oh, in the first place, there was to be 1 million for the Brights, among the 3, Aunt Maggie, Hamilton, and Hester. Then the 3 equal shares of the rest were to go in trust to Charlotte and Jack Ralston and me. What did you say, papa?" Alexander Junior had uttered an indistinct exclamation. "Nothing," he said. "Go on." "Each of us 3 was to pay half the income of a share to one of you 3, you and mother and Mrs. Ralston. But before that, I forgot to say it, Each of us was to contribute something to make up an income for grandpapa, about $50,000 altogether, I think. Then the fortune was all to be in trust for our possible children. That was all. I don't think there was anything else." "Do you mean to say that there was nothing left outright to any of us older ones?" asked Alexander in a tone of stupefaction. "Well, you three had half the income amongst you," answered Catherine. "What an absurd will!" exclaimed her father. Then he bit his lip and sat in silence, looking at his clasped hands. "But it may not be that will after all," he said in a low voice, after a long pause. "A man who will leave one old will behind him may leave 20. Lawyers always say that anyone who changes his will once is sure to do it again and again." He drew little consolation from the thought, however, and he was suffering all that his arid nature was capable of feeling, in the anticipation of losing the control of the fortune which had been practically within his grasp. But he had grown used to uncertainty and emotion within the last 2 months, and his face was set and hard. Nevertheless, he felt that he could not long bear the eyes of the 2 women upon him in his trouble, unless he made an effort of some sort. "Did the will say nothing about the trusteeship? Who were to be the trustees?" He asked the question with a revival of interest. "I don't know," answered Catherine. "I never saw the will, of course. He only told me what I have told you." Alexander said nothing, but he slowly rose to his feet, with less of energy and directness than he usually showed in his movements. "We'll talk about it this evening," he said, and left the room. When he was gone, Catherine rose and went over and sat upon the sofa at her mother's feet. Mrs. Lauderdale had said nothing during the brief interview, but had watched her husband's face anxiously when he spoke, as though she had anticipated some outbreak of temper at least. "I'm glad you told him at once, dear," she said. "I'm very much troubled about him. I was afraid he'd be angry." "Isn't it dreadful that anyone should care so much?" Catherine spoke thoughtfully and looked at the floor. "I'm very anxious," answered Mrs. Lauderdale, not noticing what her daughter had said. "He has talked in his sleep all night. He talks of nothing but the money. Of course it's incoherent, and I can't make out half of what he says. It's all the worse. I'm afraid his brain will be seriously affected if this goes on much longer." "Mother, hasn't everyone got some great passion like that, locked up inside of them and trying to get out?" Catherine looked up as she asked the question. Neither she nor her mother thought of those months of insane envy, which had almost separated them in heart for ever. "I never did," said Mrs. Lauderdale innocently. "I never cared for anything like that." "I have," said Catherine. "I do. It's just like my caring for Jack. You might as well try to face an express train as to stand in the way of it. I know just how papa feels now. Only with him it's money. He'll upset the whole world to have it, as I'd turn the universe inside out rather than lose Jack. I suppose that's the meaning of the word passion. I'm beginning to understand it." "It sounds much more like the meaning of sin," observed Mrs. Lauderdale. "I don't mean in your case."
Chapter 34 of the Ralstons by Francis Marion Crawford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 34. Even Alexander Junior, more than preoccupied by his hopes and fears in regard to the will, was profoundly shocked by the news of Walter Crowdie's sudden death. Dr. Routh, as a friend of the family, took it upon himself to notify all the relations of what had taken place in the night, for during the first hours Hester had been incapable of any thought.
He had undertaken to inform Hester's mother, and he wrote to the Lauderdales and the Ralstons at once, in order that they might not learn the news from the papers and accidentally. No one of the family had ever liked poor Crowdie, but all of them had been fond of Hester at one period or another of her life, though she had never seemed to possess the power of keeping upon terms of intimacy with more than one of them at a time, and never with any for very long. The fact that the loss was hers softened every judgment of the man who was gone, and in the first anxiety which every one felt to show a sympathy which was genuine, Alexander Junior was perhaps the only one who remembered that Mr. Allen was coming at 11 o'clock to open the document which had been found, before the eyes of the whole family. With a delicacy which might be attributed to the implacability of circumstances, but for which he was afterwards willing to take more credit than he got, he sent a message down-town, explaining what had happened, and putting off the meeting until the afternoon. Alexander spent his morning in making sure that every one could be present, except Mrs. Bright. Hamilton would represent his mother and sister. It seemed heartless to Katharine that no one, not even Hamilton Bright himself, should have suggested putting off the reading of the paper at least until the next day, and once more the ruthlessness of humanity was thrust upon her so that she could not help seeing it. It was true, she admitted, that in reality Crowdie had been the husband of a very distant cousin, and in theory neither the Lauderdales nor the Ralstons would be expected to suspend a curiosity which concerned the fate of a colossal fortune, for the matter of a death which hardly touched them. Yet Katharine thought that in practice people might show some feeling in such a case. What she saw was that the first shock was real and startling, but that half an hour after hearing the news her father and mother were discussing Crowdie's character with about as much consideration as though he had been a dead Chinaman or a foreign prime minister. She registered another bit of strong evidence against the efficacy of professed religion, and shut herself up in her room for the morning, for the mere satisfaction of being alone and of asking herself what she had really thought of Crowdie. She had detested him, she had no doubt of that. When she recalled a certain smile of his, and thought of the redness of his lips, she shivered and was disgusted. She did not like to remember his undulating, womanish gait, nor the pallor of his face. Everything about him had repelled her intensely, and yet when she thought of him lying dead at that moment, she felt a sharp pang, which was very like what she might have felt if she had really missed him. She could not understand that. Then she remembered his voice, and the enchantment of his singing on that night at the Brights' the song of Lohengrin. The song of the swans, she thought, as it had turned out to be in truth, so far as she was concerned. She wondered whether it were his voice that she was really thinking of with regret, for she certainly felt the little pang. It came again when she remembered that he was dead. She tried it 2 or 3 times. It came once more, then very faintly, then not at all, try as she might to think of him as he probably looked. She had never seen any one dead except old Robert Lauderdale, but that was a recent memory. All the details of death were fresh in her mind, and she could picture to herself the quiet household, the subdued voices, the darkened rooms, the flowers. The faint smell of them came back to her. She wondered whether the smell had been so peculiar and faint and sickening because they had been almost all white. But there was no pang of missing when she thought of the old man. Yet she had been fond of him, and she had detested Crowdie. She did not understand as she sat all alone thinking about it. She came to the conclusion that when people die they are missed in proportion to their vitality by those who have not really loved them. Perhaps she was right. The nature and causes of those sudden thrusts which ordinarily sensitive people feel have been very little studied. But Katharine was sincerely sorry for Hester. She did not know whether to go to her at once, or to wait until the next day. Her impulse was to go immediately, though she asked herself whether Hester could possibly wish to see her, and she tried to put herself in Hester's place. But the thought that John Ralston might die brought such a burst of pain with it that she rose from her seat and walked about the room, breathing a little faster. Then, having risen, she went downstairs and consulted her mother. "If I were you, I should go," said Mrs. Lauderdale. "I'll go with you if you like. You've always been her best friend. I'm sure she's been much nearer to you than your sister ever was, hasn't she? Of course she has. It can't do any harm to go and ask for Aunt Maggie, and if Hester wants to see you, you can go up, and I'll come home alone, or stay downstairs with Aunt Maggie until you're ready." "That sounds very sensible," said Katharine. "I'll get ready." At the house in Lafayette Place everything seemed familiar to the young girl. It was just as she had anticipated. The blinds were drawn down. Old Fletcher, the butler, shuffled and looked red and lachrymose as he opened the door. There was a strong smell of white flowers. Presently Mrs. Bright appeared, pale and very grave, in a black frock which was too tight for her and rather old-fashioned, the last one she had worn in her long mourning for her husband. They went into the little room which had been the scene of the trouble on the previous evening. The drawing of old Robert Lauderdale still lay upon the table, where Crowdie had placed it, only the little tea-table was gone. Again Katharine felt that thrust at her heart which she could not explain. It all seemed so near, and yet what was upstairs made such a great difference. They talked together in subdued tones for a few minutes. Aunt Maggie said that Hester was behaving very strangely, and that she was anxious about her. Walter had always seemed to possess a strange influence over her. Mrs. Bright could not understand it. She herself had never quite approved of the match, and Walter had never endeared himself to her in spite of his talent and apparent devotion to his wife. Hester was acting very strangely. She was not wild now. She did not scream nor throw herself about. On the contrary, she was so calm that her quiet was positively terrifying. The people, by which term Aunt Maggie meant the undertakers, could do nothing without her. She would hardly let them touch poor Walter. She wanted to do everything herself. She must certainly break down, and perhaps lose her reason. People sometimes went mad in that way, but it would be a pity, especially for such a man as Crowdie. No, Walter had never endeared himself to Mrs. Bright. Katharine looked at the kind-hearted, stout, elderly woman, with her refined face and her air of superiority over the common herd, and wondered whether she had any real feelings. She hardly made a pretence of regret for the young life that had been cut short, though she seemed really anxious for her daughter. She was like the rest of them, thought Katharine, and she really had no heart. That was clear. She asked whether Hester would be willing to see her. "Really," answered Mrs. Bright, "she's behaving so strangely, poor child, that there's no knowing what she may do. She may be angry if I don't tell that you're here. She's insisted on having him carried into the studio. Poor darling! I let her do as she pleases, but I'll go and ask her if she'd like to see you. It can't do any harm, at all events." Aunt Maggie left the room, walking on tiptoe and listening before she actually went out, after opening the door. "Mother, is everybody as heartless as that?" asked Katharine, when she was gone, in a tone which seemed to expect no answer. "Heartless?" repeated Mrs. Lauderdale. "I don't think she's heartless. She's dreadfully anxious about Hester." "Yes, but about poor Mr. Crowdie. She doesn't seem to care in the least." "Oh, no, she never liked him. Why should she? Take care, though. Somebody might hear us talking." Katharine sighed and was silent. Her mother did not seem to understand what she meant any more than any one else. After the first shock they all appeared to be perfectly indifferent. Crowdie was dead. Bury him. Doubtless they were already wondering whether Hester would marry again, and if so, when. Yet Katharine knew that they would all be shocked if Hester wore mourning less than 3 years. It was her business to mourn. It was theirs, in the interest of society, to see that she mourned long and decently for a man whom they all disliked. Before long Mrs. Bright returned, softly as she had gone, shut the door noiselessly behind her, and looked round the room as though she thought that some fourth person might be present and listening. Then, with an air of secrecy, she spoke to Katharine. "My dear, she'll see you if you'll come upstairs." "Certainly," answered Katharine. "I'll go at once." "But you mustn't be surprised by anything she does," said Mrs. Bright anxiously. "She'll want you to see him, I think. She's looking very quiet, but she's very strange. Humour her, Katharine. Humour her a little." Katharine nodded, but said nothing. "She's waiting for you on the landing outside the studio," added Mrs. Bright. "I needn't go up with you, need I? I've just been up all those stairs." "Of course not," Katharine answered. As she went, something oddly like fear got hold of her, and her heart fluttered unexpectedly. She was conscious that she was pale as she ascended to the top of the house. Probably, she thought, it was the idea of seeing the dead man's face that affected her unpleasantly. She nerved herself to make an effort and went on, wondering that it should be so strangely hard to go. As she began to go up the last flight of stairs, she was conscious that Hester was standing at the top, waiting for her. She wished that she had not offered to come. Then she looked up and met the deep eyes, and saw the ghastly face turned towards her. Hester was excessively pale, and even her lips were colourless. Her slight figure looked taller than usual in the straight, loose gown of black, and her hands, clasped together upon the banister, had the emaciated, nervous look of some hands in pictures by the early painters. Exhaustion, in some people, shows itself in the hands before it appears in the face. Katharine reached the top of the flight and stood still, looking at her, wishing to speak, but not finding words just then. They had parted almost, if not quite, as enemies on the previous day. Katharine went a step nearer. Her face showed well enough the deep sympathy she felt, but Hester did not exactly look at her face, but only into her eyes, with a fixed stare that made the young girl feel uneasy. The stare alone would have justified Mrs. Bright in saying that her daughter was behaving strangely. The transparent hands unclasped one another, but they fell straight to her sides. As Katharine extended her own, Hester drew back. The stare became more fixed, the eyes opened more, till they were very wide. The finely pencilled brows were raised haughtily, and the shadowy figure seemed to grow taller. Then she spoke, slowly and distinctly, in a voice that did not tremble. "I wanted to see you. Come with me." She turned and opened the door of the studio, leading the way. Katharine was startled by what she saw. The great room had been darkened as much as possible by drawing all the thick shades which had been made to keep out the sun in summer, and a great number of candles were burning with a dim yellow light. The air was thick with the smoke of burning perfumes, which rose in tall, straight, grey plumes from 2 censers placed upon the hearth before the huge chimney-piece. In the absolutely still atmosphere the smoke rose to the height of a man before it broke and opened, hanging then like draped grey curtains in the heavy air. The strange, cool smell of burning myrrh predominated, but in spite of it the drowsy, overpowering odour of frankincense reached Katharine's nostrils. She stood still and stared through the smoke. In the middle of the room Crowdie lay dead, clothed in a long garment of stuff that was soft and dark. The couch was covered with a silken carpet which hung down to the floor. The pale light of death softened and beautified the repulsive features, in their solemn calm, to a degree which Katharine would not have believed possible had she been capable of thought just then. But she was taken by surprise. She was a little frightened, and she was dazed by the glare of the many candles, and dizzy with the sudden breathing of the perfume-laden air. She stood still at a little distance from the couch, and looked at the dead face, stretching her head forward, with a sort of timid curiosity, holding her body back with the instinctive dread of death which the young feel in spite of themselves. Hester did not stand beside her. With slow steps, as though she were moving with a solemn procession to the rhythm of a funeral march, sweeping her long black gown noiselessly behind her, she passed to the other side, and came up to the couch and stood over her husband's body, facing Catherine. In the shadowy smoke of the incense, and the flaring light of the wax candles upon her, she was like a supernatural being. She might have been the freed soul of the dead man, come back to look once more at Catherine's face. "Come nearer to me," she said in deadly calm, without a tremor. An older woman might not have obeyed the summons, and might have realized that Hester Crowdie was to all intents and purposes mad, since it could not be supposed that she had planned a tragic scene, with a theatrical instinct nowhere at fault, even in a single detail. But there was something really terrible and grand in it, and it struck Catherine. And there was the grim reality of death lying there and vouching for the widowed woman's sincerity. To those not familiar with the dead, nothing can seem like comedy in their silent presence. To those for whom death has lost all horror, there is scarcely anything but comedy anywhere. Catherine obeyed and went nearer, but not as near as Hester herself. Instinctively she held back her skirts, as though fearing even the contact of the carpet on which Crowdie lay. Her right hand she still carried in a scarf. Hester's fixed gaze met her again, and she was conscious that her own eyes were uncertain. There was an irresistible something which drew them to the dead man's face, but when Hester spoke again, the young girl looked at her. "Catherine Lauderdale, this is your doing, and this is what you have done to me." The words came clearly, like those she had spoken before, monotonously and distinctly, as though she had learned them by rote. Catherine started at first, and opened her eyes wider, as though doubting whether she were in her senses, but she found no word to say, though her lips were parted. "You have killed my husband. You have destroyed my life. I have brought you here to see what you have done." Catherine did not start this time, but she drew back a little, with an indescribable horror that was not fear. "You must be mad," she said in a low voice, keeping her eyes on Hester's. A strange, fantastic smile played upon the pale lips, and looked more than unnatural in the yellow glare of the candles. "I wish I were mad," she said. In the long silence which followed, Catherine glanced at the dead man's face. Its set, waxen smile was like Hester's, and the girl felt a creeping shudder in her shoulders. She bent her body a little. "He cannot hurt you," said Hester, holding her with inexorable eyes. "He knows that you have killed him, but he cannot hurt you. If he could, he would, for my sake. Come close to him and look at him." Catherine came forward again, more because she was brave, and would not even seem afraid, than for any other reason. "My dear Hester," she said, trying to speak naturally, but in a low voice, "you're beside yourself with grief. You don't know what you're saying." "I know what I am saying," answered the widowed woman solemnly. "You shall listen to all I have to say. Then you shall go, and I will never see you again until you are dead. Then I will come and look at you, for his sake. You tried to steal him from me while he was living. He is mine now, to keep for ever. You cannot get him. Look at him, for he is mine. The last words he ever heard me speak were cruel, unkind words. Then he fell. He did not speak afterwards. I gave him the morphia. I told you my story once, but it was not the true story. It killed him. It was my hand that killed him through your soul, and your soul shall pay me. I am not mad. You have done this to me. You know it now. You made me speak those last words he heard." Katharine listened in silence, chilled with a sort of horror of which she had never dreamed. There was an unnatural terror for her in the woman's deadly calm. There was no passion in the voice, no hatred, no jealousy. It was as though she were possessed by an unseen power that used her mouth to speak with, and controlled her, and against which she could do nothing. "Have you heard? Do you know now?" she asked after a pause. Still Katharine did not speak. A new sensation of fear crept upon her. She began to think that the dead man's lips moved, and that the quiet lids trembled, and she could not take her eyes from the face. "You have no heart," said the voice. "You are the worst woman alive to-day, anywhere in the whole world. You said you were my friend, and you have done this thing to me. You have done it. No one else has done it. It is all your fault. You pretended that you loved me like a sister, and you came often, and he saw you. You are more beautiful than I am, and he saw that you were. But he did not love you. Oh, no, he loved me. You pleased his eyes as everything beautiful pleased him. He did not know how bad you were, but I made him say that he hated you. He said it twice before he died, and you had only pleased his eyes. But now they are closed, and you cannot please him any more, because he cannot see you." Katharine looked up slowly, realizing that the woman was insane. She had never seen an insane person, and it had been hard to understand at first. She did not know what to do. Her blood froze at her throat. She could feel the cold at her collar. Still the monotonous voice went on speaking, while the incense and the myrrh sent up the straight plumes of smoke into the cloudy air, and the heavy perfumes grew more and more oppressive and stupefying. "You pleased him so much that he broke his promise to me, and it was almost the only promise I had ever asked of him. He sang to you, because you pleased him so much. I will not forgive you. I never will. But he is dead now. See, I kiss him. He does not open his eyes as he used to do when I kissed him softly." The dark figure bent down, and Hester kissed the dead face, and again her unnatural smile seemed to be reflected in it. "He smiles," she said, "but he cannot kiss me, and he cannot sing to you any more. You made him do it once. He will not do it again. Once you made him break his promise. He will not break it again. He will keep it. The dead keep their promises, and he has promised to be mine always now. I am not so sorry that he is dead, because he will be always mine. He smiles, you see. He knows it. He does not want you, because you cannot please him now that his eyes are shut so fast. He does not want you now. Go away, Katharine Lauderdale. Walter does not want you." There was no rising intonation in the voice that spoke, no emphasis, no authority, but the calm, unchanging tone was far more terrifying than any passionate outburst could have been. Katharine shrank back, and then stood still a moment. "Why do you stay?" asked the voice. "We hate you. Go away. You see that we want to be alone together. We do not want you." Katharine felt herself growing white with the horror of it all. She bowed her head in silence and went to the door, turning a moment to look back as her hand was on the spring. She felt as though she were in some mysterious tomb of ancient days, where the living and the dead were buried together. The rigid dead upon the couch, the living beside him, flexible, mad, dangerous with the overstrain of an incredible, inexpressible grief. The dark figure stood erect, with dropped and folded hands. The white face stood out luminously pale against the grey smoke clouds of the incense and myrrh. The yellow flaming candles flickered still from the draught of Katharine's dress as she had passed, and threw an uncertain, moving light upon the motionless mask of the dead man. "Leave us alone together. We want to be alone together. Go away, and never come back to us again." Katharine was going, but her terror suddenly overcame her, and she opened the door, went out, and closed it behind her in a flash, gasping for a breath of unscented air. She reeled as she came out, under the clear daylight of the glass roof which covered the staircase, and she steadied herself against the door-post, stupidly staring at the tapestry on the opposite wall. She felt sick and faint, and for a moment she knew that she could not get downstairs without falling. She felt that she was full of the perfume-loaded air she had breathed, that it clung to her like a blanket, and hindered her from drawing a full breath. She raised her left arm to her face mechanically, and smelled it. The stuff was full of the incense, and she threw her head back with parted lips to draw in freshness if she could. She was so strong that she did not faint, but stood erect against the door-post until she could trust herself to walk. She listened at the door for a moment to hear whether the madwoman was still talking over her dead husband, or whether, perhaps, the madness had suddenly yielded to the merciful tide of tears. But there was no sound. They were alone together, as Hester had said they wished to be. Catherine pressed her hand to her eyes with all her might, as though to crush out the memory of what she had seen. Then she went forward at last and began to go down the stairs. She heard a man's footstep, swift, nervous and strong, coming up from below, and as she reached the first landing she came face to face with Paul Griggs. His weather-beaten face was so grey and drawn that she should hardly have known him in a crowd, and the weary dark eyes that met hers had something in them which she could not understand. He stood aside to let her pass, but would have said nothing had she not spoken. "She's alone with him up there," she said in a sort of scared whisper. "She's going mad. It's dreadful." Griggs looked as though he would have gone on without answering, though he did not actually make a step. His dark eyes were dull and glassy, and his jaws were set, as though he were in great pain. "Can't you do something for her?" asked Catherine, hesitating. "Shouldn't we send for Dr. Routh? He might give her something." She made the suggestion vaguely, as women do. There is something pathetic about their blind faith in medicine, though they may have seen it fail 100 times. "If you like," answered Griggs in a far-away tone, as though he scarcely knew what he was saying. "Send for him if you like. I don't care." Catherine stared at him in surprise. He was sometimes a little absent-minded, but she could not understand his being so at that moment. She laid her left hand upon his arm with a gesture half of appeal, half of authority. "Something must be done," she said. "She's really going mad. She mustn't be left alone with it any longer." "I don't think she'll go mad," Griggs answered. "But I shall," he added, with an unnatural smile, which recalled Hester's. "You?" exclaimed Catherine in a sudden astonishment which made her forget everything else for an instant. "Why, I know you liked him." "Liked him!" repeated Paul Griggs, in a voice that was almost loud, and the dull eyes flashed for a moment, and then became glassy again. "I can't talk now," he said rapidly. "Forgive me, I can't stop." Without waiting for her to go down, he sprang up the stairs. Catherine looked after him with wonder. A moment later she heard the door of the studio open and shut quickly, and she was sure that she heard one word, a name, Walter, spoken in the broken accent of a man's despair. Again she paused before she went downstairs, and hesitated, not as to what she should do, but as to what she should think. At least, she felt that her friend Griggs was not without heart, whatever the true ground of his extraordinary emotion might be. She had stumbled upon one of those mysteries which lie so near the dull surface of society around us, and had seen a human soul at that moment of all others when it would not have been seen. As she thought of it, she felt at the same moment the instinct to tell no one, not even Ralston, of the few words she had exchanged with Griggs on the stairs. The resolution formed itself in her mind unintentionally, as a natural prompting of honour against the betrayal of a secret accidentally learned. What the secret could be she could not guess, and it was long before she knew, but she did not break the promise which had formulated and pledged itself. Long afterwards, when she learned the strange story of Griggs's life, which no one had ever suspected, she wondered on that day he had not killed her with his hands rather than be delayed the smallest fraction of an instant on his way up those stairs. In his place, woman as she was, she would have been less merciful, and she would have not been courteous at all. But she knew nothing of the wanderer's existence, save that he had of late strayed into her own, and that he had seemed oddly attached to a man who was almost universally disliked without any well-defined reason. Her intuition told her that he had something to conceal, and her faith in him, such as it was, led her to believe that it was something not wrong, but sacred almost beyond anything imaginable. She went quietly downstairs, and many things happened to her, good and bad, before she saw the face of Paul Griggs again. She found her mother and Mrs. Bright sitting side by side, and Aunt Maggie was holding Mrs. Lauderdale's hand and admiring her bonnet. A death which does not come too near to them draws certain types of women together. As Katharine entered the room and saw the two together, she wondered whether the death of Walter Crowdie was to have the effect of reconciling the Lauderdales and the Brights. "Well?" Chapter 35 of the Ralstons by Francis Marion Crawford. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 35. "People don't often really go mad from grief," said Mrs. Lauderdale as she and Katharine walked slowly homeward in the bright spring afternoon. "I shouldn't be surprised if Hester married again in a few years. Not very soon, of course, but in time. She's very young yet. She'll be very young still in 5 years, for a widow." "I don't think she can ever get over it," answered Katharine, rather coldly, being displeased at her mother's careless way of speaking. "It's a mistake to take things too hard," said the elder woman, "and it's a great mistake to underrate time. A great many curious things can happen to one in 5 years." Katharine was not in search of unbelief, nor of encouragement in not believing that human nature could really feel. Her faith in it had been terribly undermined during the last winter, and she had been with 2 persons, Hester Crowdie and Paul Griggs, whose behaviour had at least tended to restore it. She did not wish the recuperative effort of her charity towards mankind to be checked. So she did not argue the point, but walked on in silence. She had not recovered, and could not recover for many days, from the impression produced upon her by the ghastly scene in the studio. Her young vitality abhorred death and its contrary and hostile principle, and when she thought of what she had seen, she felt the same sickening, shrinking horror which had led her to hold back her skirt from any possible contact with the carpet on which Crowdie's body had been lying. She might have been willing to admit that her mother, who had seen nothing, but had sat downstairs talking with the comfortable, fat and refined Aunt Maggie, was not called upon to feel what she herself felt after going through such a strange experience. But since her mother felt nothing, her mother could not understand, and if she could not understand, it was better to walk on in silence and to make her hasten her indolent, graceful steps. In reality, Mrs. Lauderdale was much more preoccupied about the possibilities of the second will turning out to be favourable to her husband, or the contrary, and her preoccupation was not at all sordid, though it was by no means unselfish. She was anxious about him, in her unobtrusive, calm way. He talked of money in his sleep, as she had told Katharine, and he was growing nervous. She had even noticed once or twice of late that his hand shook a little as he held the morning paper after breakfast, during the 10 minutes which he devoted to its perusal. That was a bad sign, she thought, for a man who had been famous for his good nerve, and who had been known all his life as an unerring shot. She did not like to think what consequences a great disappointment might have upon his temper, which had shown itself so frequently of late, after nearly a quarter of a century of comparative quiescence. Nor was it pleasant to contemplate the new means of economy which he would certainly introduce into his household if by any evil chance he got no share of the Lauderdale fortune. But that, she told herself, was impossible, as indeed it seemed to be. It was of no use to be in a hurry, she told Katharine, as they had at least an hour to get rid of before the time at which Mr. Allen was to be expected. The Ralstons and Hamilton Bright would only come a few minutes earlier. Everyone would understand how unpleasant it might be to be shut up together in such suspense for half an hour before the truth could be known, each hoping to get the other's money, as Mrs. Lauderdale observed, with a little laugh that had hardly any cruelty in it. But, of course, nobody would be late on such an occasion. There was no fear of that, and she laughed again, and stepped gracefully aside on the pavement to let a boy with a big bundle go by. She had not been deceived in her calculations, for there was still plenty of time to spare when they reached the house in Clinton Place. Katharine disappeared to her room, glad to be alone at last. There was a hushed expectation in the air of the house, which reminded her of the place she had just left, but she herself felt not the smallest interest in the will. So far as she was concerned, she was perfectly well satisfied with the course taken by the law, independently of any will at all. The Ralstons and Hamilton Bright came almost at the same moment, though not together, and Katharine had no chance of exchanging a word with John, out of hearing of the rest. They all met in the library. The old philanthropist was there, and everyone was secretly surprised to discover what a very fine-looking old gentleman he was in a perfectly new frock-coat, with a great deal of silk in front. But his heavy, shapeless shoes betrayed his lingering attachment to the little Italian shoemaker in South Fifth Avenue, whose conscientiously durable works promised to outlast old Alexander's need for them. Alexander Junior stood before the empty fireplace, coldly nervous. He could not have sat still for 5 minutes just then. When he spoke of Crowdie's death to Hamilton Bright, and immediately afterwards of the weather, his steel-trap mouth opened and closed mechanically, emitting metallic sounds. It could not be called speaking, and his glittering grey eyes went restlessly from the window to the door and back again, without even resting on Bright's face. Bright himself was grave, manly, quiet, as he generally was. He was eminently the man who could be reckoned with and counted upon. He would make no attempt to conceal his disappointment if he were disappointed, nor his satisfaction if he were pleased. But the expression of either would be simple, quiet, and manly, with few words, if any. Mrs. Ralston watched the two as they stood side by side. From her position on the sofa she could see Alexander Junior's hands twitching nervously behind him, but she was talking with Mrs. Lauderdale at the same time. She made no pretence of being very sorry to hear of Crowdie's sudden death. She rarely saw him, and she had never liked him. To her he was merely the husband of a very distant cousin, of a descendant of her great-grandfather through a female branch. It was too much to expect that she should be profoundly affected by what had happened. But her dark, clearly-cut features were grave, and there was a certain expectancy in her look which showed that she was not really indifferent to the nature of the events momentarily expected. She admitted frankly to herself that it would make an enormous difference in her future happiness to be very rich instead of being almost poor, and she had told her son so as they came to the house. John was trying to talk to Katharine near the window, but he found it impossible to shake off Alexander Senior, whose fondness for his favourite granddaughter was proverbial in the family. The old gentleman stood by, approvingly, and insisted on leading the conversation which, with old-fashioned grandfatherly wit, or what passed for wit in the families of our grandfathers, he constantly directed upon the subject of matrimony, with an elephantine sprightliness most irritating to John Ralston, though Katharine bore it with indifferent serenity, and smiled when the old man looked at her, her features growing grave again as soon as he turned to John. She could not shake off the terrible impression she had brought with her, and yet she longed to explain to John why she felt and looked so sad. She also glanced often at the door. The arrival of the family lawyer would put a stop to her grandfather's playful persecution of her, and give her a chance to say 3 words to John without being overheard. Ralston stood ready, knowing that she wished to speak to him alone, and he paid little attention to Alexander Senior's jokes. He glanced about the room and said to himself that the members of the Lauderdale tribe were a very good-looking set, from first to last. He was proud of his family just then, for he had rarely seen so many of them assembled together without the presence of any stranger, and he was most proud of Katharine's beauty. Pallor was becoming to her, for hers was fresh and clear and youthful. It ruined her mother's looks to be pale, especially of late, since the imperceptible lines had been drawn into very fine but clearly discernible wrinkles. Mrs. Lauderdale had told herself with tears that they were really wrinkles, but she would have been sorry to know that John, or anyone else, called them by that name. At last the lawyer came, and there was a dead silence as he entered, a tall, lantern-jawed man, clean-shaven, almost bald, with prominent yellow teeth, over which his mobile lips fitted as though they had been made of shrivelled pink india-rubber. He had very light blue eyes and bushy brows that stood out in contrast to his bald scalp and beardless face like a few shaggy furs that have survived the destruction in a forest. He spoke in an impressive manner, for he was deaf, emphasizing almost every word in every sentence. He was a New Englander by birth, as keen and provincial in New York as ever was a Scotchman in London. Having been duly welcomed and provided with a seat in the midst of the assembled tribe, he leisurely produced a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a handkerchief, and proceeded to the operation of polishing the one with the other. He was provokingly slow. His chair was placed so that he sat with his back to the window, facing Mrs. Lauderdale and Mrs. Ralston, who occupied the sofa on the right of the fireplace. The 2 Alexanders and Bright completed the circle, while Katharine and John placed themselves behind the lawyer. John could see over his shoulder. Not a word was spoken while Mr. Allen made his careful preparations. It could hardly be supposed that he had any traditional remnant of the old-fashioned attorney's vanity, which made him anxious to produce an effect by taking as long as possible in settling himself to his work. He was simply a leisurely man, who had been born before the days of hurry, and was living to see hurry considered as an obsolete affectation, no longer necessary and no longer the fashion. There is haste in some things still in New York, but not the haste that we of the generation of middle age remember when we were young men. Mr. Allen, however, had never been hasty, and he found himself fashionable in his old age, as he had been in his youth, long before the Civil War. When his glasses were fairly pinching the lower part of his thin grey nose, he thrust one bony hand into his breast pocket, leaning forward as he did so, and quietly scanning the faces of his audience one after the other. He was so very slow that John and Katharine looked at one another and smiled. From his pocket he brought out a great bundle of papers and letters, and calmly proceeded to look through them from the beginning, in search of what he wanted. Of course, the big blue envelope was the last of a number of big blue envelopes, and the last but one of all the papers. "This is it, I think," said Mr. Allen with dignity and caution. The 2 elder women drew 2 short little breaths of expectation, sat forward a little, and then thoughtfully smothered their frocks over their knees. Alexander Junior's knuckles cracked audibly as he silently twined his fingers round one another and pulled at them in his anxiety. Hamilton Bright uncrossed his legs and recrossed them in the opposite way. Katharine sighed. She was tired of it all before it had begun. "Yes," said Mr. Allen, with even more dignity, but with less caution in making the assertion. "I believe this is it." "Thank the Lord!" exclaimed John Ralston, from behind the lawyer, who was deaf. Mrs. Ralston smiled a little, and avoided her son's eyes. Hamilton Bright looked absolutely impassive. "You all see what it is," said Mr. Allen. "It is a large blue envelope, gummed without a seal, marked 'Will,' in a handwriting which may be that of the late Mr. Lauderdale, though I should not be prepared to swear to it, and dated March of this year. It is reasonable to suppose that it contains a will made in that month, and therefore prior to the one of which we have knowledge. Mr. Lauderdale," he turned to Alexander Senior, "and you, Mrs. Ralston, with your consent, I will open this document in your presence." "By all means, open it," said Alexander Junior, with evident impatience. "Certainly, certainly, Mr. Allen," said his father. "That's what we expect." Mrs. Ralston contented herself with nodding her assent, when the lawyer looked at her. He searched for a penknife in his pocket, found it, opened it, and with infinite care slipped the envelope from end to end. After carefully shutting the knife and returning it to his pocket again, he withdrew a thick, folded sheet of heavy foolscap. As he did so, a smaller piece of paper, folded only once, fluttered to the ground at his feet. It might have been a note of old Robert Lauderdale's, expressing some particular last wish of such a nature as not to have found its proper place in a document of such importance as the will itself. The eyes of every one being intent upon the latter, as Mr. Allen opened it, no one paid any attention to the bit of paper. Mr. Allen was old and formal, and he had no intention of bestowing a preliminary glance at the contents of the paper before reading it. He began at the beginning, for the first words proved it to be a will, and nothing else. It began, as many American wills do, with the words, "In the name of God, Amen." Then followed the clause revoking all previous wills, each and every one of them, and then the other, relating to the payment of just debts and funeral expenses. Then Mr. Allen paused and drew breath. The tension in the atmosphere of the room was high, at that moment of supreme anxiety. "It is my purpose," Mr. Allen read, "to so distribute the wealth which has accumulated in my hands as to distribute it amongst those of my fellow creatures who stand most directly in need of such help." There was a general movement in the circle. Everybody started. Alexander Junior's hands dropped by his side, and his steel-trap mouth relaxed and opened. "Go on," he said breathlessly. Mr. Allen went on, shaking his head from time to time as his only expression of overwhelming stupefaction. It was by far the most extraordinary will he had ever seen, but it was legally and properly worded, with endlessly long, unpunctuated sentences, all of which tended to elucidate the already sufficiently clear meaning. In half a dozen words it is sufficient to say that the will constituted the whole fortune, without legacies, and without mention of heirs or relatives, into a gigantic trust to be managed for the final extinction of poverty in the city of New York by a board of trustees to exist in perpetuity. Many conditions were imposed, and many possible cases foreseen. There were elaborate rules for filling vacancies in the trusteeship, and many other clauses necessary for the administration of such a vast charitable foundation, all carefully thought out and clearly stated. The perspiration stood upon the old lawyer's astonished head as he continued to read. Alexander Junior seemed to be absolutely paralyzed, and stared like a man distracted, who sees nothing, with wide-open eyes. Even Mrs. Ralston bent her dark brows and bit her even lips in disappointment. Hamilton Bright bent down, leaning his elbows upon his knees, and looked at the fourth page of the vast sheet of closely written foolscap. "We're a pack of fools!" he exclaimed suddenly. "The will isn't signed." Alexander Junior uttered a loud exclamation, sprang to his feet, and snatched the will from the lawyer's hand so roughly as to brush the gold-rimmed glasses from the thin nose on which they had pinched their unsteady hold, and they fell to the ground. "Eh? What?" he asked, very much disturbed by such rude interruption. Alexander had turned to the end, and had seen that it was a blank, without signatures either of testator or witnesses. "Thank God!" he exclaimed fervently, as he dropped back into his chair. "That almost killed me," he added in a low voice, regardless of the others. But no one paid much attention to him. Hamilton Bright remained impassive. Each of the others uttered an exclamation, or breathed a sigh of relief. For some minutes afterwards there was a dead silence. Mr. Allen was fumbling on the floor for his gold-rimmed glasses, still very much confused. They had managed to get under the low chair in which he sat, and which had a long fringe on it, reaching almost to the ground, so that he took some time in finding them. "Of course he would never have signed such a thing," said Hamilton Bright with emphasis. "He had too much sense." "I should think so!" exclaimed Mrs. Lauderdale. "The only thing I can't understand is how it ever was kept and marked 'Will.'" "Uncle Robert once told me that he had often made sketches of wills, leaving all his money in trust to the poor," said Katharine. "He never meant to sign one, though. This must be one of them, of course. It can't be anything else." "His secretary probably put it away, supposing he wanted to keep it," said Ralston from behind Mr. Allen. "Then he forgot all about it, and so it turned up among the papers. It's simple enough." "Oh, quite simple," assented Alexander Junior, with a half-hysterical laugh. Mrs. Ralston was watching the lawyer as he felt for his glasses on the carpet. He paused, wiped his brow, for it was a warm afternoon, and he had been nervously excited himself in reading the document. Then he continued his search. "There's a bit of paper there on the floor beside your hand," said Mrs. Ralston. "I saw it drop when you opened the envelope. Perhaps it's something more important." Mr. Allen recovered his glasses at that moment, and with the other hand took up the little folded sheet. With the utmost care and precision he went through the same preparations for reading which had been indispensable on the first occasion. Let us see," he said. "This is something. 'I hereby certify—' Oh, an old marriage certificate of yours, Mrs. Ralston. John Ralston and Katharine Lauderdale, married. Dear me, I don't understand. This year, too. This is very strange." Again every one present started, but with very different expressions. Hamilton Bright grew slowly red. There was a short pause. Then John Ralston rose to his feet and bent over Mr. Allen's shoulder. "It's our certificate," he said quietly. "Katharine's and mine. We were married last winter." And he took the paper from the hands of the wondering lawyer and held it in his own. "Katharine!" cried Mrs. Lauderdale, when she had realized the meaning of Ralston's words. "Katharine!" cried Alexander Junior, almost at the same moment. At any other time, some one of all those present might have smiled at the difference in intonation between Mrs. Lauderdale's cry of unmixed astonishment and her husband's deprecatory but forgiving utterance of his daughter's name. Both conveyed in widely different ways as much as whole phrases could have told, namely, that Mrs. Lauderdale was sincerely pleased, in spite of all her former opposition to the marriage, and that her husband, while he would much rather have his daughter married to Ralston secretly than not at all, felt that his dignity and parental authority had been outraged, and that he would be glad to have an apology, if any were to be had, of which condition his voice also expressed a doubt. "I'll tell you all about it from the beginning," said John Ralston. He told the story in as few words as he could, omitting, as he had done in telling his mother, to give Katharine her full share of responsibility. She bent far forward in her seat while he was speaking, and leaned upon the back of Mr. Allen's chair, never taking her eyes from her husband's face. More than once her eyes brightened with a sort of affectionate indignation, and her lips parted as though she would speak. But she did not interrupt him. When he had finished, he stood still in his place, looking at his father-in-law, and still holding the certificate of his marriage in his hand. Alexander Junior would have found it hard to be angry just at that moment. He had his desire. In the course of 5 minutes he had been cast down from a position of enormous wealth and power, since there could be no question but that the half of the great estate would really be in his control if there were no will. He had been plunged into such a depth of despair as only the real miser can understand when his hundreds or his millions, as the case may be, are swept out of sight and out of reach by a breath, and he had been restored to the pinnacle of happiness again, almost before there had been time to make his suffering seem more than the passing vision of a hideous dream. Moreover, the marriage being already accomplished as a matter of fact, made it a positive certainty that all part of the fortune which belonged to the Ralstons would return to his own grandchildren. His outraged sense of parental importance was virtuously, but silently, indignant, and he admitted that, on the whole, the causes of satisfaction outnumbered any reasons there might be for displeasure. Something, however, must be done to propitiate the prejudices of the world, which had much force with him. "I think we'd better all go into the country as soon as possible," he observed, thinking aloud. But no one heard him, for Katharine had risen and come forward and stood beside her husband, slipping her arm through his, and invisibly pressing him to her, unconsciously too, perhaps, whenever she wished to emphasize a word in what she said. "I want to say something," she began, raising her voice. "It's all my fault, you know. I did it. I persuaded Jack one evening, here in this very room, and it was awfully hard to persuade him, I assure you. He didn't like it in the least. He said it wasn't a perfectly fair and honest thing to do, but I made him see it differently. I'm not sure that I was right. You see, we should have been married anyway, as it turned out, because papa's been so nice about it in the end. That's all I wanted to say." There was probably no malice in her diplomatic allusion to her father. The only person who smiled at it was Mrs. Ralston. "Except," added Katharine, by an afterthought, "that the reason why we did it was because we wanted to be sure of getting each other in the end." "Well," said Hamilton Bright, who was very red, "I suppose the next thing to do is to congratulate you, isn't it? Here goes, Jack. I'm sorry I slated secret marriages the other day. You see, one doesn't always know." "No," observed Mrs. Lauderdale, who had her arms around her daughter's neck. "One doesn't, as Ham says." "That's all right, Ham," said John Ralston. "I didn't mind a bit." But Hamilton Bright minded very much, in his quiet way, for he had played a losing game of late, and the same hour had deprived him of all hope of marrying Katharine, faint as it had been since she had so definitely refused him, and of all prospect of ever getting a share of the Lauderdale fortune. But he was a very brave man, and better able than most of those present to bear such misfortunes as fell to his lot. As for marrying, he put it out of his thoughts, and so far as fortune was concerned, he was prosperous and successful in all that he undertook to do himself, unaided, which is, after all, the most satisfactory success a man can have in the long run. The right to say, "I did it alone," compensates for many fancied and real wrongs, and that was something which Hamilton Bright had very often been able to say with truth. But his love for Katharine Lauderdale had been honest, enduring, and generally silent. Never had he spoken to her of love until he had fancied that his friend John Ralston had no intention, nor she either, of anything serious. It was with the consent and approval of all her family that Katharine entered upon the married life at last, after having been secretly and in name the wedded wife of John Ralston for more than 5 months. The world thought it not extraordinary that there should be no public ceremony, considering the recent decease of Robert Lauderdale and the shockingly sudden death of Walter Crowdie. The Lauderdales, said the world, had shown good taste, for many reasons, in having a private wedding. Having always lived quietly, it would have been unbecoming in them to invite society to a marriage of royal splendour, when he who had left them their wealth had not been dead 2 months. On the other hand, the union of 40 millions with 20 could hardly have been decently accomplished by means of 2 carriages from the livery stable and a man from the greengrocer's. The world, therefore, said that the Lauderdales and the Ralstons had done perfectly right, a fact which pleased some members of the tribe and was indifferent to others. The only connections who were heard to complain at all were the 3 Miss Miners, whose old maidenly souls delighted in weddings and found refreshment in funerals. And the only person whom Katharine missed, and cared to miss, amongst all those who congratulated her, was Paul Griggs. She did not see him, after they had met on the stairs of the house in Lafayette Place, for a long time. During the summer which followed the announcement of her marriage, that he was in the East again, a vague term applied to Cairo, Constantinople, and Calcutta. At all events, he was not in New York, but had taken his weary eyes and weather-beaten face to some remote region of the earth, and gave no further sign of life for some time, though a book which he had written before Crowdie's death appeared soon after his departure. Katharine received one letter from him during the summer, a rather formal letter of congratulation upon her marriage, and bearing a postmark in Cyrillic characters, though the stamp was not Russian, but one she had never seen. Here ends an act of Katharine's life comedy, and the chronicler leaves her with her beauty, her virtues, and her imperfections to the judgment of that one reader, if perchance there be even one, who has had the patience to follow her so far, with little entertainment and no advantage to himself. And to that one reader, an ideal creation of the chronicler's mind, having no foundation in his experience of humanity, the said chronicler makes apology for all that has been amiss in the telling of the events recorded, conscious that a better man could have done it better, and that better men are plentiful, but stout in asserting that the events were not, in themselves and in reality, without interest, however poorly they have been narrated. Moral there is none, nor purpose, save to please, and if any one be pleased, the writer has his reward. But besides moral and purpose in doing things with ink and paper, there is consequence to be considered, or at least to be taken into account. In real life we take more thought of that than of anything else, for consciously or unconsciously man hardly performs any action, however insignificant, without intention, and intention is the hope of consequence. All that happened to Katharine Lauderdale, and all that she caused to happen by her own will, had an effect upon her existence afterwards. She was entering upon married life with a much more varied experience than most young women of her age. She had been brought into direct and close relation with people influenced by some of the strongest passions that can rouse the heart. She had been hated by those who had loved her, and for little or no fault of hers. She had seen envy standing in the high place of a mother's love, and she had seen the friendship of her girlhood destroyed by unreasoning jealousy. Above all, she had known the base hardness and the revolting cruelty which the love of money could implant in an otherwise upright nature. The persons with whom she had to do were not of the kind to commit crimes, but in her view there was something worse, if possible, than crime in some of the things they had done. So much for the evil by which they had passed. For the good, she had love. Good love, pure love, honest love, the sort of love that may last a lifetime. And if love can weather life, it need not fear the whirlpool of death, nor the quicksands of the uncertain shore beyond. It is life that kills love, not death. Therefore, as the chronicler closes his book and offers it to the single long-suffering reader, he says that more remains to be told of Katharine and of the men and women among whom she lived, namely, the consequences of her girlhood in her married life. CHAPTER XXXVI.